Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Marvel Inventor. Chapter 1, What If? What if a soul that didn't belong here suddenly appeared in the Marvel Universe? 2012, New York. Midtown Manhattan. Inside an unassuming, yet spacious 5,000-square-foot duplex on Fifth Avenue. A handsome boy, around 14 or 15 years old with chestnut hair, was sitting alone on the oak floor of his bedroom, sketching something with chalk. He was dressed in a casual white button-down. He was tall, with sharp, refined features, and wore a pair of semi-rimless gold wire glasses. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows across his face. Combined with the room's cozy decor, the scene felt quiet and refreshing. Except for one thing. Protruding from the right sleeve of his shirt was a jarring, black mechanical arm. As he drew, it emitted a faint, rhythmic squeak. But compared to the slightly noisy mechanical arm, the circles the boy was drawing on the floor, which looked like some kind of dark ritual circle, seemed even more out of place in this modern setting. All right, that looks about right. Now for the materials. He tossed the chalk aside. Before he could make another move, the hushed sounds of an argument between a middle-aged man and woman drifted up from the living room downstairs. Gina. You need to at least discuss this with me beforehand. We finally got out of Sokovia and escaped those people. And now you're actively seeking a partnership with them. You're practically pushing this company into a fire pit. The man, Herman, was trying his best to keep his voice down, but he couldn't hide the anger in his tone. In contrast, the woman across from him, mature and beautiful, sounded incredibly calm and hard-edged. Herman, times have changed. We can't survive on just a couple of inventions and patents anymore. I can wait, but will the shareholders wait for you? We've already lost the contracts with Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. If we don't make a change soon, the company won't survive. I don't care what you think. Even if it's just to secure Luca's future, I have to save this company. Hearing his wife's decisive words, Herman opened his mouth several times to retort but couldn't find the words, leaving him to weakly argue his principles. Although the arguing downstairs was getting louder, to the point where it was impossible to ignore, the boy in the upstairs bedroom just shook his head helplessly. He had no intention of going down to intervene. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted or didn't care about family harmony. It was just that he had only transmigrated into this world recently. After spending nearly 2 months in the hospital, he was still struggling to figure out the dynamics of this new family. Luca von Orantius. His name from his previous life didn't matter anymore. In his past life, he had just finished helping the police dismantle a massive scam ring. On his way home, he was hit head-on by a truck loaded with gravel. His last memory was seeing that truck, likely sent to take revenge on him, smashing him through the wall of an apartment building without slowing down. When he opened his eyes again, he had become Luca, a boy who had also met a tragic end in a car accident. Maybe the god of transmigration was feeling generous, or maybe Luca's soul had healed this body. After days of emergency treatment, the body survived, though he lost his right arm from the elbow down. Now, after nearly 2 months, his memories had merged. Luca, who had been all alone in his previous life, gradually accepted this new reality, a wealthy family where both parents were alive and well. At least in this world, I have a happy family, right? That was how Luca had been comforting himself since he arrived. However, compared to his happy family, the world itself wasn't exactly wonderful. During his 2 months in the hospital, aside from integrating his memories, the only thing he could do was watch TV. And naturally, the billionaire who flew around the world in flashy armor fighting crime was the most frequent figure on the news. Having watched plenty of Marvel movies in his past life, Luca knew exactly what kind of world he was in. The only catch was that the Marvel Universe was famous for its multiverse and infinite timelines. He couldn't be sure if the future would play out exactly as he remembered. Fortunately, Iron Man was the only superhero currently active in the public eye. The world hadn't yet gone completely crazy to the point where normal people couldn't survive. Of course, the other reason Luca could remain relatively calm was. As a transmigrator, he had his own special ability, a cheat. Looking at the circle on the floor that resembled a magic ritual, Luca pulled an ordinary red sneaker out of a box next to him. To anyone else, it was just a shoe. But in Luca's eyes, it glowed with a soft white light. When he held it, a pale blue holographic panel appeared over it. Kick Enhancement Shoe. Detective Conan World, January 5th. Creator, Professor Agasa. Core component, red and white sneaker. Synthesis materials, 0.5 m wire, 6 medical electrode pads, 1 small dial, 1 small battery. Item description, magical kick enhancement shoes that stimulate pressure points via electricity to boost leg strength. Level 1 kicks heads off, Level 2 wrecks vehicles, Level 3 blows up satellites. Massive power without hurting your foot, 100% accuracy without collateral damage. The ultimate tool for home travel and crime fighting. Note, these shoes are durable, breathable, and odor-resistant, verified by a famous detective who didn't change his shoes for 30 years. Yes, this was the cheat Luca obtained after transmigrating. Originally, while lying in the hospital bed, Luca had tried everything to awaken a system or a spirit guide, but nothing worked. He had assumed he didn't have any powers and would have to survive solely on his limited foreknowledge of the Marvel plot. But when he returned home, he noticed a pencil case that he used to own was emitting a glow only he could see. Upon touching the pencil case, information like source world, creator, and synthesis materials popped up. That item turned out to be the pencil missile from the One Punch Man world. 2 days ago, Luca had successfully synthesized it using a pencil, gunpowder, glue, and a pistol grip. This kick enhancement shoe was the second synthesizable item he had found, just an ordinary sneaker in a shoe store. Luca still didn't fully understand the rules of his ability. For example, what did the 1/5 after Detective Conan world mean? Why did a pattern resembling a magic circle appear in his mind when he touched a core component? Why couldn't he synthesize a second pencil missile using the same circle and identical materials? But at the very least, he had figured out the basic synthesis function. He placed the red and white sneaker in the center of the circle, then arranged the other materials in their corresponding smaller circles. These ordinary items immediately began to glow with the same light as the core component. AA batteries won't work. Small military batteries aren't working either. He tried several power sources. It wasn't until he placed a common button battery from the supermarket into the circle that the white light finally accepted it. Can a button battery that can barely power a vibrating toy really drive these kick enhancement shoes? Shaking off the skepticism, Luca pressed both hands on the edge of the circle and mentally commanded, "Synthesize." Immediately, golden light exploded outward, swallowing the entire circle. When the light faded, all the materials were gone. Only a brand new pair of red and white sneakers remained in the center. Except, why are they so small? Looking at the sneakers, which were barely larger than his hand, Luca was speechless. Are you telling me these shoes are only for elementary school kids? He reached out and picked up the tiny shoes. To his surprise, as soon as he touched them, they seemed to react, instantly expanding until they were the perfect size for him. This. Luca examined them closely. The shoes looked seamless. Aside from a white dial on the side of the right shoe, they looked exactly like normal sneakers. Even looking inside, there were no signs of batteries, wires, or electrode pads. If it weren't for the size-changing trick just now, one would think they were just regular shoes that had lost their synthesis panel. After hesitating for a moment, Luca decided against tearing them apart to check the insides. With the pencil missile, he had removed 2 missiles to see if he could reverse engineer them later. But these shoes were a complete unit, and black technology, super science, usually defied logic. With his pitiful theoretical knowledge and clumsy one-handed skills, if he took them apart, he'd never get them back together. It was better to just put them on and test their effects. Speaking of which, if I kick something with these, will the recoil snap my leg? Thinking this, he awkwardly pulled the shoes on, struggling a bit with his mechanical right hand. It's a pity the power dial is only on the right shoe. Adjusting it with my mechanical hand is going to be a hassle. Hopefully, I can find some cybernetic arm items later. Feeling the inconvenience of his hand, Luca moved his feet around and stood up. Just as he was considering telling his parents he was going downstairs to find something to kick, a series of urgent, whistling sounds came from outside the window. Confused, Luca walked quickly to the bedroom window and looked out. What he saw froze him. In the distance, a blue beam of light shot straight into the sky. At the peak of the beam, the sky had been torn open, revealing a massive hole. Countless aliens in armor riding flying chariots poured out of the portal, wreaking havoc across New York. There were even massive biological warships, over 100 meters long, looking like the mythical Leviathan, swimming through the air and crashing through buildings. On the ground, screams and cries for help filled the air. Beams of light from alien weapons rained down like a storm, triggering chain explosions. New York had turned into a living hell. All these sights pointed to one answer. The Chitauri, the invasion has begun. Chapter 2, Just a Little Invention. Luca. Staring at the hellscape outside the window, Luca felt a wave of genuine fear wash over him. Even with the experiences from his past life, facing a literal alien invasion was terrifying. But hearing his parents' panicked shouts from downstairs snapped him back to reality. He had to do something. Before he could even answer them, however, he saw it. A beam of deep purple energy shot straight toward his building. In the next instant, boom. The violent shockwave sent Luca flying. Flames filled his vision, and the entire building shuddered from the blast. Luca slammed into the wardrobe behind him. The first thing he felt wasn't pain from the impact, but a piercing ringing in his ears and a dizzying sensation threatening to knock him out. In a daze, Luca used the overturned desk beside him to pull himself upright. Looking around, the most striking sight was the massive hole blown through the exterior wall of their duplex, connecting the upstairs and downstairs. The floor of the second story, including his bedroom, had partially collapsed, crashing down onto the first floor. Smoke and dust choked the air. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled his nose and mouth. Large chunks of masonry and debris continued to slide down the rubble. His hearing hadn't fully recovered, but Luca ignored the dust in his mouth and shouted for his parents. Gina. Herman. Are you guys okay? No matter how loudly he yelled, there was no response from the ruins below. Even though Luca was just a transmigrator who had inherited this body's memories and might not have had a deep emotional bond with these parents yet. Whether for his own survival or for the sake of this family, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Without wasting another second, Luca yanked open the wardrobe, grabbed his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder. Then, he slid down the slope of the collapsed floor toward the first level. As soon as he landed amidst the wreckage, before he could even start searching, two snarling Chitauri soldiers crawled out of the massive hole in the wall and charged at him. It was too late to fish the pencil missile out of his bag or crouch down to activate the kick enhancement shoes. But then, bang, bang. Two loud gunshots rang out from behind him. The heads of the two Chitauri soldiers exploded like watermelons, spraying flesh and fluid everywhere. As the headless bodies slumped to the ground, Luca spun around. Amidst the rubble, his mother, Gina, was propped up against a doorframe, struggling to keep her upper body upright. In her hand was a high-caliber pistol, one of their company's experimental prototypes. Mom. Where's Dad? He rushed over to support her. Only then did he realize that while Gina was holding onto the doorframe, her entire lower body was pinned under a collapsed wall. Luckily, the fallen wall had formed a small triangular pocket with other debris, so she hadn't been crushed to death instantly. But on the other side of the rubble, when Luca reached out to check on his father, Herman, who had been hit by the same debris, he found no pulse. Herman was already gone. Ignoring whatever his mother was trying to say, Luca bent down and shoved against the wall, pinning her, trying to lift it. But his mechanical prosthetic arm, recently installed, was nothing like the Winter Soldier's military-grade tech. Its output was weaker than a normal human hand, let alone strong enough to lift a massive slab of concrete. Luca. Listen to me. Take this gun. Your father and I taught you how to use it. Forget about me. Go hide. The pantry is reinforced. Stay there. Do not come out. Seeing Luca's futile attempts to move the stone, Gina, who had just regained consciousness and was still delirious from the blast, spoke rapidly, urging her son to run. She thrust the strange-looking pistol toward him. Only then did Luca notice the faint white glow emanating from the gun, the same glow as a core component. He didn't take the gun immediately. Instead, the white glow triggered a realization. The kick enhancement shoes aren't just for momentary bursts of power. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Luca immediately crouched down and used his left hand to twist the white dial on the side of his right shoe. Instantly, visible arcs of electricity sparked across the red and white sneaker, and his right foot seemed to be coated in a shimmering, rainbow-colored aura. Feeling a surge of power he had never experienced before coursing through his leg, Luca carefully wedged the tip of his shoe into a gap in the rubble. As he slowly applied pressure with his right leg, The collapsed wall, which he couldn't budge with all his might just moments ago, was lifted effortlessly by his single foot. Surprisingly, he didn't feel much pressure or discomfort on the bridge of his foot. Even his left foot, which wasn't powered up, seemed to have gained multiplied grip and support stability, making balance a non-issue. Under Gina's stunned gaze. Boom. The massive slab of concrete was flipped aside entirely. Luca moved fast, scooping up his mother and carrying her away from the spot. Luca. What was that? Gina, still shaken but no longer dazed, stared blankly at the giant stone her son had just kicked away. Luca, however, just offered a vague, slightly awkward explanation. Just a little invention of mine. He couldn't exactly explain his cheat ability right now, so he glossed over it. He needed to get his mother to the reinforced pantry she had mentioned. Staying here was dangerous, another attack could hit them at any moment. But before they could take more than a few steps, a figure in red and gold armor plummeted from the sky, shot through the hole in the wall, and smashed into the floor with a loud clang. The already ruined floor cratered under the impact. The figure plowed a long trench through the ground, kicking up debris, before sliding to a stop right in front of them. Seeing Iron Man drop from the sky, the mother and son, who had just started to calm down, were startled. Both instinctively raised their weapons at the figure lying on the ground. Gina held the company's experimental pistol, while Luca pulled out the pencil missile he had crafted earlier from his backpack. Whoa, relax, ma'am. I don't think this counts as breaking and entering, does it? Seeing the guns pointed at him, Tony Stark didn't seem nervous at all. He stood up, looking a bit battered, and spoke gently to comfort them. However, his voice, processed through the helmet speakers, sounded cold and distorted. Seeming to realize this, the metal faceplate popped open with a click, revealing Tony Stark's face. Relax, you two. Find a place to hide. Trust me, those knockoff predators out there will be dealt with soon enough. Tony winked at Luca and flashed what he thought was a charming smile. And kid, next time remember, a pencil case can't protect you. With that, the faceplate snapped back down. Iron Man spun around, thrusters in his palms and feet igniting. He shot toward the hole in the wall he had crashed through, intending to fly back out. But then... boom. A violent explosion rocked the air. The armor had barely flown 2 meters out of the room when a laser blast hit it square in the face. The explosion and shockwave sent him flying backward. In an instant, Iron Man tumbled back into the room even faster than he had left, crashing in front of the mother and son again. Immediately after, several Chitauri hover chariots swooped in, floating just outside the building. Each chariot carried 2 or 3 soldiers. Dozens of laser weapons aimed directly at the hole in the wall. Startled by the explosion, Luca and Gina shielded their faces from the dust and debris. Then, moving in sync, they raised their weapons again, aiming at the Chitauri hovering outside. Gina fired first, blowing the head off one of the Chitauri drivers with a single shot. Luca, holding the pencil missile, was half a beat slower. The lids on both sides of the pencil case in his hand snapped open, revealing rows of missile-like pencils inside. Simultaneously, a grip and a muzzle extended from the bottom and front of the case, transforming it into a firearm. Gripping the handle with his left hand, Luca didn't even bother aiming carefully. He just swept the pencil missile across the field of enemies. A series of beeps signaled target locks, and Luca pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 A dozen pencil missiles shot out, trailing exhaust fumes. They moved like winding snakes, twisting through the air toward their locked targets. In a split second, every Chitauri soldier was hit. But the expected fiery explosions didn't happen. Upon impact, the missiles burst into massive globs of sticky liquid, completely plastering the enemies. Blinded and glued in place, the soldiers lost control, and the hover chariots began to wobble and plummet toward the ground. What the F? Chapter 3, Warning. Warning. As the explosions of the alien hover chariots echoed from below, Tony Stark snapped back to reality. Watching those dozen missiles fly right past him had made his skin crawl, even inside the Iron Man suit. Fortunately, instead of exploding, the missiles had burst into globs of sticky goo, trapping the enemies. He let out a small sigh of relief. But that didn't diminish his shock one bit. Jarvis, what was that? Hearing the hesitation in Tony's voice, Jarvis, the AI butler who knew his creator's behavioral patterns better than anyone, understood the question instantly. Inside the Iron Man helmet, a virtual targeting circle locked onto the pencil case in Luca's hand, and streams of data flooded the display. Simultaneously, Jarvis's voice provided the answer. Sir, there is no match for this weapon in the database. System analysis suggests it is a micro-handheld missile launcher. It possesses smart locking capabilities, and the missiles are filled with a high-viscosity polymer designed to restrain targets. However, the missile velocity is relatively slow. At medium range or greater, the Mark armor has a 98.4% interception rate. Overall threat level to you is low. Now standing upright again, Tony felt a bit embarrassed about flinching earlier. He was still slightly dazed. But just now, Tony wanted to say that when he first crashed in front of the mother and son, that micro-missile launcher had been pointed right at his face. That definitely wasn't medium range. Besides, the Mark armor's scanners could penetrate surfaces. It should have been able to analyze the pencil case before it even deployed. Why hadn't Jarvis warned him he was in danger? Before he could finish the thought, Jarvis anticipated the question. Sir, your action of manually opening the faceplate interrupted the system analysis. Tony's face flushed. After all that, it was his own mistake that made him look like a fool. Still, Tony being Tony, he doubled down. Minor issue. Jarvis, remind me later to add an external obstacle clearing function to the suit's self-cleaning system. Understood, sir. After getting Jarvis's confirmation, Tony planned to quickly warn the mother and son to stay safe and then leave. The battle outside was still raging, after all. Compared to his bruised ego, stopping the crisis and saving civilians was the priority. But before he could speak, the boy who had just put away the pencil case suddenly sprinted forward. With incredible speed, he blurred past Tony, rushing toward the hole in the wall. The boy was fast, but not fast enough to escape the Iron Man suit's visual tracking. Turning around, Tony saw the boy skid to a halt next to a soccer ball lying near the edge of the hole. Simultaneously, the boy swung his right leg high behind him, his body stretching out like an eagle, his gaze locked intensely on the distance. Following the boy's line of sight, Tony saw a 100-meter-long Leviathan alien warship swimming through the air, slowly approaching the building. Along the way, Chitauri soldiers were leaping from the warship, diving toward the ground. What is he doing? Beep beep beep. Warning. Warning. High energy detected. Scan results. Unknown electrical power module. Memory polymer metal mimicking muscle fibers. Ferrofluid shock absorption layer. Carbon nanotube fibers. Streams of data flashed across Tony's HUD, and Jarvis's warning alarms blared in his ears. But Tony's attention was completely captivated by the boy with his leg raised high. A massive burst of electrical sparks erupted from the boy's right foot, accompanied by a faint, rainbow-colored shimmer across the shoe. In the next instant, Luca unleashed a violent kick, slamming his foot into the soccer ball. In the Mark armor's slow-motion replay, the ball distorted wildly upon impact. The air around the ball compressed, creating a deafening sonic boom. As the terrifying force was released, the soccer ball shot out like a flaming meteor. A powerful shockwave blasted outward, churning up debris. Friction with the air turned the surface of the ball a glowing orange-red, trailing a comet-like tail of fire. A series of sonic booms exploded along the ball's trajectory. Windows on nearby skyscrapers shattered from the shockwaves as the ball tore past them. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the soccer ball smashed squarely into the Leviathan warship. The biological warship let out a wail of pain. Under the unparalleled force of the impact, a large section of the ship's outer metal armor was blasted apart. The entire warship lurched backward in midair, knocked off course. Unknown external material reinforcement technology, unknown targeting system, unknown. Jarvis continued his analysis. But Tony just stood there, stunned, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. Holy, SHT. Roar. A furious roar snapped Tony out of his trance. Luca's visually spectacular, violent soccer kick looked ferocious, and, well, it was powerful. But against the sheer mass of the Leviathan, it wasn't quite enough to kill it. Recovering its balance, the Leviathan roared and charged straight toward their building, faster than before. With no time to think, Tony activated his thrusters and shot out like a meteor to intercept it. Thanks to Luca's kick-shattering part of the armor, Tony didn't need to waste time breaking through its defenses. He fired a wrist missile directly into the exposed muscle tissue of the biological warship. Boom. Another massive explosion. A giant hole was blown open in the Leviathan's body. Wailing, the beast crashed unsteadily toward the ground, smashing through 2 more buildings before finally lying still, dead. Phew, it actually worked. Hovering in the air, Tony whistled excitedly. He hadn't expected that, with the help of Soccer Kid, the alien warship that had been giving him a headache was taken down so easily. But seriously, what kind of family is that? Who equips a kid with weapons like that? Chapter 4, The Dominator. Although Tony's head was full of questions and he was itching to look back at that Soccer Kid, the voice crackling through his comms yanked his attention right back to the battlefield. Stark, we need you on 6th Avenue. Another alien troop carrier just popped up. Copy that. En route. Tony didn't hesitate, immediately banking and flying towards 6th Avenue. However, the comms line remained open. Seeing him move, Hawkeye couldn't help but ask. Hey, what was that streak of light just now? New feature on the suit. Looked pretty punchy. Hey, Robin Hood, keep your eyes on the prize. Tony chose not to answer the question directly. It wasn't that the great Tony Stark wanted to steal the credit. It was just that, recalling the pencil case kid's obviously young face, he didn't want to drag a child into this war. Even if the kid could help take down alien warships. Especially since Clint Barton was a SHIELD agent, Tony definitely wasn't going to spill the beans to him. Back inside the blown-out apartment. Watching Iron Man blast off, trailing exhaust flames, Luca wasn't surprised. With Chitauri crawling all over Manhattan, a heavyweight like Tony Stark didn't have time to worry about a random bystander's minor quirks. In fact, Luca was far more interested in the kick enhancement shoes he had just synthesized. He turned off the dial on his ankle and shook out his right foot as the power faded. Not only was there no injury from the recoil of that massive kick, but he didn't even feel the muscle soreness one would expect from overexertion. It really is anime logic. That special effect, TSK, truly a show-off gadget worthy of a detective-grade schooler's movie. Physically speaking, it wasn't just about the power or the protection for his right leg. Normally, with the force Luca had just unleashed, even if he didn't get hurt by the recoil, his non-enhanced left leg shouldn't have been able to keep him standing, let alone stable. But in reality, during the kick, his left leg hadn't felt any strain beyond its limit. It felt as if he had just kicked a normal soccer ball. Even crazier, Luca wasn't exactly a soccer fan. Forget hitting a target hundreds of meters away, he wouldn't bet on himself making an open goal from 30 feet. This instantly reminded Luca of the description on the synthesis panel. Massive power without hurting your foot, 100% accuracy without collateral damage. Come to think of it, in Detective Conan, no matter how hard he kicks something or what he hits, it only ever knocks people out, right? I really need to pay closer attention to the item descriptions. Unfortunately, once an item was synthesized, the panel disappeared. He would have to wait until he found another core component to study his cheat ability further. Pushing those thoughts aside for now, Luca glanced at the battle outside, then turned back. He intended to ask his mother, Gina, if they should hide in the reinforced pantry she mentioned or try to evacuate. After all, they weren't on the ground floor. If another Leviathan crashed into the building, a reinforced room wouldn't stop gravity from killing them. But when he turned around, he realized Gina had collapsed on the floor. The high-tech pistol had fallen from her hand. Luca rushed over in 2 strides and checked her breathing. Breathing steady, pulse normal. No obvious head trauma, spine seems fine. He lifted her eyelids. Pupils reactive. She had just passed out. Luca let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He had just been thinking about how lucky he was to have both parents in this life. If he became an orphan again just days after transmigrating, he would seriously start to question his own luck. But thinking back on his life before this, let's just focus on keeping the living alive. Drawing on the original host's memories, Luca quickly located the household first aid kit. Fortunately, the kit was intact. He quickly bandaged Gina's minor scrapes. However, neither the pain from the bandaging nor the safe awakening methods Luca tried could rouse her from her coma. He wasn't sure what to do next. His first aid knowledge was limited, and he didn't want to cause secondary injuries by guessing the cause of the coma. Furthermore, given the chaos outside, expecting an ambulance was unrealistic. It was safer to stay put. If I remember correctly, the Chitauri invasion doesn't last too long. Whether you can hold on until the paramedics get here is up to fate. Luca shook his head helplessly. After doing everything he could, he remembered something else. The experimental pistol his mother had used earlier, it had emitted the same faint white glow as a core component. He looked around, spotted the gun where he had left it, and picked it up. A pale blue panel immediately popped up above the weapon. Dominator Pistol Basic Model. Psychopass World 1/5. Creator, Sybil. Core Component, Ion Constraint Pistol. Synthesis Materials, 1 micro speaker, 1 micro camera, 1 network connection chip, 1 micro projection unit, 30 cm cyan LED strip. Item description, an excellent multifunctional transforming police pistol. Features 3 distinct modes, non-lethal paralyzer, lethal eliminator, and destroy decomposer. When connected to the Sybil system, it features voice interaction, user identification, target scanning, retinal projection assistance, and more. Note, without a connection to the Sybil system, some functions will be temporarily unavailable. However, for you, that might actually be good news. Chapter 5, Is This Even Reasonable? Scanning the information on the panel and looking at the metal-encased pistol in his hand, which didn't even have a paint job, Luca's expression turned a bit strange. Earlier, he had thought this experimental pistol manufactured by his family's company looked vaguely familiar. But now that the panel identified it as the Dominator pistol, he actually felt it only bore a 20% to 30% resemblance to the weapon from the anime Psychopass. So, the so-called core component isn't determined by visual similarity. And the synthesis materials didn't mention a power source or ammunition. Is that because the core component inherently includes those parts? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but ultimately, Luca suppressed his curiosity for now. Even if he wanted to attempt synthesis immediately, he didn't have the materials needed for the Dominator pistol at home. It wasn't like he could replace the micro projection unit listed on the panel with the brick-sized home theater projector they had in the living room, right? He glanced at the battery indicator on the pistol's grip. Gina had only fired 3 shots earlier, yet the battery was already down to the last bar. This explained why, despite its considerable power, near-zero recoil, and minimal ion beam decay over medium distances, this pistol was still considered a semi-finished prototype. Insufficient power supply and terrible sustained combat capability. Yeah, the exorbitant manufacturing cost is probably another reason. He tucked the pistol into his jacket. Although the Dominator couldn't be synthesized yet, he happened to have the materials for another item right here. He took off his backpack and rummaged through it. He pulled out a peculiarly shaped monkey toy. The toy held 2 somewhat comical symbols in its hands and had a large wind-up key on its back. As soon as he held the monkey toy, a semi-transparent blue panel popped up. Jinx's Monkey Bomb. Arcane World January 5th. Creator, Powder, Jinx. Core Component, Toy Monkey. Synthesis Materials, 3 unstable energy crystals. Item description, a toy bomb with a simple structure but immense power. Its destructive capability relies entirely on 3 hextech crystals. Winding the key initiates an unstable timer. Capable of slow, short-distance movement. Triggered by repeated impacts to the unstable hextech crystals, causing an explosion. Absolutely no safety features included. Note, dear user, before using this bomb, please ensure none of your friends or family are within the blast radius. That's right. This toy from his childhood was also a synthesizable core component. The synthesis materials were surprisingly simple, just 1 type of material was needed. However, before this moment, Luca had no idea what kind of crystal in the real world would qualify as an unstable energy crystal. With the sole material impossible to find, synthesis had been out of the question. Fortunately, this wasn't a normal reality anymore. Looking at the 2 headless Chitauri corpses in his living room, a spark of excitement flashed in Luca's eyes. If he remembered correctly, in the movie Spider-Man: Homecoming, the villain Vulture built a lot of black tech weapons by scavenging and modifying Chitauri tech. And the purple energy crystals commonly found on Chitauri soldiers were highly unstable, so much so that they could explode just from being scanned by airport X-rays. These purple crystals should meet the synthesis requirements. No time to waste. He walked quickly to the headless corpses, ignoring the gory mess on the floor, and began inspecting the bodies and weapons. Both Chitauri soldiers were equipped with standard folding beam rifles. Not only were they not particularly powerful, but their construction was also quite compact. Although they glowed with purple light, he couldn't figure out how to disassemble them quickly. However, compared to the complex weapons and armor, the gleaming crystals embedded in the backs of the Chitauri's hands seemed to be telling him, don't overcomplicate this. After failing to pry a purple crystal loose, Luca simply picked up one of the Chitauri beam rifles. Using its bladed edge, he hacked directly at the corpse's wrist. 2 Chitauri corpses, 4 hands, 4 purple crystals. Luca decided not to waste time prying the crystals out. Instead, he started drawing a circular magic array directly on the floor. He placed the toy monkey, the core component, in the center of the circle, and 3 of the severed hands with the embedded purple crystals in 3 corners. Sure enough, the 3 purple crystals began to emit a faint white glow one after another. It works. Without hesitation, Luca placed both hands on the edge of the circle and mentally commanded, "Synthesize." Immediately, the light intensified, enveloping the circle. When the light faded, a bizarre-looking toy monkey stood in the center of the array. It held a blue spherical crystal between its symbols, and 2 identical crystals were embedded inside its body. The purple crystals embedded in the alien hands were gone, leaving only the cleanly severed hands behind. Ah! The purple crystals turned into blue crystals. Luca had assumed that for such a simple item, synthesis might just polish the crystals and place them where they needed to go. But now it seemed that no matter what materials he used, the synthesized item would revert to its appearance from the original work. The Chitauri purple crystals had transformed directly into blue hextech crystals. How was Luca so sure? Because right now, one of the 3 blue crystals inside the monkey bomb was emitting that unique, faint white glow of a core component. Carefully picking up the monkey bomb, he unscrewed its detachable head and removed the glowing hextech crystal from inside. The pale blue panel appeared again. Hextech Core. Arcane World, February 5th. Creator, Victor. Core Component, Hextech Crystal. Synthesis Materials, 1 stable miniature reactor, 4 different magic runes. Item description, a stable, perpetual energy source possessing magical power. The ultimate aesthetic of Hextech. Provides limitless energy and the capability for biological glorious evolution, provided your body and mind can withstand the corruption of arcane and runic forces. Note, if you don't want to destroy the world, or yourself, it is recommended that you do not let it come into contact with any biological tissue. Looking at this sudden description, limitless energy, glorious evolution. Luca had only one question. Is this even reasonable? Chapter 6, You Shouldn't Have Blown Your Cover. Fiddling with the hextech crystal in his hand, Luca felt he understood a bit more about his cheat synthesis rules. It seemed that no matter how irrelevant the materials were, as long as they matched the name requirement on the panel, the synthesized item would be identical to the original version. This applied to appearance, function, and even some highly unscientific conceptual abilities. But since cheats weren't bound by science anyway, Luca accepted it easily. It was just a pity that the hextech core was another item he wouldn't be synthesizing anytime soon. For a stable miniature reactor, the only thing that came to mind was the arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest. Stark guarded that thing with his life, a normal person would never get near it. The other material, 4 different magic runes, was even more out of reach. He'd probably have to go to Camartage or Asgard to find those. With both materials being pipe dreams for now, Luca carefully stored the glowing hextech crystal. As for the remaining monkey bomb, these might be the only 3 hextech crystals in this world. Using them just as a bomb feels like a waste. Despite thinking this, Luca didn't remove the other 2 crystals. When push came to shove, no item was more precious than his own life. He carefully wrapped the bomb in cloth to prevent accidental activation. After all, hextech crystals were far more unstable than Chitauri energy cores. A simple bump could trigger an explosion. Aside from the synthesis rules, Luca also noticed that the 1/5 next to Arcane World on the panel had changed to 2/5. Maybe something different will happen once I collect 5 core components from the same world. Putting those thoughts aside, Luca looked at the mess in the room. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to dispose of the 2 headless Chitauri corpses. With his home in ruins and having been invaded by aliens, officials would definitely come to clean up after the battle. Hiding 2 folding beam rifles and a purple crystal might go unnoticed, but 2 massive alien corpses were impossible to hide. The authorities would definitely confiscate them. It was better to dump them now to avoid trouble later. Luca walked to the hole in the wall and peeked down. Confirming no one was below, he dragged 1 Chitauri corpse over and shoved it out. But as he threw the second corpse down, he immediately heard a scream from below. Even amidst the gunfire and explosions, the yelp was distinct. Crap! Did I hit someone? Luca leaned out again to check, but his expression changed rapidly at the sight below. Because standing in the alley below his building were four people he recognized all too well. One was a huge, green-skinned giant, currently crouching down to check on his companion who had been hit by the falling body. With a casual toss, the green giant threw the corpse, which Luca had struggled to move, over 10 meters away. The unfortunate victim, dressed in a dark red suit, was cursing as he tried to stand up, the corner of his mouth twitching. The other two were a man in a blue suit holding a round metal shield, and another man wearing a plain jacket but sporting a face Luca had just seen a younger version of. That's right. The four people who had suddenly appeared were Hulk, Bruce Banner, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Iron Man, Tony Stark. More importantly, Luca knew exactly who they were, time travelers from the future. SHT. This is the plot of Avengers: Endgame. Without time to think, seeing the four of them look up at him, Luca quickly composed his face into a look of panic. Sorry. Aliens broke into my house. I checked, there wasn't anyone down there a second ago. Oh my god. Are you guys Iron Man, Cap, and the Hulk? I've seen you on TV. Seeing Luca stammering incoherently, the four below relaxed slightly. Tony Stark, quickest to react, pointed at Luca and spoke first. Hey, kid, it's not your fault. Go back inside and hide. Protect yourself. Hearing Tony, Steve Rogers also realized the situation. They had appeared out of nowhere. Scott getting hit was just bad luck. Recalling how he looked 10 years ago, Steve straightened up slightly and called out. Kid, get back inside. We're handling the aliens. It'll be over soon. Luca, who had no desire to interact with them further, wasn't planning to say more. But before he could retreat. Roar. Amidst a furious bellow, on the main road nearby, another Hulk, several times more muscular and savage than the Bruce Banner standing below, leaped into view, smashing a wrecked car down with a boom. He proceeded to pummel an unlucky Chitauri soldier with the car, bang bang clang, until both the car and the alien were flattened into a pancake. Then, the enraged Hulk roared again and leaped away to parts unknown. The silence was deafening. Everyone, including Luca, looked at Bruce Banner, who had covered his face in embarrassment. Was that the Hulk's brother? Seeing the four frozen in awkwardness instead of doing their job, Luca decided to play dumb and break the silence. Ah, right. Exactly. That's the Hulk's brother, Green guy. That's him. Scott pointed at Bruce Banner beside him, gesturing wildly. At the last second, for some reason, his brain short-circuited, and he added. Oh, and by the way, you can call me Ant-Man. You know, even if I haven't been on TV yet. The others stared at Scott, speechless. Seeing the crisis averted, Luca took the hint to withdraw. Leaving them with a good luck, guys, he ducked back into the room. The group below exchanged glances and quickly moved out. However, Tony Stark whispered a warning to Scott. You shouldn't have blown your cover. That could affect the future of this timeline. Especially since the person you told was Luca Orantius. Chapter 7, A Reckless Decision. Upstairs, Luca naturally didn't hear the conversation between the departing heroes, but his mind wasn't on them at the moment anyway. Even though, in Luca's eyes, they were practically glowing with the white light of core components. Captain America's shield, Iron Man's nano-armor core and glasses, Ant-Man's suit, and even Hulk's shorts. All of these items confirmed that objects belonging to key plot characters were more likely to be core components. But right now, he was in no mood to care about that. In fact, his face was as pale as a sheet. Because he hadn't realized until now that he was in the exact unlucky timeline from Avengers: Endgame where Tony Stark and the others traveled back to 2012. Why was this the unlucky timeline? It went back to the Marvel series Loki, which Luca had watched not long before his transmigration. The premise of that show was that the Avengers time heist in Endgame went wrong. The Tesseract, Space Stone, fell into the hands of 2012 Loki. Loki used the Tesseract to teleport away, causing a deviation in history, which led to his capture by the Time Variance Authority, TVA. The TVA existed to protect the sacred timeline, ensuring everything happened according to a predetermined script. Loki's escape and his subsequent adventures in the TVA didn't matter to Luca right now. What mattered was a specific scene from the show that had left a deep impression on him. At the very beginning, after the TVA arrested Loki, they deployed a reset charge in that timeline, utterly destroying the branched reality where the deviation occurred. Yes, the entire timeline was erased. Back when he watched the show, Luca had complained about this to a friend. Bruce Banner had solemnly promised the Ancient One that they would return the stones and not disrupt the timeline. But in reality, the Space Stone was stolen by Loki, forcing Iron Man and Cap to jump to 1970 to get another Tesseract. Meanwhile, the 2012 timeline they left behind was completely doomed. He wondered who Captain America returned the other 2 stones to when he came back. Although Marvel's concepts of multiverse, timelines, and branches were a confusing mess, and Luca and his friend never reached a conclusion. Could Luca afford to gamble on this? Gamble that he was in a timeline where the Avengers visited, but Loki didn't steal the Tesseract? Or gamble that his very existence made this a special parallel universe immune to the TVA's pruning? The more Luca thought about it, the uglier his expression became. If affecting the timeline is the trigger, doesn't my existence count as affecting it? Since I haven't been arrested yet, does that mean the TVA doesn't exist in this world? No. I have to check. No, wait. I have to stop Loki. Luca clearly remembered that after Loki grabbed the Tesseract, he teleported straight to Mongolia, where the TVA arrested him and set off the reset charge before leaving. If that happened, Luca wouldn't even be able to confirm or stop it. He would just be waiting in terror for the final judgment. Rather than gamble on possibilities, it was better to stop Loki at the source. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat the Endgame team, Luca might have even considered killing them all right there to prevent them from messing up the plot. Whether their timeline survived was irrelevant to him, ensuring his own survival was the only priority. With that decision made, Luca abandoned the idea of waiting out the Battle of New York at home. He quickly checked his gear. After a moment's thought, he moved his mother, Gina, into the reinforced pantry, left a note, and headed out. His destination, Stark Tower. Actually, the streets weren't quite as deadly as Luca had imagined. By now, the National Guard had deployed in force. Armed pickups and soldiers with heavy weapons were drawing a significant amount of fire from the Chitauri. Although the battle was still desperate, it created space for the NYPD and firefighters to evacuate civilians. If not for the endless stream of Chitauri pouring out of the portal in the sky, New York's defenders might have actually held the line. Of course, this might also be because the Chitauri chariots and Leviathans were focusing their main firepower on the Avengers. In any case, Luca, looking like an ordinary civilian, was largely ignored. A few times, he was almost dragged by police officers into the subway station for evacuation. But such luck obviously couldn't last forever. As Luca got closer to Stark Tower, the density of Chitauri soldiers increased. If not for the fear of being erased from existence along with the entire timeline, Luca would have retreated long ago. Whoosh! A rectangular grenade, resembling a walkie-talkie, arced through the air and clattered onto the road in front of an armored Humvee. Then, boom! A burst of eerie blue fire erupted, blowing the vehicle and a dozen soldiers around it away. Hiding behind an overturned bus, Luca didn't even bother to look. His thoughts were elsewhere. Did that Chitauri grenade have the white glow of a synthesis item? Too bad it blew up. I wonder if I was just seeing things. Just as Luca was planning to wait behind the bus a bit longer for the Chitauri to leave before moving forward, a massive explosion suddenly erupted overhead. Large chunks of debris rained down from the sky, taking several Chitauri soldiers who had been climbing the building with them. Fortunately, Luca's kick enhancement shoes were set to level 1. The moment he heard the explosion above, he kicked off the ground, launching himself into a nearby shop. Crash! Glass shattered. His prosthetic right arm scraped against the floor. Luca rolled twice before bracing himself against a shelf to steady his body. Then came the heavy thuds of bodies hitting the pavement outside. The Chitauri who had fallen from the sky smashed into the ground, clearly dead on impact. Luca glanced outside and let out a small sigh of relief. Good thing I dodged fast. But just then, a growling voice came from behind him, sounding fierce, but hiding an undercurrent of fear. Kid! Get the hell out of here! Chapter 8, Didn't you see I have a gun? Luca spun around at the sound. Behind the convenience store counter, 2 burly, bald black men leaned out, their faces contorted with malice. One of them was pointing a pistol of indeterminate make straight at Luca's chest. Aholy! What are you looking at? I said get out. Don't draw those monsters over here. The other bald man, holding a dagger, leaned further out and hissed at Luca in a forced whisper, waving his knife for emphasis. However, seeing how he didn't even dare to raise his voice, his attempt at intimidation fell flat. It was only then that Luca noticed something else. Next to the counter, a young woman in a store uniform lay in a pool of blood, stabbed multiple times. A quick thought was all it took for Luca to piece it together. Just two pieces of trash too scared to run for their lives, occupying the magpie's nest and waiting to die. But noticing Luca's gaze, the gunman seemed to gain a bit of confidence, his voice growing louder. "Get lost. If you don't leave now. This is going to be your..." But before he could finish his sentence, Luca snapped his gun up. A pale blue laser beam shot out, slamming squarely into the gunman's chest. The guy, who had just started feeling tough, was instantly blasted backward, his chest scorched black. He crashed into the clutter behind the counter. Before the other burly men could process what had happened, a second laser beam followed. Boom. The same scene repeated itself. The knife-wielding man was sent flying backward as well. Idiot. Didn't you see I have a gun too? Looking at the two men on the ground, Luca didn't care if they had a breath left in them. He walked up and put another shot into each of their heads to ensure these morons were thoroughly dead. Only then did he stretch his back, which was still aching from his earlier crash into the shop, and turned to leave. But as he reached the door, he froze. Whether it was the explosion upstairs or the commotion from killing the two thugs, several Chitauri soldiers were now slowly closing in on the shop, their beam rifles raised. And just as Luca spotted them, the aliens spotted him. No time to think. Without a word, Luca hooked his right foot around a soda can on the floor and volleyed it into the air. Simultaneously, he aimed his folding beam rifle and pulled the trigger rapidly. The spinning soda can and several laser beams shot out in unison. The soda can hit its mark perfectly, exploding against a Chitauri's head and knocking him out cold. However, his hasty laser shots were less accurate, only one found its target. The remaining Chitauri soldiers weren't about to let this enemy go. They raised their guns and aimed as one. But before Luca could power up his legs to dodge behind cover, a familiar gold and red figure spiraled out of the sky, crashing down hard. Like a bowling ball, he plowed through 4 or 5 Chitauri soldiers, clang, bang, crash, before smashing into the ground. The first unlucky soldier hit actually exploded on impact, his head rolling right to Luca's feet. That's 3 times now. Was Tony this clumsy in the movies? Watching Tony Stark land in front of him in almost the same pose as before, Luca felt a strange mix of amusement and exasperation. Soccer kid. Struggling to his feet, Stark also noticed Luca inside the store. But before he could wonder why the kid wasn't hiding at home like a sensible person, more Chitauri soldiers were swarming them. Clearly, in the eyes of the Chitauri, killing an Avenger was a high priority objective. Laser beams peppered Tony's armor, preventing him from regaining his balance. He could only return fire with weak repulsor blasts, struggling to hold them off. Wait. Isn't this the scene right before Iron Man flies the nuke into the portal? Recognizing the familiarity of the moment, Luca realized he had to help Stark clear these enemies fast. Otherwise, if Stark powered up and flew off to deal with the nuke, Luca would be left alone to face the Chitauri encirclement, and he definitely couldn't handle that many on his own. The thought flashed through his mind, and Luca raised his gun. With a few rapid bursts, he dropped 2 Chitauri attacking Tony. However, this action obviously enraged the enemies who had been ignoring him. Several Chitauri immediately turned their guns toward Luca. Anticipating this, Luca dodged away from his spot just in time. Meanwhile, in the middle of the street, Tony seized the moment of respite to blast 3 more Chitauri. But as Luca scrambled up from a combat roll, ready to return fire, he saw 2 alien rifles already aimed at him. Bad news. Kid. Move. Stark lunged forward, tackling one Chitauri soldier while blasting another away with a repulsor beam from his right hand. But the second attack was half a beat too slow. The Chitauri he blasted back had already pulled the trigger. A pale blue laser beam shot toward Luca instantly. Damn it. Even though Luca had started evasive maneuvers the moment he realized he was targeted, crouching after a roll meant he couldn't fully utilize the power boost from his kick enhancement shoes. His dodge wasn't nearly fast enough. All he could do was try to move while throwing his arms up to protect his vitals. Bang. An explosion rang out. Sparks erupted from Luca's arm, and he was flung backward, slamming heavily into a car behind him. The massive impact sent a jolt of agonizing pain through his back. His vision went black for a second, nearly causing him to pass out. The explosion and the dull thud of the impact filled his ears with a high-pitched ringing. The thick taste of rust filled his mouth as blood trickled from his lips. He slid slowly down the dented car door. Fortunately, his right leg, still under level 1 electrical stimulation, held strong, keeping him from collapsing completely. This body really needs to work out more. Luca opened his blurry eyes. He raised his arm to look at his ruined prosthetic right arm, then suddenly grinned through blood-stained teeth, revealing a somewhat creepy smile. Ha ha ha, good thing I'm right-handed. Chapter 9, Stark Tower. Coughing up another small mouthful of blood, Luca's grin didn't fade in the slightest. In that last clash, if he hadn't instinctively used his prosthetic arm to block, since he wasn't fully used to being an amputee, he probably would have been saying goodbye to his left arm right now too. Surviving with all his limbs intact, mostly, was cause for celebration. Why wouldn't he be happy? Ignoring the intense pain and weakness radiating through his body, he looked toward Tony Stark, who was down to his last 2 Chitauri opponents. Since his folding beam rifle had been lost in the earlier explosion, Luca used his left hand to rip off the remains of his prosthetic right arm, now less than a third of its original length, and tossed it into the air in front of him. Then, his right leg exploded with power, arcs of electricity dancing across the red and white sneaker once more. Next instant. Bang. The shattered prosthetic shot out like a cannonball from Luca's foot, covering the 10-meter distance in a flash of sparks and lightning before slamming straight into a Chitauri soldier's skull. Electricity crackled, and parts scattered everywhere. Whether it was the rules of his cheat or just perfect timing and force. The Chitauri hit by the cannonball tilted its head, didn't make a sound, and passed out cold. Tony Stark, having just finished off the last Chitauri near him, stared at Luca. He saw the boy with an empty right sleeve, blood staining his mouth, standing straight as a ramrod and grinning like a maniac. Tony was momentarily stunned. This kid. Even with all his experience, Stark didn't know how to evaluate the boy in front of him. But he knew one thing: everything this boy had done was to help him. Before he could say anything, however, a voice crackled through his helmet comms again. Stark. Do you copy? A missile is headed for Manhattan. Hearing Nick Fury's warning, Tony's expression under the faceplate turned grim. He glanced at Luca, who was now leaning against a wrecked car, and quickly asked, "How long until impact?" 3 minutes, tops. The payload is nuclear, it'll level Midtown. Hearing this, Tony dared not delay. He shouted at Luca in the distance. Kid, find cover. Don't run around. With that, thrusters on his hands and feet ignited, and he shot into the sky. Watching Iron Man fly away, Luca twitched his lips into an ugly smile, completely disregarding the advice. He pushed himself up with one hand, his gaze locked dead on Stark Tower in the distance. His eyes now held a glint of excitement that hadn't been there before. The nuke is coming? Then I better hurry up too. Perhaps even Luca hadn't noticed, but somewhere along the line, the thrill of chasing his objective had completely overshadowed his fear of death. He picked up his backpack, then scavenged a nearly new folding beam rifle from a Chitauri corpse. Luca curled his lip in disdain. Don't even have a spatial inventory item. I'm really embarrassing the transmigrator community. Time flew by. For the next 2 minutes, Luca didn't engage a single Chitauri soldier. Although he felt suspiciously hyperactive, he could still distinguish between enjoying the thrill and actively seeking death. Dodging enemies as much as possible and only taking the occasional potshot, he made his way forward. Luca witnessed Iron Man carrying the nuke straight into the sky, and watched as the massive portal above finally closed. Countless Chitauri soldiers dropped like puppets with their strings cut. Giant leviathans crashed to the ground, and speeding Chitauri chariots lost control, slamming into buildings and streets. The few civilians still on the streets went from shock to cheering, then to weeping with joy. Everyone seemed to be celebrating this hard-won victory. Everyone except Luca, who had fast-walked his way to the base of Stark Tower. So that's how those guys got to the top floor. He watched as Hulk leaped to the top of Stark Tower, carrying Iron Man and Captain America, followed closely by Thor, spinning Mjolnir, carrying Hawkeye. How did they manage to get there and pose dramatically right in front of Loki before he woke up? This question, which had bugged Luca for a long time, finally had an answer. Was that really necessary? Shaking his head speechlessly, Luca kept an eye on the sky and immediately spotted another red and gold figure silently flying into the top floor of the tower. It's starting. He glanced up briefly, then shifted his focus to the ground floor of Stark Tower. The Chitauri had just been disabled, so the lobby was still in chaos. Police and rescue workers hadn't arrived yet. The crowd consisted mostly of Stark Tower employees and nearby civilians. Some were trying to run out for help, others were trying to run in for shelter. The few security guards still doing their jobs were overwhelmed. It would have been effortless for Luca to sneak in right now. But he knew S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would arrive soon, and he didn't want to expose himself to them just yet. Besides, stopping Loki from taking the Tesseract didn't necessarily require entering the building. He scouted around and found a spot where he could see the entire ground floor lobby through the glass walls. Then, he began to wait silently. Before long, a large number of agents arrived to secure the scene. But with panic still high and the distinct appearance of the Chitauri enemies, the agents and the arriving NYPD officers focused on maintaining order and evacuating the wounded, rather than driving away civilians. At the same time, Luca noticed the future Tony Stark leap from the tower and land in a secluded corner. Moments later, a fully armed, S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team agent walked out from where Tony had disappeared. However, the white light enveloping his entire body was just too conspicuous. Nano armor, huh? Really convenient. Watching the disguised Tony enter the building, and then seeing the Avengers escorting Loki out of the elevator into the lobby, Luca reached down and turned the dial on his kick enhancement shoes again. After a thought, he also pulled the monkey bomb, missing one hextech crystal, out of his backpack. However, just as Luca finished this action, he suddenly sensed something wrong. The noisy environment around him fell silent. The blaring sirens and the cries of the crowd were abruptly cut off. Chapter 10, God Loki. Luca instinctively looked up. Only then did he realize that the entire world seemed to have been paused. Panic was frozen on people's faces. The flickering flames looked like cheap, flat special effects. The water spraying from fire trucks hung silently in the air, each crystalline droplet distinctly visible. In this completely static world, only one person was moving. He wore a smile as he walked slowly toward Luca. The tap-tap of the newcomer's footsteps sounded jarringly loud in this time-frozen world. Luca swallowed hard, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He wanted to say something, but found his throat paralyzed, unable to make a sound. I think you probably don't need to use that toy, do you? The newcomer pointed a finger at the monkey bomb in Luca's hand. His tone was gentle, carrying a hint of playful nonchalance. Although the men seemed to be expressing goodwill, Luca didn't dare relax for a second. He gently set down the monkey bomb and rubbed his temples, which were throbbing with a headache. He uttered a name. God of stories. Loki. Yes, even though the Loki in front of him was wearing the green Asgardian leather armor from the Avengers, with messy hair and dust covering his clothes, looking quite disheveled. Given that he had frozen time across the entire world, this Loki had undoubtedly taken that final step. He was the God of stories, Loki, or simply God Loki, the guardian of all MCU timelines. It was ironic. Luca had risked everything to rush to Stark Tower specifically to stop Loki from taking the Tesseract and entering the TVA. He wanted to ensure his timeline wouldn't be pruned. But now, standing before him was the final form of Loki, who had already completed the journey through both seasons of the show. God Loki didn't seem to notice Luca's complex emotions, or perhaps he did, but didn't care. He simply smiled and spread his hands, looking intrigued. God of stories. Not a bad title, so, is that what people in your world call me? Luca, who had just managed to calm down slightly, felt his pupils constrict again. Your world. Those two words punctured Luca's identity as an outsider instantly. But on second thought, if this was God Loki, he was essentially the ceiling of power in the MCU. Knowing Luca's origin wasn't exactly surprising for a being like him. Surprised? Actually, beings like you aren't that unique. Let me think, in some other universe, there was a girl named Gwenpool who was just like you, also from the real world. This time, Luca didn't even have the energy to be shocked. Okay, so not only did he know Luca was from another world, but he even used the term real world. Though Luca had never heard of the Gwenpool God Loki mentioned. Her name is Gwen. Doesn't sound like she came from my hometown. Feeling somewhat numb, Luca hesitated, then decided not to dwell on the being's omniscience. Instead, he asked directly. So, you know that your world is a... Luca didn't know how to phrase it. Should he just say, you're a movie character? Or, your real name is Tom Hiddleston? If the guy understood it differently, saying too much might piss off this near-omnipotent entity. But God Loki didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he looked quite at ease. You want to say, TV show? Yes, yes I know. Loki pursed his lips and raised an eyebrow, speaking naturally. Don't worry too much about it. The mechanics of worlds aren't as simple as you think. Perhaps you can think of my real world as a universe where superpowers are fictionalized. Since there's a zombie universe, a Spider-Verse, and a 2D flat universe, is it so hard to understand a world without supernatural powers where all this is just entertainment? Or rather, how can you be sure that your real world isn't just a movie or a novel in the eyes of someone from another world? Facing Loki's casual tone, Luca couldn't find a rebuttal. This kind of philosophical rabbit hole was beyond Luca's comprehension, let alone something he could debate with a god holding infinite timelines in his hands. But he caught the key point in Loki's words and pressed on. Since you know about the real world, can you? Luca's words caught in his throat. He had intended to ask if Loki could send him back to his original universe. But halfway through the sentence, Luca realized he didn't really have any attachments left in his old world. Compared to returning to that mundane life, having a grand adventure here, even if it meant facing crises or dying along the way, didn't seem so bad. Loki seemed to hear the unsaid part of Luca's sentence. He spoke calmly. I can't. Actually, even as I am now, I am far from omnipotent. My power still has boundaries. What you wish for is beyond me, at least for now. Hearing this, Luca just nodded calmly. He couldn't tell if he felt disappointed or relieved. However, another question surfaced in his mind. If you aren't here to kick me out of this world, then why are you here? This time, God Loki didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the lobby of Stark Tower. There, in the frozen world, the other Loki, wearing handcuffs, stood like a statue. For some reason, Luca thought he saw a flicker of envy in God Loki's eyes. Someone asked me to give you a choice. And also, to give you, identity verification. I suppose that's one way to put it. God Loki turned back to Luca quickly. That strange look in his eyes vanished as if it had never existed, replaced by his usual playful smile. But his words left Luca stunned. Ah. Someone can ask you for a favor. And, what choice? Identity verification. Boss, what are you talking about? Chapter 11, Thank you for coming to this world. Luca stood there, completely frozen, while Loki opposite him maintained that smile. Let's get that identity verification sorted first. God Loki gently pointed a finger. A stream of emerald green light shot toward Luca, spiraling around him until it enveloped his entire body before dissipating completely. It all happened in an instant. Luca didn't even have time to react. But when he came back to his senses, he felt a vague sensation. The feeling of detachment he had felt toward this world for the past 2 months was rapidly disappearing. Luca was certain this wasn't an illusion. But when he looked at God Loki again, the god merely waved his hand casually. Well, sitting alone in that chair with no one to talk to gets a bit boring after a while. Since someone asked me a favor, I certainly don't mind giving you a chance to choose again. After all, didn't you come here precisely because you misjudged the situation due to knowing about my existence? Luca fell silent again. Yes, the reason he had taken such a huge risk to come here wasn't just his adventurous spirit. The main reason was his fear that the timeline would be destroyed, taking him with it. If he had known that God Loki had already ascended to the throne and the sacred timeline no longer existed, Luca probably would have stayed home obediently and waited for the Battle of New York to end. Now that God Loki was standing right in front of him, confirming the world wouldn't end, there was indeed no need for him to risk his life stopping the other Loki. However, Luca immediately focused on another point. So, can you tell me who asked you to come? Obviously, compared to what God Loki was doing right now, the person capable of asking a favor from such an entity was even more noteworthy. After all, Loki had just said that beings like Luca weren't that rare. So what made him so special that he attracted the attention of someone who could command a god? Faced with Luca's question, God Loki wore a cryptic smile. He performed a slightly exaggerated bow, placing one hand over his chest. I've said all I need to say. How you choose from here on out is up to you. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Thank you for coming to this world. As his voice faded, God Loki's form dissolved into countless specks of pale green light, vanishing like a dream. The frozen world began to come alive again as he disappeared. Feeling time resume its flow, Luca stood there, frowning deeply. Damn it. I hate riddlers. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Luca froze. because the world, which had seemingly just restarted, eerily ground to a halt once more. The pedestrians on the street froze mid-step, exactly as they were. Luca's face fell, and he hurriedly whispered, "I don't hate them, I don't. It was just my big mouth. Please, just go back." But the frozen world didn't resume. Instead, a sound like sparking electricity, bzzzt, bzzzt, came from behind him. Then, a woman's voice reached his ears. "Has His Highness left?" Luca's heart skipped a beat. He spun around, ready to defend himself. But upon seeing the newcomer, a name slipped out of his mouth instinctively. Gabriel. The woman behind him paused, visibly confused. Noticing her simple yellow robes and the golden ring of a portal behind her, Luca immediately realized his mistake. He coughed awkwardly. Ancient One. Yes, the newcomer was the Sorcerer Supreme, Earth's Guardian, the strongest mage, the Ancient One. Except... Wait. Why does this Ancient One have hair? Although Luca tried his best to control his gaze, he couldn't help but glance at her short, pale blonde hair. The Ancient One clearly noticed Luca's staring. "Have you met me in other worlds?" She reached up, twirling a lock of her hair, and smiled. "One has to distinguish oneself from other versions, don't you think?" Looking at this Ancient One, who not only had a different hairstyle but also seemed much younger at heart than the one in his memories, Luca couldn't help but roast her internally. "If you had shown up earlier, I never would have mistaken which universe I was in." Luca glanced past the Ancient One at the portal behind her. Time was frozen there too. He could even see Bruce Banner, the Hulk from earlier, lying quietly on the roof visible through the portal. The Ancient One with hair saw Luca's attention wandering again, so she brought the topic back. "Has His Highness left?" Luca quickly retracted his gaze. Not knowing the temper of this world's Ancient One, he decided to be respectful and answer honestly. "Lord Loki seems to have left. Did you need him for something?" To his surprise, the Ancient One shook her head slightly. "I cannot make contact with His Highness. I came to find you." Luca frowned. Cannot make contact. Is it physically impossible, or forbidden? Thinking back to what God Loki had said, there was definitely something fishy going on. But now the Ancient One said she was here for him. He had already experienced enough excitement for one day. Now another big shot was looking for him. Am I some kind of celebrity or something? With a slight headache, Luca didn't bother with riddles anymore and asked directly. "What does the Ancient One need with me?" God Loki was too lazy to kick me out, but maybe the Ancient One, as Earth's Guardian, wants to deport me. Looking at the frowning, hesitant boy, the Ancient One's lips curled up slightly. She gave him the answer directly. "I've come to make a bargain." Luca shivered. That sounds familiar. But he didn't rush to speak, waiting quietly for her to continue. The Ancient One crooked her finger slightly. A tightly wrapped, hextech crystal floated out of Luca's backpack, bobbing in the air. Luca looked closely. It was the core component needed to synthesize the hextech core. But since a big shot wanted it, a small fry like Luca wasn't going to be ungrateful. Naturally, he chose to offer it with both hands. "Ancient One, you must be joking. If you want it, don't talk about bargaining. Consider it a gift." However, the Ancient One shook her head again. She gently pinched the hextech crystal and placed it back into Luca's hand. "There is no need for gifts. What I need isn't this crystal, but the finished product once you complete it. When that time comes, I will give you a reward that will satisfy you." Yes, a very satisfying reward. Staring at the heavy hextech crystal in his hand, Luca felt speechless. Great. It seems like everyone knows about my ability. Then. Luca looked up again, about to speak, but the Ancient One had vanished as silently as she appeared. Time resumed its flow, and the noise of the city rushed back into his ears. Chapter 12, End of the Battle of New York. Actually, Luca had wanted to say something. Since the Ancient One needed the hextech core, could she just give him the 4 different magic runes? And while she was at it, if it wasn't too much trouble, maybe borrow a miniature arc reactor from Tony Stark's warehouse. If she did that, he might have been able to synthesize the hextech core right then and there to complete the trade. It would have saved a big shot like the Ancient One the trouble of waiting. But who would have thought she would just vanish without even saying goodbye? These big shots, every single one of them is a damn riddler. Despite his mental grumbling, Luca had a guess as to why the Ancient One wanted the Hextech core. According to the lore, most sorcerers in the Marvel Universe didn't possess innate magical power. To cast spells, they had to borrow power from dimensional entities. And since it was borrowed, there was always a price. Sources of white magic like the Vishentai were fine, borrowing from them usually just meant working off the debt later. But drawing power from dark entities like Dormammu, even a little bit could corrupt the caster, turning them into a mindless puppet. The Hextech core, however, was essentially an infinite source of magical energy. Where exactly it drew its power from, Luca didn't know. But with it, the sorcerers of Camartage might be able to extract energy directly to cast spells, eliminating the need to borrow from dangerous entities. This probably wasn't very useful for someone like the Ancient One, who had been stiffing her creditors for centuries and beating them up when they came to collect. But for the ordinary sorcerers of Camartage, it would mean they wouldn't have to be so stingy with their magic usage, potentially stopping them from all turning into melee-focused muscle wizards. While these random thoughts drifted through his head, Luca took one last look at Stark Tower. Unexpectedly, he saw Loki pick up the Tesseract from the floor. He didn't need to look closely to notice it. The Tesseract in Loki's hand was emitting a bright white glow, far more intense than any core component he had seen before. This white radiance almost outshone the blue glow of the Tesseract itself. Even from this distance, Luca instinctively took 2 steps forward. But before he could make a move, Loki seized the moment while everyone was distracted, opened a portal, and vanished. Core component. Space stone or Tesseract. With a white glow that intense, I bet it could synthesize something incredible. What a pity. Recalling the sensation, Luca shook his head helplessly and picked up his backpack. Whatever, it's something I can't get my hands on right now anyway. That thing is a hot potato. I'll just wait until I have a chance to touch it in the future and see what I can make. With his current meager strength, even if he got his hands on such a treasure, he wouldn't be able to keep it. With that thought, Luca joined the crowd scattering in fear from the Hulk's roar and headed quickly back toward his home. On the way, he did some mental calculations. Although I decided not to interfere, Loki's escape means the future has already diverged from my memories. And since it's confirmed this isn't the movie timeline, I shouldn't rely too heavily on the plot from now on. For one, in Luca's memory, the Bifrost in Asgard was currently destroyed. Originally, Thor used the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost. Without it, Thor's travel to and from Earth would become much more difficult. Also, in Avengers: Endgame, Captain America eventually returned all the stones. But he took Loki's scepter, containing the Mind Stone, and returned just the Mind Stone itself. That would definitely impact the timeline too. However, Luca's current strength and influence were too insignificant. Even if he foresaw these issues, he was powerless to change them. Mulling over the potential ripple effects, Luca soon arrived back at his apartment building. Aside from nearly being dragged to a medical tent by rescue workers a few times, he didn't encounter any trouble. Glancing into the alley, he didn't see the returning Endgame team, so he prepared to head upstairs. But just then, several paramedics hurried out of the building carrying a stretcher. And the muscular middle-aged woman following the stretcher was someone Luca knew well. Auntie Shamila. Luca took 2 quick steps forward. The woman he called, Auntie Shamila, turned at the sound, then rushed over and pulled Luca into a tight hug. Master Luca, I thought you were. This woman was Shamila Beletskaya, the Oranches family's driver and bodyguard. She was very close to Luca's mother, Gina. Rumor had it she was a hardened veteran who had seen real combat before retiring to become a driver for unknown reasons. In any case, in Luca's memories, Auntie Shamila had been by his mother's side since he was very young. She had no family or social life of her own, she was likely the person his parents trusted most. Luca looked over Shamila's shoulder. Sure enough, lying on the stretcher was his mother, Gina. She hasn't woken up. But getting rescued is lucky enough. A flicker of guilt for leaving the unconscious, injured Gina alone at home passed through his heart, but he quickly dismissed it. Shamila, still hugging Luca, looked at him with heartbreak in her eyes as she noticed him staring at the stretcher. Mr. Herman is all ready. Thank God you're okay, Master Luca. She gently touched Luca's right arm, which was missing its prosthetic. She wanted to ask where he had run off to, but she simply pressed her lips together and stayed silent. Luca shook his head slightly. I lost it on the street earlier. How is my mother? Luca knew Shamila had likely just rushed over from the company, but since she had watched the paramedics load Gina onto the stretcher, she should know something about her condition. Being a veteran, Shamila quickly suppressed her emotions and explained the situation to Luca. Currently, she only has a few external injuries, which have been bandaged. As for the coma, the cause is undetermined. We have to wait for a more detailed examination at the hospital. Fortunately, the Homeowners Association has some pull, so the rescue response here was among the fastest. Whether we need to bring in a private medical team will depend on the initial examination results. Luca nodded. Although the attack on Manhattan centered on Midtown and covered a large area with significant casualties and property damage. The luxury apartment building where the Oranches family lived was expensive, and most residents had high social standing. Therefore, rescue, treatment, and post-disaster reconstruction here would be prioritized. Moreover, even though the Oranches family company had internal issues, their assets and class status remained. Even if every hospital in New York was overflowing, Gina would still get a private room. Of course, most ordinary casualties wouldn't even be sent to a hospital, they would be treated at temporary medical stations. After all, the actual casualty count this time was just too high. Father. Mr. Herman's body has been recovered. The Department of Damage Control will contact a private medical team to receive him. And the company. The Lower East Side was barely affected this time. Asking and answering questions as they went, the two climbed into the ambulance and headed for the hospital. Chapter 13, Post-Disaster, The Funeral. 7 days after the Battle of New York. Cypress Hills Cemetery. Compared to Shamila, whose face was etched with sorrow, Luca's expression seemed much calmer. Since his father, Herman, was of half-Chinese descent, Luca ultimately chose to bury him here in Cypress Hills Cemetery, a place rumored to have good feng shui and the final resting place of many notable Chinese figures. Guests came and went, paying their respects, but Luca just stared blankly at the tombstone. A heavy, mournful atmosphere permeated the air. Perhaps out of sympathy for the young boy, even guests who were close friends of Luca's parents chose not to disturb him. Only occasionally would someone nod in his direction as they stepped forward to lay flowers. However, Luca's thoughts were not on the funeral. Although no official numbers had been released for the Battle of New York, the actual death toll was significant. Even in this high-end cemetery, many other families were holding funerals at the same time. After all, Chitauri weapons didn't discriminate between rich and poor. A week had passed, and on the surface, things seemed to have quieted down. But in reality, New York, especially Midtown and Uptown Manhattan, was still a chaotic mess. Street protests, prayers organized by politicians and nonprofits, disinfection and reconstruction of disaster zones, treatment of the wounded, burial of the dead, various aftermath issues surrounding the Battle of New York were ongoing. Reality was far from the movies where everything was happily ever after once the heroes repelled the enemies. In fact, the most absurd thing happening these days was the debate over reconstruction and compensation. The core point of contention, dominating TV media, street protests, and congressional hearings, was whether this event should be classified as war damage, natural disaster, or terrorist attack. Yes, 7 days later, they were still arguing over basic definitions. The military pushed hard to define the Chitauri invasion as an alien war, aiming to expand their influence via the Defense Production Act. Although the Department of Defense would have to shoulder some compensation costs, under emergency protocols, the military could also take full control of all alien tech wreckage. A faction of capital led by insurance giants and bankers wanted to define the invasion as an alien terrorist attack. After all, since 2001, terrorist attacks had been excluded from coverage by the entire insurance industry. While avoiding liability, this definition would also give them grounds to refuse government requests to provide low-interest loans to small businesses and individuals, directing funds instead to healthy lending for large corporations. The government's stance was more complex. Both federal and state governments wanted to define the event as a natural disaster, which would help calm the public, win over voters, and secure international aid. However, according to the Stafford Act, the federal government covers 90% of reconstruction costs for national-level natural disasters, but only 75% for state-level ones. The New York state government and the federal government were deadlocked on this. In short, Congress, the military, intelligence agencies, capital, and even the news media. Everyone wanted to pass the buck, gain political clout, or get their hands on alien wreckage. Whether they were involved in the Battle of New York or not, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Aside from the initial disaster relief, the first aid to arrive actually came from Stark Industries' private funds and international assistance. As for the rest, even individuals and shady small groups were focusing their efforts on smuggling alien weapons. Actually, news had already broken about people using alien weapons to rob banks in the past few days. Well, even Luca himself had secretly stashed some Chitauri weapons. Later, he might toss these weapons to the company's R&D department to see if they could reverse engineer any useful tech. Every arms company was doing this. As long as they didn't flaunt it or use the weapons publicly, even S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't bother them. The problem was that the company's R&D department had been led by his father, Herman. Without him, it was hard to say how competent the department still was. Moreover, Luca didn't have the authority to call the shots in the company yet. All of that would have to wait. Master Luca. Seeing Luca staring blankly at the tombstone, Shamila hesitated several times before finally whispering a reminder. Luca snapped back to reality, took 2 steps forward, and laid down the flowers in his hand. His father's death brought a tinge of sadness due to the atmosphere, but fundamentally, Luca was more concerned about his own future. Just as Luca placed the flowers and was about to stand up, a raspy, breathless, and grating voice came from behind him, completely out of place. "Hey Luca. I'm so hurt that you didn't even notify me about something as big as my brother-in-law's funeral." Everyone, including Luca, turned to look. A middle-aged man in a black suit with slightly messy hair was walking toward them. His features bore a roughly 30% resemblance to Luca's mother, Gina. But compared to Gina's decisive, elite demeanor, this man slouched slightly. His posture was stiff, his steps unsteady. Even though his clothes were clearly chosen with care, he gave off the vibe of a monkey dressed in human clothes. Especially his face, pale and sickly, with sunken eyes that were unfocused yet filled with greed, like a rat from the sewers that hadn't eaten in a long time. "Who is that?" "I think that's Ms. Oranches's younger brother. I saw him at the company once." "Never heard of him before." Guests who had started to leave stopped in their tracks, whispering among themselves. A few close friends of the Oranches family wanted to intervene but were held back by others. Of course, not everyone was just watching for the drama. Although the newcomer seemed hostile, hearing the whispers suggested this was a family matter for the Oranches. It wasn't easy for outsiders to step in rashly. As the man in the suit approached, Luca's nose twitched, and a look of deep disgust flashed in his eyes. Luca had seen too many people like this in his past life. He knew the type all too well. Of course, he didn't need his past life's knowledge. Although the original host was young and didn't know everything about this man, his memories contained the basics. Dragan Oranches. Gina's younger brother. Luca's uncle. A hopeless gambling addict. Chapter 14, Uncle. After Gina's parents, the previous heads of the Oranches family, passed away, Gina, fresh out of college, came to the US to take over the mess they left behind. Apart from the company struggling to find its footing in America, there was also her good-for-nothing younger brother. At first, when her brother, Dragan, started going astray, Gina tried to pull him back. She disciplined him strictly while giving him a position within the company. However, instead of repenting, Dragan got hooked on gambling. After multiple failed attempts to talk sense into him, he even went so far as to falsify orders and embezzle company funds. Thoroughly disappointed, Gina decisively kicked him out of the company. She gave him a sum of money and left him to sink or swim. Later, in the original host's memories, the few times the scumbag uncle appeared were always to beg for money or help at their home. But in the last 2 years, perhaps due to some method Gina used, Luca hadn't seen him at all. Judging by his current appearance, he wasn't just gambling anymore, he was on drugs too. "Why are you here?" It wasn't Luca who spoke, but Shamila, who glared at him with hostility. She stepped forward, shielding Luca behind her. Clearly, Shamila knew exactly what kind of person he was. Of course, Dragan recognized Shamila too. Noticing her undisguised disgust, a flash of anger surged in him, but he quickly suppressed it. "Shamila. Don't forget, my last name is Oranches too. Given the situation, naturally, I'm here to check on Luca." As he spoke, Dragan glanced at Luca's empty sleeve and the tombstone behind him. Seeing the disdain in his eyes, Shamila, who had watched Luca grow up, became furious. Luca, who also noticed the look, didn't show much emotion. He had gotten a bit too carried away during the Battle of New York and literally kicked his prosthetic arm away as a projectile. That prosthetic was actually a custom-made, special mechanical arm ordered by his parents at great cost from Trancha, an exoskeleton company that partnered with the Department of Defense. While it didn't match the sensitivity of a real arm, it was quite sci-fi. Luka could have gotten a regular prosthetic to fill the sleeve and look normal, but it wouldn't offer much practical utility for daily life. So, he decided to wait for Tranche's after-sales service to build a new one. Luka didn't care about being disabled, and he certainly wasn't going to get angry over someone else's judgment. He gently placed a hand on the impulsive Shamila's shoulder to calm her, then looked calmly at his cheap uncle. His tone was cold. "Uncle. I'll call you that for now. Thank you for coming to my father's funeral. But if I recall correctly, Mother cut ties with you long ago. As for Auntie Shamila, I think she's far more trustworthy than certain people." Hearing Luka's words, Dragan straightened up. He adjusted his collar, feigning concern for his nephew. "Kid, New York state law doesn't recognize cutting ties. Besides, blood is thicker than water. With your sister in her current condition, as your uncle, I have to step up and take care of you." As he said this, Dragan gestured provocatively toward Shamila with his chin. "Isn't Gina just in a coma from her injuries? Is he here to seize power? This guy really thinks highly of himself, doesn't he?" The guests whispered again. Clearly, most people looked down on Dragan, who obviously wasn't a good person. Only Dragan himself looked smug, glancing around at the guests. Shamila, worried that Luka was too young to understand Dragan's true nature, was about to explain. But before she could speak, Luka frowned. Where did this guy get news about Gina? Gina Oranches, Luka's mother, was injured and fell into a coma during the Battle of New York. Although she was sent to the hospital immediately after the battle ended. The doctor's diagnosis was that Gina was likely suffering from synaptic encapsulation syndrome. Essentially, continuous high-frequency energy impacts caused abnormal proteins to wrap around the nerve endings in the cerebral cortex, reducing signal transmission efficiency and putting the brain into a semi-dormant state. This condition was extremely rare in medical history. Documented cases usually only showed symptoms like slow reactions, lethargy, and forgetfulness. But during this Battle of New York, over a dozen victims suddenly presented with this condition. Those with mild symptoms could barely take care of themselves, while severe cases died within days. Gina, whose condition was somewhere in the middle, had no effective treatment options from either the hospital or private medical teams. They could only wait. In fact, over the past few days, Luka had specifically asked Shamila to reach out to Stephen Strange, the future Doctor Strange. He was currently considered the best neurosurgeon in New York. However, upon hearing the diagnosis, Strange didn't even ask for a consultation fee. He simply claimed he was too busy and turned away the doctor Shamila had asked to make the introduction. Now, Luka could only follow the doctor's advice, conservative treatment to stabilize her condition while hoping for a new treatment plan. But logically, very few people knew this news. Dragan, a gambling addict and junkie who had disappeared for nearly 2 years and was a complete waste of space, where did he hear this? Seeing the situation threatening to spiral out of control, Luka ordered coldly. "Auntie Shamila, escort him out. Don't let him cause a scene at father's funeral." Shamila immediately stepped forward, grabbing Dragan by the shoulder to drag him away. But instead of backing down, Dragan shouted triumphantly. "Hey, kid, are you scared? The law says, if someone has no civil capacity, the shareholders' meeting has to vote for a new decision-maker." Dragan's nose twitched, his pupils constricting in excitement, his speech becoming more erratic. "Don't think, just because you have absolute control, you haven't inherited those shares yet. Dead people and vegetables can't attend shareholder meetings. What did you call her, you bastard?" Shamila's eyes went wide with rage. She grabbed Dragan by the collar and literally lifted him off the ground. "Gina. A vegetable. I thought Ms. Oranches was just temporarily unconscious." Many guests had business dealings with Oranches Industries or were employees. Hearing this news, they looked at Luka with shock and suspicion. Luka ignored their gazes. He focused entirely on the implication in Dragan's words, his voice piercingly cold. "Shareholders meeting. What does that have to do with you? What makes you think you can influence the shareholders' decisions?" Comment. Chapter 15, Causing Trouble. 2 minor shareholders of the Oranches Group were present today. Prompted by Luka's words, they immediately snapped to attention, looking at Dragan with suspicion. Everyone knew that when Dragan was kicked out of the company, he didn't keep a single share. Forget influencing shareholder decisions, he wasn't even qualified to attend a shareholder meeting. So why was he acting so confident? Dragan's smile froze. He licked his lips nervously, his brain sinking deeper into confusion. "Kid, you'd better know what's good for you. Halfway through his sentence, Dragon's shifty eyes seemed to catch something, and he abruptly shut up. As if regaining a sliver of clarity, his chest heaved as he struggled, trying desperately to pry Shamila's hand off his collar. "You stray dog. Let go of me. This isn't your place to interfere." But how could his drug-ravaged, emaciated body compete with Shamila's strength? Seeing that Dragon seemed to have nothing more to say, Luca lost interest in tangling with him. This guy's brain is fried. He probably doesn't even know what he's trying to say. Luca waved at Shamila to release him, then spoke coldly to Dragon. "Get lost. You're not welcome here." Hearing this, Dragon looked like he wanted to approach again, but upon noticing Shamila's clenched fist, he shrank back. Ignoring the strange looks from everyone else, he cursed under his breath and walked away alone. However, although he left, Luca still had to deal with the mess he left behind. The somber atmosphere of the funeral had vanished completely. Several guests closely associated with Oranchus Industries immediately crowded around to ask questions. "Luca, is Ms. Oranchus really not going to wake up? What that man said just now." Clearly, as the true helmsman of Oranchus Industries, Gina Oranchus held significant weight in these people's minds. If something happened to Gina, these partners might have to reconsider their cooperation. Seeing the crowd gathering, Luca first signaled to Shamila that he was fine. Then, he took 2 steps forward, raised a hand to calm everyone down, and spoke steadily. "I apologize for letting you all witness such a farce today. As for my mother, Ms. Gina, she is currently receiving effective treatment and could wake up at any time. If there are any changes in the future, the company will issue an official statement. Please be patient." After saying this, Luca ignored the guests' varied expressions and pulled Shamila toward a quiet corner. Seeing the 14-year-old boy act so calmly, many people chose not to press further. After all, as Luca said, pestering him here was pointless. They were better off waiting for an official statement or investigating privately. Even if they pressured him, the boy probably wouldn't reveal anything more. Meanwhile, after pulling Shamila aside, watching Dragon's retreating figure swaying in the distance, Luca whispered into Shamila's ear. "Auntie Shamila, please follow him. Wait until he's somewhere with no people." "Should I kill him?" Hearing Shamila's sudden interjection, Luca broke into a cold sweat. I didn't expect Shamila to be so violent. That was his biological uncle, after all. Although, that doesn't sound entirely unacceptable. After a brief hesitation, Luca decided to stick to his own plan. Find a chance to grab him. Find out why he showed up here today. If anything happens, break his arms and legs and bring him back. We'll decide what to do then. If not for the fact that there were too many people at the funeral, most of whom were wealthy or influential, and causing a scene would be troublesome, Luca wouldn't have let him leave. Sending Shamila after him was to figure out why this Hyazakite idiot dared to come here and provoke them. But now, Shamila hesitated. "Master Luca, leaving you here alone." Luca shook his head slightly. "It's fine. There are so many people here, I won't wander off. Besides." Luca patted his waist and continued. "I'm not defenseless. Go quickly. If he gets too far, he'll be hard to track." Shamila nodded firmly, then quickly followed Dragon from the side. Although some guests who had been watching them noticed Shamila's departure, no one said a word. Watching the two disappear, Luca fell into deep thought. Naturally, Luca placed great importance on his family's company. His cheat ability seemed to be synthesizing items. In this situation, having the company's funds and channels would make collecting core components and synthesis materials much easier in the future. Not to mention, their company was a weapons manufacturer. With the R&D talent, laboratories, and industrial equipment, if he could gain control, reverse engineering items for mass production and expanding the company's scale wouldn't be impossible. That was exactly why Luca had saved 2 sticky missiles from the pencil missile launcher earlier. The problem was, Luca was only 14. Oranchus Industries had always been managed by his mother, Gina, while his father, Herman, handled R&D. At his age, Luca had never had the chance to touch company affairs. Now, with his father dead, his mother in a coma, and 2 other minor shareholders killed in the Battle of New York, the company had effectively been stagnant for the past week. With all of New York in panic, the fact that Oranchus Industries was still operating smoothly was lucky enough. No one had taken the lead to call a shareholders' meeting or change management yet. This also involved issues with Luca's inheritance and the transfer of company shares. Normally, the process for Luca to inherit his father's estate could take up to a year, involving probate, asset liquidation, tax audits, court rulings, and more. Part of his father's estate would also go to his mother, Gina. Even though Gina was in a coma, as long as doctors didn't declare her brain dead or permanently vegetative, she retained her inheritance rights. If she were declared a vegetable, according to the will they had prepared, both shares of the estate would go to Luca. However, in that case, 14-year-old Luca would have to deal with the issue of guardianship. This could involve inheritance supervision, trust fund intervention, proxy holding of company shares, and a whole host of other troublesome matters. That cheap, idiotic uncle, he isn't actually trying to fight for my custody, is he? Chapter 16, Tony's Gift. The thought of fighting for custody barely formed before Luca dismissed it. For one, his mother, Gina, was only in a coma, not legally incapacitated to the point of losing parental rights. Although the probability of her being declared vegetative was high. Even if it happened today, given Dragon's history of gambling and drug abuse, simply leaking that information would ensure the court never granted him custody. They'd sooner give Luca to Child Protective Services or appoint a family trust. Moreover, even if he somehow got custody, the company's shareholders would never let a guy like him near the management. Perhaps later, I should try to collect some medical-related synthesis items to wake Gina up. If my cheat works the way I think it does, there should be plenty of medical tech available across different worlds. Putting that uncertainty aside, Luca shifted his train of thought. Where does Dragon get his confidence? Why is he so sure he can influence the board? It's not like he can use our family ties to vote with my proxy shares, right? Aside from that, forget influencing the board, he had zero ties to the company right now. Did he buy shares privately? Where did he get the money? Luca had seen too many addicts and gamblers in his past life. He refused to believe someone like Dragon could turn his life around and make a fortune in less than 2 years. Not being in massive debt would already be a miracle. What leverage did he use to convince other shareholders? Or is someone backing him? Having never been involved in company operations, Luca's mind was a mess of possibilities he couldn't verify. Looks like I'll have to wait for Shamila to rough him up and see if we can pry some info out of his mouth. Now, Luca was actually somewhat grateful this idiot had jumped out and exposed himself instead of plotting in the shadows. A guy with a fried brain like that, instead of hiding, he came out swinging. Wait, no. That might actually prove there's someone behind him. As Luca's mind raced, the clack-clack-clack of high heels approached from the distance. At the same time, gasps of surprise rippled through the guests who were about to leave after the earlier scene. Luca instinctively reached for his waist while spinning around. But when he saw who it was, his expression turned to confusion. Mr. Aranches, hello. I'm here on Tony's behalf to pay my respects. The woman was tall and projected an air of competence. As she walked, almost everyone's eyes were glued to her. Even people attending other funerals nearby turned to look. Of course, it wasn't just because of her beauty, but her identity. The guests here were wealthy or influential, many recognized her instantly. The true manager of Stark Industries. Miss Pepper Potts. Looking at Tony Stark's girlfriend, the famous Pepper Potts, Luca spoke softly, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Pepper scrutinized Luca's incredibly young face, and a touch of softness appeared in her eyes. She had indeed come on Tony's instructions. Since she didn't have an invitation, she had planned to meet Luca outside the cemetery to convey Tony's condolences. But noticing the commotion earlier, she had decided to walk in. Seeing the guests leaving and the one-armed boy standing alone in front of the tombstone. Even the famously tough Pepper Potts felt a pang of sympathy. Her tone softened. Tony told me that you helped him greatly during the Battle of New York. He sent me here to express his condolences for the Aranches family's loss, and to thank you for your assistance. The guests who had been harboring other thoughts after Dragon's outburst now looked at Luca with envy. This was the CEO of Stark Industries, delivering personal thanks from Iron Man himself. Even though Stark Industries had closed its weapons division and its relationship with the government wasn't as cozy as before. With its immense wealth and pioneering work in clean energy, Stark Industries remained at the absolute pinnacle of the corporate pyramid. Not to mention, Tony Stark had just literally saved New York. Gaining his favor could send a company like Aranches Industries into the stratosphere. Luca, however, wasn't overly excited. To him, these were just familiar movie characters. He knew exactly how much power Pepper represented, but facing these familiar strangers, he couldn't muster much awe. He simply waved his hand politely. Miss Potts, your presence at my father's funeral is honor enough. There's really no need for thanks. Looking at the polite young boy, Pepper shook her head gently and signaled behind her. A slightly chubby man in a suit, looking more like a director than a bodyguard, jogged over, huffing and puffing, carrying a long briefcase. It was, of course, Tony Stark's head of security, Happy Hogan. Happy handed the briefcase to Luca without a word. Pepper continued softly. Tony has been tied up with post-disaster reconstruction and couldn't get away. This is a gift he asked me to bring you. Luca took the case, looking bewildered. A gift at a funeral. Seeing this, Pepper glanced carefully at Luca's empty sleeve and said gently, "You can open it. I think you'll find it helpful." Her voice wasn't loud, but she didn't whisper either. Many bystanders craned their necks, curious to see what the famous Tony Stark would give Luca, something important enough to send Pepper Potts personally. But bound by etiquette, they could only stretch their necks without moving closer. Hearing this, Luca didn't hesitate. He placed the case on a bench, popped the latches, and opened it. Inside, nestled in the center of the gold and red padded lining, was an arm. With fine texture and realistic skin, it looked exactly like Luca's left arm, just mirrored. If not for the dark mechanical interface at the elbow joint, Luca might have thought it was a real severed limb. But more importantly, in Luca's eyes, this arm was glowing with a faint white light that only he could see. Chapter 17, Sweet Surrender. Reaching into the box, Luca lifted the prosthetic arm. It was made of an unknown material, surprisingly lightweight, with a surface texture almost indistinguishable from real skin. Of course, the most important thing was the pale blue semi-transparent panel that popped up as soon as he touched it. Sweet Surrender. Devil May Cry World, January 5th. Creator, Nicoletta Goldstein. Core component, realistic prosthetic arm. Synthesis materials, 1 small grappling hook launcher, 1 small hydraulic transmission rod, 1 microtherapeutic device, 1 vibration motor. Item description, a gentle prosthetic arm, also known as the Kyrie Pleasure Hand. Designed and crafted by Nico specifically for the usually careless Nero, it possesses dexterity surpassing that of a real hand. The material is soft and skin-friendly, with a vibration function to soothe pain. Note, get your mind out of the gutter. This prosthetic arm can genuinely treat injuries. Luca's eyes twitched as he quickly scanned the description. Sweet Surrender. What kind of decent person designs a prosthetic arm with that function in mind? And isn't Devil May Cry supposed to be an action game? Having only heard of the series without playing it, Luca clearly couldn't comprehend the game developer's logic. Considering his current role as a grieving son who had just lost his father, Luca suppressed the urge to roast the item mercilessly. He kept a straight face and expressed his sincere gratitude to Pepper Potts. "Thank you very much. Actually, my help to Mr. Stark was insignificant. I didn't expect him to remember me." As he spoke, Luca simply rolled up his sleeve and, in front of everyone, unhesitatingly attached the prosthetic to the stump of his right arm. Perhaps Tony's AI had scanned his data during their last encounter. The arm fit him perfectly. Unless one looked closely at the connection point, it was hard to distinguish it from a normal arm at a glance. The neural interface was also flawlessly designed. Luca moved his arm and fingers, feeling almost no lag. The range of motion wasn't limited to simple gripping like ordinary prosthetics, it felt natural. Clearly, Tony Stark had put real effort into making this gift. However, perhaps considering Luca's age, the prosthetic itself only simulated a normal arm in every aspect. It had no additional features, and its maximum output was no different from a regular arm. The focus was entirely on realism and ease of use. Of course, for a normal person, such a prosthetic was more than enough. Although Luca would likely synthesize it later, having this arm would make his daily life much more convenient for now. "Please tell Mr. Stark I appreciate the trouble he went to. I really don't know how to thank him." Although he hadn't expected Tony Stark to be so thoughtful, Luca didn't mind freeloading off a superbillionaire. He had no qualms about saying a few words of thanks and some polite platitudes. Seeing Luca satisfied with Tony's gift, Pepper looked pleased. Knowing the boy's situation beforehand, she felt that if Tony's gift could temporarily dilute the boy's grief over losing his family, her trip would be worth it. And seeing the boy in person, so polite and sensible, made her appreciate him even more. "I will convey your gratitude to Mr. Stark. But don't worry too much about it. Knowing you like the gift is the best news for Tony." Thinking of Tony, who had been inexplicably anxious and buried in work since the Battle of New York, Pepper sighed inwardly. Putting aside her worries about Tony for the moment, Pepper took 2 business cards from her purse and handed them to Luca. These are mine and Tony's cards. Tony specifically mentioned that this prosthetic comes with a lifetime warranty from Stark Industries. If it malfunctions or needs repairs, you can contact me anytime to arrange it. After a thought, Pepper added softly, if you need help with anything else, you can also contact me or Tony directly. This statement drew another round of gasps from the onlookers. Luca, hearing the sincerity in Pepper's tone, solemnly accepted the 2 gold-embossed cards. I didn't expect Tony Stark to go this far after just 2 encounters. Aside from his abrasive personality and sharp tongue, the guy really is solid. Recalling Tony's behavior in the movies, Luca didn't say much more. After expressing his thanks again, he readily pocketed the cards. Whether he used this favor or not, the fact that Pepper Potts had made this promise in front of so many people carried immense weight. With the scale of Stark Industries and the social status of Tony and Pepper, even just bluffing with their name would be hugely beneficial for his future development. After expressing her condolences for Luca's father once more, Pepper excused herself, citing work commitments. As soon as she left, the guests who had been holding back followed suit. Some went up to hand her their business cards, while others just wanted to say a few words and show their faces. In an instant, the funeral venue was empty. Watching their retreating backs, Luca shook his head with a wry smile. Relying on someone else's prestige is too flimsy. Ultimately, only my own strength can bring real status. After everyone had left, Luca looked back at the empty briefcase. Whether Tony Stark intended it or not, inside wasn't just a simple manual and maintenance guide, but also a separate USB drive. Attached to the drive was a note labeled Study Materials, stating that it contained the detailed manufacturing process and schematics for the prosthetic arm. Tony Stark surely doesn't think I can understand or replicate this black-tech realistic arm, does he? Although Luca felt his 14-year-old brain was sharp. And thanks to his father's education and guidance, he had some knowledge of electronics and mechanics. His current level was, at best, fit for a high school robotics competition. With the complex technology in this prosthetic, even with the full process, there was no way he could build one by hand. Plus, the company's R&D department was basically semi-paralyzed without his father, Herman. Even if he gave the complete data to the R&D staff, they would likely struggle to replicate it perfectly. While Luca was pondering this. On the other side, Shamila had run into a bit of trouble. Chapter 18, Screwed Up. Earlier, under Luca's instructions, Shamila had followed Dragan to a secluded corner at the edge of the cemetery. She planned to teach this scumbag a lesson and try to pry out why he had shown up to cause trouble. This wasn't Shamila's first time doing something like this. However, in the past, it was mostly under the orders of Luca's mother, Gina. Now, with the head of the house in a coma and the master deceased, Shamila didn't find it inappropriate for young Master Luca to take charge. The only thing that worried her was that it seemed too cruel for the young master, who had always been kind-hearted and sheltered from such matters, to be forced to act mature and handle everything now. But as for dealing with this useless trash who had once nearly become the head of the family, Shamila felt no qualms whatsoever. In fact, if not for Luca's specific instructions, Shamila would have considered just silently eliminating this bastard once and for all. Seeing no one around, Shamila quickly crouched down and pulled a gleaming dagger from her boot. In 2 or 3 steps, she caught up with Dragan, kicked him to the ground, and pressed the dagger against his throat. Ah! Dragan, panicked, was about to scream when Shamila's rough hand clamped firmly over his mouth. She stuffed the rest of his scream back down his throat. Looking at Dragan, who had lost all his earlier arrogance, Shamila pressed the dagger down slightly, her tone sharp. You should know what I want to ask, right? The sharp blade pressed against his neck, drawing a thin line of bright red blood. At this moment, Dragan had none of his previous bluster. His dull eyes were filled only with terror. His pale face, whether from fear or simply because his body was ravaged by drugs, was stark white. He struggled desperately, muffled whimpers escaping from beneath her hand. Seeing this, Shamila lifted her hand slightly, signaling him to speak. Terrified out of his wits, Dragan didn't even dare to shout for help. He just trembled uncontrollably and demanded. You. What do you want? I'm an heir to the Oranches family too. Shamila sneered, not relaxing her grip in the slightest. Dragan, for the sake of the madam, tell me. Before Shamila could finish her sentence, her sharp senses noticed something. Dragan, who had been terrified a moment ago, suddenly relaxed and stared straight past her. Without wasting a second or uttering a word, Shamila immediately threw herself into a roll to the side. The next instant, a small crater exploded in the dirt where Shamila had just been. Immediately after, several muffled gunshots followed. Shamila rolled continuously until she found cover behind a large tombstone, pausing to catch her breath. Continuous suppressive fire chipped away stone fragments from the surface of the luxurious tombstone. 3 enemies. P226 pistols, suppressors, subsonic rounds. Based on the sound in the bullet holes, Shamila quickly determined the enemy's positions while reaching into her jacket. As a bodyguard, she naturally carried a firearm, though she hadn't prepared a suppressor like they had. Her mind raced, making split-second decisions. As the impacts on the tombstone behind her began to lessen, Shamila tensed her muscles. Like a powerful leopard, she burst out from cover. Her hawk-like gaze swept the distance. 3 men in black suits were armed. One was still firing, one was reloading, and the last was roughly dragging a stumbling Dragon away to cover his escape. Shamila pushed off the ground, sidestepping rapidly. Ignoring the gunman still firing and letting the bullets whiz past her, she focused her strength. The veins on her forearm bulged. Whoosh! The dagger was thrown with incredible speed. Cutting through the air like a bolt of lightning, it struck the reloading gunman squarely in the face without hesitation. Thwack! Blood splattered. The men didn't even have time to scream before he fell backward, dead. At that moment, the gunman who had been suppressing her ran out of ammo. Without sparing a glance at the men futilely pulling the trigger, click-click, Shamila pushed off again. Rotting leaves exploded under her feet. With agile movements, she sprinted toward Dragon, who was being dragged away. But she had only taken 2 steps when her expression changed slightly. Not because the men dragging Dragon had pulled a gun to return fire, but because 3 more armed men in black suits had appeared from the dense woods in the distance, aiming at her. She was still 7 or 8 steps away from Dragon, too far to close the distance and use close-quarters combat to prevent them from shooting for fear of hitting their own. She immediately ducked low and dove behind another piece of cover. Puff. Bullets rained down like a dense shower on the other side of her cover. Shamila reached for her gun again. But this time, when she peeked out to aim, she only saw the last gunman dragging the corpse of the men she had killed with her knife, retreating into the woods. The others had already vanished into the trees. The muscles in her arm tensed, then relaxed. Shamila ultimately chose not to pull the trigger. Although this spot was secluded, the sound of her unsuppressed gun could attract attention and bring unnecessary trouble. She wasn't confident she could escape unscathed if things escalated. Moreover, since the enemy was brazenly using firearms, she had to return to Luca quickly to ensure his safety. Waiting behind cover for a moment to confirm the enemies were gone, Shamila holstered her gun and hurried back toward Luca. Meanwhile, Dragon, having just been rescued, was dragged and shoved into a stretch Lincoln by one of the suited men. The other men who had protected him didn't get in the car. The door closed softly. Still shaken, Dragon gasped for air, but he didn't dare look at the refined young man sitting opposite him. "Mr. Aranches, it seems you screwed up." The speaker wore an immaculate black suit and square black-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a financial elite. Yet his soft-spoken words made the already terrified Dragon tremble uncontrollably. Wesley, this can't be blamed on me. It's that bastard kid Luca. It's all his fault. He doesn't respect me as his uncle at all. Dragon grew more agitated as he spoke, seeming to completely forget his own irrational behavior earlier. Is that so? Why did my subordinates report that you didn't show any intention of getting close to him at all? Chapter 19, The Assassination Squad. Seeing Dragon's trembling form, the man in front of him asked in a gentle, hushed tone. It seems the relationship between you and your nephew isn't quite as good as you claimed. Hearing this, Dragon shook his head frantically, plastering a fawning smile onto his face without even realizing it. He's just a kid, what does he know? Next time I can definitely convince him. Listening to Dragon's contradictory statements, Wesley simply shook his head calmly. He wouldn't waste another word on a junkie whose brain was already fried, if not for the fact that he still had some utility. Well, actually, he didn't want to waste any more words right now either. Pushing the car door open, Wesley signaled to 2 suited subordinates standing guard outside. Take him away. Don't let him run off. Hearing this, Dragon seemed to realize something. His mind cleared up significantly in an instant. While struggling against the men dragging him away, he clawed at the car door and begged loudly. Wesley. Trust me, give me one more chance. I can definitely convince the kid. Once I take over the company, I'll pay back every cent I owe you. Double. No, triple. I'll pay you back triple. But Wesley completely ignored Dragon's pleas. After glancing at Dragon's urine-soaked trousers with disgust, he added another order. Change his pants and clean him up. With that, he ignored Dragon being dragged away, shivering. Wesley took out a handkerchief to cover his nose before pulling out his phone and dialing. Boss. How did it go? The voice on the other end was deeply resonant and male. Wesley instinctively lowered the handkerchief, adjusted his collar, and sat up straight before answering respectfully. Dragon screwed up. We lost one man. But we recovered the body, so there shouldn't be any trace leading back to us for now. The silence on the other end persisted. Wesley hesitated for a moment, then added. I'll contact his mother's attending physicians next. I'll have them delay the final diagnosis and state that her condition might improve. That should postpone the inheritance proceedings and the board meeting. This time, the person on the other end finally spoke again, his voice devoid of emotion. Do as you see fit. After a pause, the man continued. I received news that someone on the Upper East Side has already reached an agreement with the government to participate in the alien salvage operation. Policy could change at any moment. We need to secure Midtown as soon as possible. Hearing the dial tone, Wesley let out a soft breath. He wiped his phone screen gently before putting it back in his pocket. Then, glancing at the seat Dragon had occupied, he frowned and ordered coldly. To the car wash. The car started and drove smoothly away. Meanwhile, in another car, Luca was also listening to Shamila's report. So my dear uncle really found himself a capable backer. Running his fingers over his newly attached mechanical prosthetic, Luca quietly pondered Shamila's account. Master Luca, dispatching 6 gunmen at once indicates a highly organized group. I suggest that while we investigate Dragon's recent contacts, we also strengthen your security team. Although Shamila was confident she could handle 6 gunmen, or even double that number, in a frontal confrontation. Killing enemies and protecting someone were 2 different things. And she couldn't guarantee she would be by Luca's side 24/7. Now that they knew someone was watching from the shadows, they had to take precautions. Luca had no objections. He didn't think a few special items made him invincible. Expanding his security detail was undoubtedly a wise choice. However, using the company's security forces would be tricky right now. Does Auntie Shamila have any recommendations? Luca was thinking of spending some money to hire a private security firm temporarily. Although the company funds were frozen, the family had plenty of assets in other funds and investments. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Shamila hesitated and whispered. Actually. Seeing Shamila's reluctance, Luca was puzzled but signaled for her to continue. Actually, the madam has a private combat squad under her command. Not many people, but all elites. Seeing Luca's confused expression in the rearview mirror, she explained further. Nominally, this squad consists of weapons testers for the company. They also take on occasional mercenary contracts overseas. Nominally. Shamila's phrasing piqued Luca's curiosity. Yes. It's mainly for equipment acquisition and operational convenience. In fact, usually, when the madam has inconvenient problems, she sends them to handle it. Hiss. Although Shamila was being vague, Luca understood perfectly. Good lord. An assassination squad? Is corporate warfare for arms dealers really this intense? He hadn't expected that his mother, gentle and caring at home, a strong businesswoman in public, commanded such a force in secret. But then again, considering the ruthless style of American capitalism, Luca felt maybe he was just being naive. Are they trustworthy? It was a somewhat redundant question. Anyone doing the Oranches family's dirty work had to be trustworthy as a baseline requirement. But the situation was special. Whether due to his age or his lack of familiarity with the squad, Luca needed to confirm everything explicitly to feel safe. If they looked down on him as a young master or had other ideas, recalling them to protect him would be inviting wolves into the house. However, Shamila answered firmly. Please rest assured, Master. Every member of this squad is a veteran from the battlefields of Sokovia. Hearing the name Sokovia, Luca felt slightly more reassured. As for why soldiers from Sokovia were trustworthy, it went back to the origins of the Oranches family. Neither of Luca's parents came from traditional American backgrounds. Based on what Shamila had said recently and the pieced-together memories of the original host, Luca's father, the late Herman Vaughn, had a relatively simple background. He was of mixed Chinese and Italian descent, with both sides being immigrants from several generations back. In traditional terms, Herman had married into the Oranches family. In contrast, his mother, Gina Oranches, had a much more complicated background. Chapter 20: The Oranches Family. Although Gina Oranches was of mixed Sokovian and American heritage, she had grown up in Sokovia. In fact, the Oranches family was once an old and powerful faction in Sokovia, with a long history. The family held a hereditary barony, and tracing back further, they even had royal blood. However, the Tsarist monarchy style was long gone in Sokovia. Its official international name was now the Republic of Sokovia. Moreover, Sokovia had been in a state of constant internal strife among warlords. With various factions intervening and stirring the pot, this small Eastern European country had rarely seen a day of peace. The leader on the surface was just a bigger warlord than the rest. The family's centuries of accumulation gave them high status and resources within the country. But compared to the foreign hawks and wolves circling the nation, they were insignificant. During the time of Gina's father, Luca's grandfather, after suffering exclusion and suppression from various factions within Sokovia, he decided to move the family's operations to the United States. While transferring large sums of capital overseas, he established what is now Oranches Industries in America. Gina even spent her college years in the States. Gina and Herman met and fell in love while attending MIT. However, breaking into a foreign market wasn't as easy as they had imagined. After an initial phase of burning cash to expand, Oranches Industries' commercial development stagnated, and even regressed. But by then, retreating to Sokovia to manage the ancestral estate wasn't an option. There was no place left for them back home. It wasn't until Luca's grandparents died in an accident. Gina, recently married to Herman, decisively took over the company. She made a bold gamble, completely abandoning everything the family had built in Sokovia for centuries and diving headfirst into the capitalist quagmire of America. Fortunately, with Gina's excellent management skills and Herman's outstanding research capabilities, Oranches Industries finally gained a foothold and began to thrive. Especially a few years ago, thanks to a patent for an analysis chip developed by Herman, they successfully secured a contract to manufacture weapon components for Stark Industries. The company entered a period of rapid growth. The whole family moved with the company headquarters to New York. Of course, what happened later, when a certain playboy had an epiphany and shut down his weapons division, is another story. Not only did it cause mass unemployment for Stark Industries, but it also devastated the entire downstream supply chain. Oranches Industries, which had already started transitioning and had replaced 70% of its factory equipment with custom machinery for Stark orders, nearly went bankrupt. In fact, after the Stark Industries orders were cancelled 4 years ago, Gina pulled strings to secure a partnership with Hammer Industries, which was rising rapidly by picking up the slack. Well, everyone knows how Hammer Industries ended up. 2 years ago, at the Stark Expo, their self-developed combat drones went rogue, landing founder Justin Hammer in prison. Most of his assets were carved up by the military and competitors, leaving only a shell company struggling to survive. Small fry like Oranches Industries were naturally hit by the shockwaves again. In short, after learning more about the company through Shamila over the past few days, Luca could only say one thing. The fact that the company hadn't gone under yet proved that his mom, Gina, was truly a boss. But back to the main point. Although the family had focused entirely on America in recent years and had almost no influence left in Sokovia, centuries of accumulation couldn't be erased that easily. Moreover, Gina, who grew up in Sokovia, had served in the Sokovian military before taking over the company after graduation. Whether it was former comrades or loyalists secretly cultivated by the family, having a few die-hard subordinates who could be absolutely trusted wasn't surprising. Shamila, for instance, not only came from a family that had served the Oranches for generations but was also Gina's comrade in the army. Aside from the information his parents left behind, Luca had learned most of these things thanks to Auntie Shamila. Of course, this squad might just be the one Shamila knew about. Luca suspected there might be other, deeper contingency plans that were currently inaccessible due to Gina's coma. Since these people were confirmed trustworthy, he didn't hesitate. Luca always believed that trust, once established on a solid foundation, could be consolidated over time through shared interests. So he asked Shamila directly, "How long will it take for these people to arrive?" Do we need to prepare identities and equipment for them? After all, Shamila mentioned they operated mostly overseas. If they couldn't get back quickly, he couldn't leave his security detail empty just waiting for them. But this time, Shamila answered quickly. 2 days at the latest. They've been operating near the Mexican border recently. They can all be here in 1 or 2 days. Actually, they've been following the news in New York. After failing to reach the madam, they contacted me proactively. However, since the madam's condition was uncertain, I advised them to stand by. Seeming afraid Luca might misunderstand, Shamila added. I don't have direct command authority over them. They only contacted me because I occasionally act as a liaison for the madam and join them on missions. Luca nodded. He understood that Shamila likely couldn't confirm his mother's condition earlier and wanted to postpone non-critical matters until Gina woke up. That was why she hadn't mentioned it to him directly. However, hearing Shamila mention joining them on missions, the corner of Luca's mouth twitched again. First, arrange for someone to investigate the background of the group protecting my uncle. I'll try to go out as little as possible for the next few days. Remember to assign 2 people to protect Mother as well. Also, postpone the meetings with the trust fund and lawyers who reached out earlier. Tell them to contact me after this matter is resolved. As Luca systematically arranged the next steps, he took out his phone to check his messages. However, the next moment, the smoothly moving car slammed on the brakes. The screech of tires pierced his ears. Simultaneously, he heard Shamila's urgent shout. Master, look out. Read more in Pat *****. Cave Leather. Chapter 21, I am not transmigrating again. Ignoring his dropped phone, Luca looked up and immediately saw the cause of the sudden stop. At the previously normal intersection, a dump truck that had been driving in front of them had inexplicably slammed on its brakes, coming to a dead stop. If Shamila hadn't maintained a safe following distance and reacted lightning fast, the front of their car would have plowed right under the truck's chassis. Even so, their car was forced to halt in the middle of the road. However, just because Shamila reacted in time didn't mean the drivers behind them could do the same. Before Luca could even catch his breath. Bang! A loud crash. Unsurprisingly, the car behind them slammed into their rear. The immense force of the impact shoved their vehicle forward again. This was followed by a series of crashes, bang, 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 bang. It was unclear how many cars were involved in the pile-up. But now, the front of Luca's car was thoroughly wedged under the dump truck ahead. The windshield shattered into a spiderweb pattern, and the deploying airbag slammed Shamila's head back against her seat. But Shamila ignored her own condition. While pulling out a sharp knife to puncture the airbag, she shouted at Luca. Master! Get out of the car! Luca, dazed from the repeated impacts, relied on the muscle memory of car accidents from both his past and present lives. He quickly fumbled for the seatbelt release and unbuckled it. But then... thud! Another impact. This time, a car from the side lane swerved and crashed directly into Luca's door. The force wasn't massive, but the car wedged itself perfectly against his door, jamming it shut. Luca righted himself and scanned the other vehicle. He saw the driver of that sedan abandon his car without even glancing at Luca, fleeing in a panic. Luca immediately realized this wasn't an accident. Sure enough, as he turned to climb out the other side, he saw a massive dump truck barreling toward him from the other side of the intersection, showing no signs of slowing down. Motherfucker. There was no time to think. Even if he scrambled to the other side and opened the door, he wouldn't necessarily be able to dodge the roaring truck in time. Looking at the shattered window of the jammed right door, Luca's mind turned ice cold. He reached for the holster at his waist. A dark green, peculiar-looking large pistol was drawn instantly. Simultaneously, he scrambled toward the jammed door using both hands and feet. The cyan light strip on the gun flickered rapidly, and a series of electronic announcements rang out. Portable psychological diagnosis. System unconnected. Dominator, initialization complete. User confirmed. Cut the crap. Activate decomposer mode. Luca roared, interrupting the verbose startup sequence. User confirmed. Mode execution, destroy decompose. Immediately, the dark green pistol in Luca's hand began to transform and expand. Like exposed circuitry, cyan light surged, forming rings of light that wrapped around half of Luca's arm. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air, bzzzt. Shamila. Get out. Hearing Luca's shout and noticing the weapon charging up in his hand, Shamila, who knew its power, didn't hesitate. She scrambled out of the driver's side instantly. By now, Luca had pushed open the jammed door enough to plant one foot on the ground. The speeding dump truck was right in front of him, but Luca's eyes held only a chilling coldness. Go to hell. I am not transmigrating again. He raised his arm, aiming the pistol. The voice in his ear continued its monotone report. Target elimination authorized. Caution advised. The orb of light gathering at the muzzle had expanded to its limit. The cyan bands of light converged, forming a terrifying stream of high-energy particles. Next instant. Vroom. A cyan blue beam of high-energy particles blasted out, instantly striking the oncoming dump truck. Cyan and white light exploded outward, transforming into a massive, crackling sphere of energy. The terrifyingly high-temperature particles instantly carved a massive circular hole through the front of the truck. As the vehicle continued its forward momentum, the incision spread rapidly backward. In a split second, the high-energy sphere hovering in front of Luca had tunneled through the entire length of the truck. The glowing red cross-sections of the sliced metal fell apart, carried by the truck's momentum and scattering in all directions. The massive dump truck was utterly obliterated by a single shot. Only the scraps in the blind spots of the circular beam remained intact. Rumble. Scattered debris flew past Luca. He could feel the heat wave generated by the molten metal rushing past his ears. Cars on both sides were battered and dented by the flying shrapnel. Yet, Luca, standing at the epicenter of the impact, remained completely unharmed. The entire attack had been shredded head-on by that single shot. He stepped his other foot out of the car, letting the breeze stirred by the heat wave brush his face. Luca steadied himself. The Dominator, in his hand, quickly retracted from its elaborate decomposer mode, reverting to a slightly odd-looking dark green pistol. Until this moment, most passers-by still hadn't processed what had happened. But whether it was pedestrians on the sidewalk or drivers who had gotten out of their cars cursing about the pile-up, everyone was now staring dumbfounded at the scene Luca had created. The entire street seemed to fall silent for a second. Until... Holy... SHT. Aya. Cries of shock and anger erupted one after another. Well, no one was screaming in terror. After all, New Yorkers who had just survived the Chitauri invasion had developed somewhat thicker skin. More people stopped and pulled out their phones to record videos. As for the Aya, that was the driver who had tried to ram Luca with the dump truck. A varsity athlete, huh? Maybe because he had planned to bail out at the last second, or maybe just sheer luck. Despite the truck being blown into pieces, the guy was still alive. Currently, he was lying on the ground, minus one leg which had been completely disintegrated, struggling and screaming in agony amidst bruises and burns. Luca reholstered the Dominator at his waist. He glanced at the crowd filming him but ignored them. Shamila, who had exited the car earlier, circled back from the other side. After knocking the screaming driver unconscious with a swift kick, she walked up to Luca and reported in a low voice. The drivers of the front dump truck and the side sedan have already fled. The driver behind us seems to be an accidental rear end. This is the only live one left. Luca nodded indifferently. Confirming that none of the cars behind them were at risk of exploding, he leaned lightly against the car door and ordered Shamila. Call the lawyers. We'll wait here for the police. Chapter 22, Police Community Cooperation. A moment later. A small electric scooter came speeding in. With tires screeching against the pavement, it skidded to a stop by the curb in a rather undignified manner. The rider was a young man with blonde hair, wearing a suit and clutching what was clearly a knockoff leather briefcase under his arm. At first glance, he just looked like a slightly chubby youth trying too hard to look mature. However, after scrambling off the scooter, he immediately zeroed in on Luca and Shamila, who were standing by the roadside as pedestrians carefully avoided them. He spoke in a steady and polite tone. You must be Mr. Luca Oranches. Hello, I'm Foggy Nelson, an intern at Landman & Zack. I've been temporarily assigned to handle your emergency. Before Luca could say anything, Shamila voiced her displeasure, questioning him with a frown. An intern. Oranches Industries was a major long-term client of Landman & Zack. Even if the request came from 14-year-old Luca, sending only an intern seemed like a blatant disregard for the company. Luca, however, checked his watch. Less than 5 minutes had passed. This guy had arrived faster than the NYPD. A faint smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the young man named Foggy didn't flinch at Shamila's skepticism. Instead, he explained calmly. I was temporarily assigned because I happened to be nearby. Ms. Simpson should be on her way now. As for my role, before the police arrive, Mr. Oranches likely has several instructions for me. I suggest we make the most of this precious time. Normally, a lawyer would be the one instructing the client on how to proceed, but Foggy flipped it around, causing Luca to look at him with renewed interest. Luca nodded and spoke first. Auntie Shamila, please brief Mr. Nelson on what just happened. Shamila stopped fussing about his intern status and stepped forward, speaking rapidly. Just now. Police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks arrived one after another. A perimeter was quickly established, and the few injured people were treated and sent to the hospital. Beside a police car at the edge of the cordon, Foggy Nelson raised a hand to interrupt the bearded officer's long-winded speech. Officer. This incident is clearly an assassination attempt. According to Article 20 of the New York Penal Law, my client, Mr. Luca Oranches, was entirely within his legal rights to initiate justifiable self-defense procedures when faced with a life-threatening attack. As for this electromagnetic pulse pistol, it is an experimental model registered by Oranches Industries. R&D filing number New York, 2011-1221. The process was completely legal and compliant. It passed non-lethal testing permits long ago. The bearded officer frowned as he took the phone screenshot Foggy handed him, but he didn't really look at it. Instead, he pointed to the center of the cordoned-off area. Apart from a large pile of wreckage, there was a bowl-shaped crater in the ground. Mr. Nelson, you call that non-lethal? That truck was blasted into scrap metal, and the driver just carried away is missing an entire leg. This is already suspected excessive force. Foggy interrupted the middle-aged officer again. That was an assassin, not an ordinary driver. Furthermore, the truck you mentioned was charging at my client at 80 miles per hour, and my client's vehicle was boxed in on all sides by the attacker's accomplices. Under Section 3 of Article 20 of the Penal Law, this constitutes a violent felony, granting my client the right to unlimited self-defense. At this point, Foggy's voice rose sharply. Officer, are you suggesting that in such a situation, my client, a 14-year-old minor, had any other escape option besides risking everything and using the experimental weapon he happened to be carrying? Moreover, faced with a vehicular assault of that magnitude, my client was protecting not only himself but also other innocent civilians involved in the crash. The bearded officer glanced at Luca standing nearby, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice hoarse. Actually. What you should be doing right now is investigating who is behind this insane attack. Not harassing my client, a victim who just survived a massive trauma, a 14-year-old boy. Seeing Foggy's imposing demeanor and sharp words, the bearded officer broke into a sweat, unable to utter a single word in response. At this moment, another middle-aged officer, clearly of higher rank, who had been inspecting the scene, walked over quickly with a frown. However, upon seeing Luca's face, the newcomer paused, then nodded thoughtfully. James, no need to press further. Please ask Mr. Luca Oranches. Luca nodded with a smile. Please ask Mr. Luca to help by providing a victim statement at the station, and send that high-powered weapon to the tech department for a brief report. You don't need to handle the rest. But just as he finished speaking, on the other side, a mature woman dressed in a sharp business suit lifted the police tape with one hand and walked onto the scene, speaking softly. Captain Stacy, I'm afraid that won't be possible. This pistol involves core trade secrets of Oranches Industries. If an investigation is required, you may need a warrant from the state government. Furthermore, any testing must be conducted by a security-cleared technical team appointed by the police, under the supervision of Oranches Industries engineers. Ms. Simpson. Foggy bowed slightly to the newcomer. Jerry Simpson, a senior partner at Landman & Zack, and Foggy's direct supervisor. Ms. Simpson nodded and smiled at Luca before turning back to Captain Stacy. The middle-aged captain, George Stacy, rubbed his temples, looking like he had a headache. The chubby young guy was difficult enough, and now a famous New York lawyer had arrived. These lawyers were all a pain in the ass. That was why he had initially delegated the interaction with the victim's lawyer to his subordinate. However, he didn't intend to make things difficult for Luca. Since the opposing lawyer offered an out, he spread his hands in feigned helplessness. We still need a statement, right? It'll help us investigate the mastermind behind this attack faster. Hearing this, Ms. Simpson turned to Luca again and added. Mr. Luca, remember, the necessity of self-defense depends not on the power of the weapon, but on the immediacy of the violence. Today, you not only protected yourself but also saved the livelihoods of all Oranchus Industries employees. So, whether to cooperate with the police investigation is entirely up to you. Hearing this, a vein throbbed on Captain Stacy's forehead. Fortunately, this time Luca didn't refuse. Instead, he flashed a friendly smile. Police-community cooperation. I'd be delighted. Chapter 23, Lawyer, Police. Outside the NYPD 1st Precinct. Looking at Miss Simpson and Foggy in front of him, Luca shook their hands gently one by one, expressing his gratitude politely. Thanks to you, Miss Simpson. You truly live up to the praise my mother often gave you. It was an eye-opener. You flatter me, Mr. Oranchus. It's my honor to be of service. Miss Simpson, accustomed to praise and gratitude, simply nodded reservedly. Her professional smile remained as she continued. I've heard about your father. I'm very sorry I couldn't attend the funeral. Miss Gina and I are friends of sorts. If you have any legal needs in the future, please feel free to contact me anytime. Well, how to put it? Miss Simpson's words were sincere enough. Primarily because, although Luca's inheritance wasn't legally complex or controversial thanks to a clear will, the sheer size of the Oranchus family's assets meant the legal fees involved in the probate process would be substantial. Even for a large firm like Landman & Sack, it was a significant contract. Moreover, a simple case meant easy money. At a time like this, Miss Simpson certainly didn't mind doing Luca a few favors to secure this business. Luca, fully aware of what she was thinking, didn't make any explicit promises. He just smiled and offered a polite compliment in return. Then I thank you, Miss Simpson. With your help, I think I can rest easy regarding legal matters. After finishing, Luca turned to look at Foggy, who had been silently following Miss Simpson like an invisible man ever since she arrived, trying to lower his presence. By now, Luca had fully recalled his identity. Foggy Nelson, childhood friend, best buddy, and law partner of the protagonist Matt Murdock in the TV series Daredevil. He was an excellent lawyer in his own right, possessing both flexibility and a strong sense of justice. However, because his appearance differed somewhat from the show, Luca hadn't recognized him immediately. It was only after George Stacy, the father of the famous Spider-Woman, Gwen Stacy, appeared that Luca's train of thought branched out, reminding him that Foggy was also a plot character. Yes, Captain George was also a supporting character, and arguably more famous than Foggy. It really was just too coincidental today. Mr. Foggy is still just an intern at Landman & Sack, right? Would you be interested in becoming my personal lawyer later? Hearing this, the other three people present were momentarily stunned, unsure why Luca would suddenly have this idea. Miss Simpson reacted first, joking with a smile. Your boss is still standing right here, Mr. Luca. Are you planning to poach my staff right in front of me? Luca nodded slightly, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Relying on his youth as a shield, he continued. I just see great potential in Mr. Foggy's future. If he agrees, I assume Miss Simpson wouldn't begrudge losing an intern, right? In large firms like Landman & Sack, there was a significant difference between an intern and an associate lawyer. Although both were at the bottom of the food chain, interns were mostly law students from top universities who hadn't graduated yet, so their ties to the firm weren't very strong. If an intern had the chance to become a personal lawyer for a wealthy individual, it would certainly be a much better start than grinding away in a firm after graduation. Besides, a personal lawyer could still be affiliated with the firm, so it wouldn't cause a rift between Oranchus Industries and Landman & Sack. However, hearing a 14-year-old boy, much younger than himself, praise his future potential made Foggy's expression crack a little. Thank you for your high regard, Mr. Oranchus. But I'm still in the stage of learning and improving myself, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Hearing this, Luca just nodded indifferently and didn't say anything more. This left Foggy scratching his head, utterly confused. Actually, Luca chose to extend the offer partly because of the goodwill associated with Foggy's character identity, and partly because he knew Foggy's capabilities and personality. At the very least, as a hero's partner, Foggy's character was absolutely trustworthy. However, a strong sense of justice also meant such people couldn't tolerate moral ambiguity. Luca knew himself well. Since he had come to this free society with a good start, he definitely planned to enjoy the conveniences capital provided in the future. He wouldn't become an evil capitalist, but he wasn't likely to become a morally spotless saint either. So, he didn't feel too much regret over being rejected by a paragon of justice. Watching the two leave, Luca stared at Foggy's back, lost in thought. Right now, Foggy is just an intern about to graduate, which means Matt Murdock probably hasn't officially debuted as Daredevil yet. I wonder how many other street-level heroes are still in their dormant phase. And do they exist in this parallel universe? If given the chance, Luca would actually like to try recruiting a few street heroes with less rigid moral compasses to work for him. Unlike the Avengers, who all had deep backgrounds. Characters like The Punisher, Frank Castle or Jessica Jones came to mind. Not only were their abilities decent, but before fully embracing heroism, they weren't exactly puritanical justice seekers who couldn't tolerate a speck of dust in their eyes. Recruiting these known characters, whose abilities and trustworthiness he could gauge, would be much more cost-effective than hiring ordinary people. Looks like I'll need to send someone specifically to investigate the current status of these guys for my memories later. Just as Luca was thinking this, George Stacy walked out of the police station quickly. Seeing that Luca and Shamila were still there, he breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his collar, and walked over. "Mr. Aranches, here's a copy of your police report." As he spoke, George Stacy handed a document to Luca. Shamila stepped forward and took the document for Luca. Luca looked at Captain Stacy with confusion. This kind of thing could easily have been mailed to him later. And even if they had to hand it over now, it shouldn't require the captain himself to run out in a hurry. "Is there something else you need from me, Captain Stacy?" George Stacy looked intently at Luca's face, then spoke again. "Can I have a word with you alone?" Chapter 24, Get Me 10 Vibrators. Is Captain Stacy interested in the weapons developed by Aranches Industries? Seeing George Stacy hesitating to speak, Luca casually asked as they walked toward the corner of the building. He didn't ask this without reason. As mentioned before, a large amount of Chitauri weaponry was left in Manhattan after the Battle of New York. This led to several recent violent crimes in New York involving alien weapons. The harm caused by these incidents was clearly beyond what petty criminals used to inflict. Earlier, he had used the Dominator to blast a dump truck. Although the record showed it was a company experimental prototype, specifically, a failed high-energy particle pistol that was once a core component of the Dominator. To the uninformed, this portable, high-power weapon obviously had very promising prospects. However, George Stacy shook his head awkwardly. That's not it. Although I do think your company's products are impressive, procuring equipment isn't something I can decide on my own. Although George Stacy had significant authority as the NYPD captain. Weapon orders required approval from the finance, audit, and logistics departments within the NYPD, and the final decision went all the way up to the mayor's office. Not to mention the tedious procedures of bidding and financial appropriation. As a captain, he at most had some advisory power. However, Captain Stacy didn't beat around the bush. After explaining the equipment issue, he continued. "That truck driver you injured. Our investigation found a large amount of alcohol in his system. He was clearly drinking while driving." "What? Does Captain Stacy think this incident was an accident?" Luca asked, a playful look on his face. No. In fact, the investigation results showed that the alcohol was mostly in his stomach and hadn't been fully absorbed yet. So, we suspect the driver was trying to use drunkenness to cover up his crime. My personal judgment is that this incident was indeed highly likely a premeditated malicious attack." Shamila rolled her eyes. Did something so obvious need to be restated so solemnly? Captain Stacy ignored Shamila's look and kept his eyes on Luca, continuing without pause. "As for your claim that the mastermind might be related to your uncle, Mr. Dragan Aranches, we can't confirm that yet. But the police will do our best to find the real culprit and bring him to justice. So, I hope Mr. Aranches will cooperate with our police work in the future." Luca raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then handed over his business card. Actually, Luca had already left Shamila's number at the station. Offering his own card now was a sign of his approval of George Stacy. "Then I'll thank Captain Stacy in advance for seeking justice on my behalf." Seeing the card presented to him, George Stacy hesitated briefly before accepting it, then took his leave. Watching his retreating back as he returned to the precinct, Luca felt that the men had rushed out to find him for more than just these few simple words. Actually, the reason Luca chose to call the police, cooperate with them, and even directly implicate his uncle Dragan was precisely because he wanted to use police intervention alongside his own efforts to root out whoever was behind Dragan. Yes, even though he hadn't identified the attackers, he had already pinned this on his cheap uncle. Otherwise, Luca didn't believe in coincidences like being attacked in a car crash right after the guy provoked him. And if it turned out Dragan wasn't behind it, well, he was just casting a wide net. It wasted the NYPD's resources, not his. He wouldn't lose anything. After watching George Stacy leave, another car sent by the company was already waiting outside the precinct. After getting in, Luca leaned back wearily against the seat. Between the funeral and the car crash, he was exhausted after a long day. In fact, due to his mother Gina's hospitalization, Luca had spent almost all his time at the hospital recently. Combined with organizing his father's funeral, he had put many things on hold. Now with this new mess, he had a premonition that his future life wouldn't be peaceful. By the way, Auntie Shamila, did the items I ordered arrive? Master, they were ready yesterday. But because we had to organize the master's funeral today, I had them temporarily stored in the living room. Luca nodded, but then he looked at the brand new prosthetic Tony Stark had given him. Or rather, at the pale blue panel floating above it. Yes, previously, core components only displayed the synthesis panel upon contact, so they didn't really affect Luca. However, since this mechanical prosthetic was attached directly to his arm, it was constantly in a state of contact. Luca didn't know how to cancel the panel, so the glaring pale blue display followed his arm everywhere. Although it had no collision volume, and its semi-transparent state didn't block his vision. In his eyes, the glowing white arm and the obtrusive blue panel constantly gave him the urge to tap it and do something. I need to synthesize this thing ASAP. It's glowing so much it's kinda creepy. With that in mind, Luca checked the synthesis materials required on the panel and spoke again. Auntie Shamila, sorry to trouble you again. Please contact the company's logistics department and send over 5 different models of grappling hook launchers and 5 small hydraulic transmission rods under 50 centimeters. Luca paused slightly. He was trying to guess what kind of item would qualify as a microtherapeutic device, according to the synthesis panel. Also order a low to medium frequency therapeutic device, a microwave therapy device for neck and shoulders, a laser and infrared acupuncture device, and a magnetic therapy wristband. One of each. I need the smallest models available on the market, the specific efficacy and brand don't matter. Shamila was puzzled but meticulously recorded all of Luca's requests. She knew that since the master passed away, Master Luca had been working hard researching and tinkering with these strange things. He had collected quite a lot of materials and equipment. And it wasn't fruitless. At least that magical pistol the young master called the Dominator was something he had crafted alone without her knowing. Shamila didn't understand scientific research, but she was very clear about the magical power of that weapon during testing. In Shamila's heart, Master Luca was now a super scientific genius comparable to the late master. So even if Luca's material requests were strange, she never hesitated in preparing them. After all, the world of geniuses is always hard to understand. Just when Shamila thought the list was complete, Luca looked at the last synthesis material on the panel and spoke again in a flat tone. Also, get me 10 vibrators of different models and specifications. Chapter 25, New Item. Shamila, who had been looking down and writing, stopped her pen mid-stroke and snapped her head up. Her mouth hung open, her pupils contracted, and she stared at the nonchalant Luca in utter disbelief. She wasn't the only one. Even the company employee temporarily acting as their driver for the new car couldn't resist the urge to turn around and look at the future heir of the company. However, perhaps remembering his generous salary, the driver summoned immense willpower to face forward again. But while he focused on driving, his ears were perked up, and his eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of Luca. Ma. Master, isn't that inappropriate? You're still young, that kind of thing. Hearing Auntie Shamila's stammering, nervous voice, Luca twitched his lips and forced himself to maintain a calm tone. Auntie Shamila, what are you thinking? I just need these things for my next invention. Just prepare them for me. But master, the company doesn't make products like that, Shamila stammered. I didn't say get them from the company. Just like the medical equipment, buy them from outside sources. Oh okay. Seeing Luca's determination, Shamila bit the bullet and wrote down the word vibrator on the paper. However, for this specific order, she decided not to delegate it to anyone else. She would purchase everything herself. After all, she was a middle-aged woman. Though unmarried, she knew her way around shopping for these things and felt no shyness about it. Her nervousness earlier stemmed purely from a maternal worry that Luca might be developing strange habits. Now that she had calmed down, she didn't dwell on it. She stole a glance at Luca and found the boy staring blankly into space again, lost in thought. Shamila sighed silently. I wonder if little Luca is thinking about a new invention or missing his parents. Either way is fine. At least having something to keep him busy is good. After carefully putting away the list, Shamila turned around and started pondering. Should she have the temporary driver fired from the company, or just transfer him to a factory far away from the New York headquarters? Meanwhile, seeing Shamila stop paying attention to him, Luca breathed a sigh of relief and sighed inwardly. Being rich really is great. If he didn't have the company and funds, preparing all these materials himself would be a nightmare. Ignoring the cost of trial and error, just finding the right items that met the synthesis material requirements would take a lot of effort. But it looks like I'll need to hire a professional assistant to handle these trivial matters. Shamila is a soldier at heart, asking her to work as a housekeeper and secretary is really pushing her. But that brought him back to the issue of controlling the company and funds. Either cure Gina or get control of the company. I need to find a breakthrough soon. An hour and a half later. Greenwich, Connecticut. Seaside Villa. It was approaching evening. Looking at the piles of random items filling the villa's living room, Luca rubbed his throbbing temples. Auntie Shamila, go notify the combat squad to return and handle the material procurement first. Those two things are critical. As for this mess, I'll deal with it slowly myself. After sending Shamila away, Luca slumped onto the couch in the middle of the living room. This villa was an Aranches family property in Connecticut. Although not in New York City, it wasn't far from Lower Manhattan, just over an hour's drive. Originally, the family of 3 would come here occasionally on weekends to escape the hustle and bustle of Manhattan and relax. But now, with the Upper East Side apartment heavily damaged and Manhattan under martial law and chaos, Luca had temporarily moved here, turning a vacation spot into a permanent residence. Well, permanent residence was a bit of a stretch since Luca had spent most nights at the hospital recently. As for the pile of junk in the living room, some were procured by subordinates under Luca's orders, and some were sent directly from the company. It was a hodgepodge of daily necessities, toys, models, weapon samples, everything imaginable. The main reason for this was that Luca still didn't fully understand how to trigger the core components of his cheat, or what kind of items qualified as one. All he knew was that indirect images like photos or videos didn't reveal the glow of a core component. Helplessly, he had ordered people to buy random things and send them over for him to inspect personally. But now it seemed this method was inefficient. At a glance, Luca hadn't seen anything emitting the unique white light of a core component. Looks like I can't keep doing this. It's too inefficient and troublesome to clean up. However, when I saw the Avengers, basically everyone had a core component on them. Starting with plot characters seems to be a viable strategy. Then, Luca thought of the kick enhancement shoes he was wearing. Its core component was just an ordinary item found in a shoe store, with no fancy origin. Maybe going shopping and filtering through malls in bulk is also a good path. While calculating these possibilities, Luca didn't start opening the packages to check them one by one. Instead, he walked directly toward 2 boxes placed in the corner of the living room. One was larger and printed with the Aranches Industries logo. Clearly, these were the custom parts Luca had ordered from the company. As for the smaller box, from the outside, it looked like an ordinary red medical kit with a white cross on it. However, in Luca's eyes, this box was emitting a unique, glowing white light. Yes, the reason Luca chose to come home today after spending so many days at the hospital wasn't just to sift through random items for new synthesis opportunities. More importantly, he had indeed found another new, core component during his time at the hospital. Chapter 26, Baymax, Testing the Cheat. Stepping forward and pressing his hand on the red medical kit, the pale blue panel popped up instantly. Baymax. Big Hero 6 World 1 out of 5. Creator, Tadashi Hamada. Core component, red medical kit. Synthesis materials, 1 smart chip storing medical data, 1 carbon fiber robotic skeleton, 1 humanoid inflatable toy, 1 can of healing spray, 1 lithium-ion battery, 1 small scanner, 1 small projector. Item description, inflatable healthcare companion robot. A high-tech medical robot that can be stored in its medical kit anytime, anywhere. Its memory contains over 10,000 medical procedures, and its AI possesses immense learning capabilities. Aside from health monitoring and emergency treatment, it is lightweight, durable, and surprisingly strong. A highly qualified professional medical companion. Note, of course, if your mechanical engineering skills are reliable, it could be far more than just a medical robot. Yes, the new core component Luca found this time could synthesize Baymax from Big Hero 6. It was a pity that this Baymax was the original healthcare version created by Tadashi Hamada, not the combat upgraded version modified by the protagonist, Hiro Hamada. As for finding this core component, it made sense. During his time at the hospital, Luca had considered using his cheat to synthesize some black tech healing item to cure his mother, Gina. And to find the core component for a black tech medical device, the hospital naturally had the highest probability. However, Luca had initially focused on existing hospital equipment or various medicines. Who would have thought that, by sheer coincidence, an ordinary, discarded medical kit would trigger the cheat's recognition? This is good too. The tech level in Big Hero 6 seems significantly higher than the real world of 2012. Maybe Baymax's database of over 10,000 medical procedures really contains a method to cure Gina. Even if it doesn't, having a combat unit that's easy to modify isn't bad either. That's right. Although the note on the panel seemed to mock Luca's research skills. While he couldn't instantly upgrade Baymax into a budget Iron Man suit like Hiro Hamada did in the movie, simply adding some armor and uploading combat data was well within his capabilities. Thanks to his father's guidance and his experience in robotics competitions and building weapons, he wasn't a complete novice. In the Marvel Universe, he couldn't compare to the freakish geniuses who built power armor in caves at age 10. But in the ordinary world, he was definitely a teenage prodigy. Luca, having inherited everything from the original host, was at least an entry-level electronic and mechanical engineer. Retracting his hand from the medical kit, Luca didn't bother looking for a box cutter. He used his key to slit open the large box sent from the company. Inside were various materials he needed. Considering the uncertainty of the cheat's material requirements, these materials were prepared in many different models and categories. After drawing a circle on the floor with chalk, he solemnly placed the red medical kit in the center. Next, however, Luca didn't take out the custom-made carbon fiber robotic skeleton or the inflatable doll custom-made to resemble Baymax from the delivery box. Instead, he pulled out a robotic skeleton roughly the size of his palm, and a cheap-looking Greninja inflatable toy that was barely larger than the skeleton. The palm-sized skeleton was actually a simplified robot toy Luca had made based on the original host's childhood memories, printed with carbon fiber using the home 3D printer. The reason he deliberately chose these two completely irrelevant items was to test the limits of his cheat. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Luca placed the tiny robotic skeleton, which probably couldn't even walk properly, into a separate large circle within the array. The next moment, the ordinary, crude mechanical skeleton glowed white, its light slowly connecting with the white light of the red medical kit. It actually works. Seeing this, even Luca was in disbelief. Leaving aside the complexity of the original Baymax's skeleton, its height was at least comparable to a human. But now, his palm-sized, crude skeleton could serve as a material. So, as long as size isn't specified, and the name matches, anything passes the check regardless of dimensions. What about the quantity of material? Conservation of mass. As soon as he said that, Luca slapped himself lightly. I'm an idiot. Talking about conservation of mass with a cheat. Isn't it better the more broken it is? Well, slapping himself hurt, so he just tapped his cheek lightly. It didn't even make a sound. His gaze returned to the circular array. Confirming the skeleton passed the check, Luca placed the Greninja inflatable toy into another circle within the array. But this time, the Greninja doll didn't light up like the skeleton. What's wrong? You look down on Greninja. It's clearly a humanoid Pokemon with arms and legs. Unconvinced, Luca took out the Greninja and swapped it for an Ultraman doll of similar size. This time, the inflatable doll lit up, and the white light connected. What kind of weird criteria is this? Whatever, as long as it lights up. Although there were still many mysteries about his cheat, this was progress. Luca didn't dwell on it. After noting down this information, he placed all the other custom-made materials into the array one by one. A smart chip containing only a single medical textbook, a generic aluminum can of medical spray, a semi-finished lithium battery from the lab, a crudely made scanner with ridiculously low precision, and a mini projector with atrocious resolution. No surprises this time. All items passed the array's check. The massive circular array was now filled with white light. Luca slapped his hands on the edge of the array and mentally commanded, "Synthesize." The white light surged, then contracted sharply. Finally, only a red box with a completely transformed appearance remained in the center of the array. Cave Leather. Chapter 27, The Zeroth Law. Locking his gaze firmly on the high-tech red box sitting squarely on the floor, Luca stepped forward with anticipation and knocked lightly on the casing. Knock knock knock. Ah. No reaction. Though the case does seem to be made of carbon fiber. He fiddled with it, turning it this way and that. He even pressed the prominent circular chip slot, ejecting Baymax's mainboard chip, but the robot showed no sign of activating. After reinserting the chip, Luca searched his memory for the plot of Big Hero 6, then hesitantly called out tentatively. Ouch, it hurts. Even though it was clearly a fake cry of pain, the red box, which had been silent, suddenly reacted. The circular light strip around the chip slot lit up, accompanied by a faint beep-beep alarm sound. Immediately after, the red storage case unfolded rapidly. The white filling inside inflated quickly like a balloon. Within moments, an inflatable robot resembling the Michelin Man stood atop the open storage case. The chubby white robot first looked down at its surroundings, then blinked its eyes in confusion before taking small, shuffling steps out of the case and toward Luca. However, the living room of the villa was currently a mess, piled high with packages. Even Baymax's path was blocked by clutter. The chubby inflatable robot wasn't in a hurry. It slowly began a repetitive process. Look down. Bend over. Move object. Shuffle forward. This guy was actually planning to move every single obstacle aside, one by one. Watching this, Luca, who had been full of anticipation, felt his patience shatter. He rushed over and frantically shoved the clutter aside for it. Only then did the inflatable robot stop and look at him again. The robot raised its right hand, which had only 4 fingers, and a gentle but slightly robotic electronic voice resonated from within its body. Hello. I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. Seeing Baymax finally working properly, Luca let out a long sigh of relief. But Baymax's next sentence froze him in place. Hello, Luca. Ah. You know my name. Luca was full of question marks. Although the synthesis panel mentioned Baymax had over 10,000 medical procedures in its database. This implied the synthesized robot possessed all the information loaded by the original creator, Tadashi Hamada, and possibly even some original video recordings aside from the AI program. But regardless, Luca's name shouldn't be in Baymax's database. Even with the Dominator pistol earlier, he had to go through basic voice print and fingerprint registration after synthesis to bind user permissions. However, hearing Luca's question, Baymax tilted its head slightly, looking at him with confusion. Yes, I know your name, Luca von Orantius. I noticed you were in need of medical attention when you said, ouch. Wait. Interrupting Baymax's somewhat robotic explanation, Luca pressed his previous question. Why do you know my name? According to the Zeroth law, Luca von Orantius is designated as the highest authority. I must fully obey all commands from the highest authority, Baymax answered quickly after blinking its black camera eyes twice. The Zeroth law. Does that mean there are also a first and second law? Luca asked immediately. The only extra procedural law is the Zeroth law, which takes precedence over everything. The first procedural law states that a robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Baymax continued reciting, but Luca had already fallen into deep thought. Extra procedural law. And it specifically names me as the highest authority. Even thinking with his toes, Luca knew this was definitely his cheat at work. Actually, when he obtained the Baymax core component, Luca had similar worries. The items he synthesized before, even the Dominator, with its smart chip, only had simple functions like scanning, answering, and identity verification. This synthesized Baymax was the first advanced AI with autonomous evolution and emotional modules. For high-tech creations with advanced AI, like the Red Queen from Resident Evil or the T-800 from Terminator, if loyalty couldn't be guaranteed, getting killed by his own creation would be a massive joke. The reason Luca dared to synthesize Baymax directly was that this version was just a medical robot, so he didn't need to worry about betrayal. But now it seemed his cheat had thoughtfully handled this issue for him. However, this extra procedural law seemed like a double-edged sword to Luca. The benefits were obvious. This was the power of the cheat. Even if his AI's programming was tampered with by others, a single word from him would reclaim control. No one could take it away. As for the downside, extra procedural law meant that even Luca couldn't copy this code. If he built replicas later through technical means instead of system synthesis, they probably wouldn't enjoy this absolute loyalty benefit. I'm getting a bit greedy. This situation is already the best outcome. I can be bolder when synthesizing intelligent items in the future. Having received this excellent news, Luca snapped back to attention. By this time, Baymax had finished reciting all the fragmented laws and resumed its previous task. Scan complete. No external injuries capable of causing pain detected. Fluctuations in your neurotransmitters and hormones detected. Diagnosis: nervousness and mild anxiety. No treatment plan for similar conditions found in database. Database expansion required. Detected that your right forearm is missing below the elbow. Effective treatment has been administered, and a mechanical prosthetic is worn. Regular resistance training and muscle contraction exercises are recommended to ensure limb health. As it spoke, Baymax's chest lit up, projecting a rehabilitation exercise video. Stop, stop, stop. I'll do that later when I have time. Luca, completely missing Baymax's previous sentence about database expansion, waved his hands repeatedly. Only after Baymax stopped the projection did he ask his question again, his expression turning serious. I want to know, is there a treatment for synaptic encapsulation syndrome in your database? Chapter 28, Hope for a Cure. The synaptic encapsulation syndrome Luca mentioned in his question was precisely the condition his mother, Gina, was suffering from. Now that he had Baymax, a robot with advanced medical data, he naturally wanted to find a cure. This wasn't just to save the company or for his own future benefits. It was also for the mother who had loved, cared for, and raised the original host since childhood. For Gina, who, even in the face of danger and moments before falling into a coma, was still worried about and trying to protect him, this stranger who had taken over her son's body. Luca looked at Baymax with complex emotions. Fortunately, after quickly searching its internal database, Baymax gave an answer. Synaptic encapsulation syndrome is caused by. See Chapter 14. Depending on the intensity of the energy pulse received, the patient's nerves become encased in cocoon-like mutated proteins. It is recommended to use magnetically driven nanobots for targeted removal surgery. This can rapidly excise and destroy the cocoon protein layer, restoring the patient's nerve signals. Luca, who had only heard the first half, started to relax his brow, but as Baymax finished, he frowned again. Magnetically driven nanobots. Baymax, do you possess this treatment capability? Given a nanotech medical pod or nanobot solution combined with a targeted magnetic navigation device, I possess the necessary operational skills. Luca's face fell instantly. Without even thinking, he knew those were medical devices from Baymax's world. In his current world, maybe the cradle that would create vision in the future might be somewhat related. But that device seemed more focused on using nanotechnology to repair physical trauma. Whether it could achieve the effect Baymax described was unknown. Still unwilling to give up, Luca pressed on. Does your database contain the manufacturing data for these two devices? Aside from the manufacturing process for Baymax units, the database does not contain information related to the manufacturing of other medical equipment. Luca shook his head helplessly. However, the fact that Baymax's database contained its own manufacturing process was good news. At least Luca might be able to replicate similar products using this data later. That said, this basic version of Baymax was technically inferior to the combat upgraded version modified by Hiro Hamada. The combat Baymax's unscientific flight control system, thrusters, enhanced scanners, and other gear were basically black tech. The standard Baymax only had high-capacity lithium batteries, a high-output flexible exoskeleton, wide-range precision scanners, an evolvable AI with an emotion module, and over 10,000 advanced medical procedures. Actually, the standard Baymax is already ridiculous enough. While Luca's mind wandered. Perhaps sensing his disappointment, Baymax tilted its head and spoke again. In the absence of treatment equipment, targeted protein-devouring medication can be chosen for adjunctive therapy. Continuous administration can slowly remove the cocoon proteins. Recovery time depends on the patient's condition. Luca was initially delighted, but recalling Baymax's previous answer, he reined in his expression and asked uncertainly. Can you make this targeted medication? Relevant targeted medications can be purchased at designated pharmacies. As it spoke, the projection screen on Baymax's chest lit up again, listing a long row of pharmacy names and addresses. However, seeing that the first few all started with San Francisco, the excitement Luca had just felt deflated instantly. Can you say something useful? Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the image on the screen changed again. It clearly displayed the name, targeted drug for synaptic encapsulation syndrome, followed by a long chemical bond diagram and the proportions of several other chemical components. This works too. Do you have the preparation process for this drug? Luca asked. Preparation process not found in database. Hearing this, although Luca was somewhat disappointed, he wasn't discouraged. With the chemical structure and proportions of the drug, he at least saw a glimmer of light. As long as he had a laboratory in the relevant field cooperating with the research, there was a high probability of producing this drug. In fact, existing technology might already be capable of creating similar drugs. The issue was that, firstly, this disease was extremely rare before, so without sufficient demand, mature large laboratories wouldn't actively research such specialized drugs. Now with a clear direction, both the difficulty and the production process would be greatly simplified. As long as enough funds were invested, successfully producing it wouldn't be too complicated. After all, Luca didn't need mass industrial production to sell for profit. If it was just laboratory preparation, it would merely be a matter of cost. Thanks a lot, Baymax. Having his emotions toyed with back and forth by this chubby white robot, Luca finally relaxed and hugged its soft body without reservation. Yep, really feels like a marshmallow. Feeling the hug, Baymax instinctively wrapped its arms around Luca, completely enveloping him in its bouncy body. Detected that your neurotransmitter levels are steadily rising, and hormone secretion is stabilizing. Diagnosis: anxiety symptoms alleviated. Luca paused slightly upon hearing Baymax's voice report. He recalled that Baymax had indeed diagnosed him with mild anxiety earlier. But then, Luca just laughed it off. Even though he considered his mentality and resilience to be above average. Transmigration, combat, the company, and threats to his life, with all these troubles piling up, only having mild anxiety was actually pretty good. After hugging Baymax tightly again, Luca gently pulled away and smiled at the robot. At a time like this, don't spoil the mood with diagnostic results. This point has been recorded in the care matrix. Treatment confirmed complete. If you wish for me to enter sleep mode, you need to say, I am satisfied with your care. Looking at the big guy's rigid adherence to protocol, Luca smiled helplessly and shook his head. Looks like the dialogue and emotion modules will need a lot of training later. Thinking this, Luca decided not to say the sleep phrase. Instead, he let Baymax stay active to keep him company. I will stay by your side at all times. Receiving the command, Baymax stood motionless on the spot. In its understanding, this counted as companionship. Sure enough, its behavior patterns are still a bit stiff. The activation and deactivation commands also need some adjustments. But first I need to see how complex Baymax's core programming is. If it's too difficult, modifying it will be a pain. Read my story, Cave Leather. Game of Thrones Pirateking. Game of Thrones, Black Dragon Second Chance. Game of Thrones, King Bastard. Game of Thrones, I have a Stardew Valley panel. Marvel Inventor. Game of Thrones, True King. Game of Thrones, the otherworldly challenger to the Iron Throne. Game of Thrones, True Dragon Chapter 29, Blind Box Opening. The code modifications Luca had in mind were, of course, not as simple as changing voice commands. As mentioned before, Baymax could be more than just a medical robot. With just a few tweaks, it could also be a formidable combatant. Considering that recording combat data, modifying command protocols, and building external armor for Baymax would all take considerable time, Luca decided to wait and do it later. Right now, what he wanted to do most was naturally. Baymax, come help me open these packages. Looking at the densely packed clutter in the living room, Luca felt a headache coming on. With all this random junk, it feels like opening blind boxes. Baymax, having received the command, tilted its head in confusion, looking at Luca with incomprehension. My database does not contain a command for opening packages. It's fine. Watch my movements, learn first, then help. Baymax straightened up immediately, its large eyes unblinkingly tracking Luca's every move. Actually, most of the items in the living room were daily necessities Luca had casually named and had his subordinates purchase. From firearms and ammunition to infant toys and various electronics. Basically, Luca scrolled online, and whatever caught his eye, he ordered his people to buy or pick up from stores. A small portion consisted of items Luca suspected might be core components, based on sci-fi gadgets from movies and anime he had seen in his past life. Things like Pokeball toys, certain cosplay props, or glasses and watches, items often imbued with black tech attributes in fiction. However, Luca didn't have high hopes that any of these would actually trigger the cheat's recognition. Take the shoes as an example. If Luca hadn't already synthesized the kick enhancement shoes, relying solely on a pair or two bought by subordinates would make the chances of triggering the cheat incredibly slim. Fortunately, money wasn't an issue. All Luca had to do was open the packages and see if anything glowed. Moreover, more than half of the items in the living room had no packaging or transparent packaging. A single glance was enough to confirm they weren't core components. This greatly reduced his actual workload. But if there is a next time, I should just have them unbox everything before bringing it to me. Do you require me to contact others to help solve your problem? No, I was just talking to myself. It was his first time doing this, and Luca hadn't fully adapted to the mindset of a wealthy capitalist yet. Before, he only thought about verifying everything personally. Forget it. Let's just get these done first. Saying this, Luca walked toward the largest package in the living room. It was a rectangular hardboard package over 2 meters long. At first glance, it looked like a door laid flat. Well, actually, it was a door. Luca had seen it while browsing online, a pure wood, framed pink door. According to the seller, it was perfect for a girl's bedroom. When he said he wanted to buy this door, Shamila had looked at him strangely for a long time. But the reason Luca wanted to test it was naturally because its design was strikingly similar to Doraemon's Anywhere door. Although Luca doubted he could gather the synthesis materials for such a convenient item even if he got it, a man had to dream, right? As expected, no go. He didn't even need to fully unbox it. Just cutting a corner of the packaging was enough for Luca to confirm there was no white glow. Why do I feel a bit disappointed? Maybe I should visit the manufacturer's warehouse later. Thinking that Tony Stark would probably just buy the factory and have them churn out doors day and night. Luca felt that he truly wasn't rich enough. With a hint of disappointment, he looked at the other items. Pokeball, nope. Capsule, nope. White Pocket, nope. Baymax, catch. He tossed another box cutter to Baymax. Watching it carefully pinch the cutter and clumsily mimic his movements, Luca's mood improved significantly. However, the good mood didn't last long. Backpack, nope. Nope. After opening dozens of packages and checking all the junk he thought might be related to spatial items, not a single one was a hit. Sure enough, anything involving blind boxes only leads to disappointment. Your emotional state appears to be fluctuating continuously. Please provide me with psychological counseling data as soon as possible. Seeing Luca toss the box cutter onto the floor in frustration, Baymax, whose movements were becoming more proficient, stopped and looked over. It's fine. Just keep working. Just as Luca gave up hope and prepared to become a ruthless package-opening machine, he suddenly noticed that in Baymax's chubby hand, it was carefully holding a long, narrow box it had just opened. This is also... Wait. Is that... This is a package. Ignoring Baymax's literal answer, Luca, who had been feeling numb, snatched the box with lightning speed. Damn it, finally a drop. Good job, Baymax. Luca gave Baymax a thumbs up. Baymax looked at its empty chubby hand, then at Luca, who was inexplicably excited. It blinked its round eyes in confusion. Luca didn't notice Baymax's look, his attention was entirely focused on the box in his hand. Or rather, not the box, but the black semi-rimless glasses resting quietly inside the long glasses case. He reached out and took the glowing black-rimmed glasses. A pale blue panel popped up rapidly. Criminal Tracking Glasses. Detective Conan World, February 5th. Creator, Professor Agasa. Core component, black semi-rimless glasses. Synthesis materials, 1 micro tracker, 1 micro bug, 1 micro bone conduction headset, 1 micro battery, 1 antenna. Item description, magical tracking glasses that can locate and eavesdrop on enemies within a 20 km radius via a tracker. Besides tracking and eavesdropping, these amazing glasses also feature bulletproof lenses, telescopic zoom, night vision, thermal imaging, and network connectivity. Truly a must-have tool for looking cool while fighting crime. Note, actually, the most magical ability of these glasses might be that even in the dark, simply lowering your head creates a full lens reflection to hide your eyes. Also, unless manually removed, no violent movement can shake them off. Chapter 30, The Magical Tracking Glasses. Hiss. After carefully reading the item description on the panel, Luca sucked in a breath of cold air, making his own meager contribution to global warming. It wasn't that he didn't recognize Conan's tracking glasses. It was just the first time he realized this little gadget had so many functions integrated into it. Logically speaking, eavesdropping, tracking, telescopic zoom, thermal imaging, none of these functions were individually magical black tech. But a 20-kilometer tracking and eavesdropping range, combined with all those other miscellaneous functions, all condensed into a pair of plain-looking glasses. And specifically into a thin, semi-rimless frame. The only thing Luca could compare it to was probably the Edith glasses Tony Stark would make for Spidey in the future, which might be slightly superior. However, it seems I happen to have similar accessories for all these synthesis materials on hand. He rummaged through the living room again. Baymax stood dumbly to the side, watching Luca's actions, unsure if it should help. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Luca to gather all the materials needed for the criminal tracking glasses. However, do bone conduction Bluetooth headphones count as micro headsets? Thinking was useless. Luca decisively lay on the floor and drew another array. He carefully placed the glasses frame in the center and arranged the other synthesis materials around it. Okay, tracker and bug are fine. He ignored the fact that the tracking equipment set was the size of a suitcase. Micro battery is fine too. He completely disregarded how much power a button battery could actually provide. Sure enough, if size isn't specified, an antenna qualifies. A satellite dish the size of a pot lid was placed at the edge of the compact array. Phew, good thing I'm smart. Considering the synthesis requirement for a micro headset, Luca had a brainwave. He dismantled a newly arrived bone conduction headset into pieces, leaving only a few wires and the necessary vibration speaker, tossing even the microphone aside. As expected, the last item passed the check. But if this works, later, if the synthesis panel asks for a large speaker, could I just put a Bluetooth earbud inside a giant megaphone and pass the check? Putting that unverifiable guess aside for now. Looking at the completed array, Luca pressed his hands down again. Synthesize. White light surged and faded. Then, a plain-looking pair of black semi-rimless glasses lay quietly in the center of the array. Without hesitation, Luca picked them up. But seeing the clean, simple design with only a single button on the front of each temple, Luca was stunned again. This? So many functions, and only 2 buttons. No manual either. Only then did Luca remember Baymax standing silently beside him. Baymax, can you scan this and tell me how to use it? Baymax's eyes lit up immediately, quickly scanning the criminal tracking glasses in Luca's hand. But just as Luca looked expectantly at Baymax after the scan, the robot said blankly. Structure approximates non-prescription eyewear. Not medical equipment. No relevant user manual found in my database. Suggest wearing. Thud. Luca, waiting for an answer, face planted onto the floor and rolled his eyes speechlessly. If you didn't know, why skin so enthusiastically? But before Luca could finish his sentence, Baymax extended a chubby finger and tapped the tracking glasses in Luca's hand. Immediately, the projection screen on Baymax's belly lit up, and various chaotic images flashed rapidly. No user manual found in the target electronic device. No similar products found in online databases. Luca was dumbfounded. He stood there foolishly holding the glasses, watching Baymax operate. Only after Baymax spoke did he close his mouth and ask in shock. Baymax. You have this function. Baymax turned off the screen on its belly, tilted its head down at Luca, and answered matter-of-factly. Yes. According to protocol, I can download any data available on the public network via network-enabled devices to enhance my healthcare capabilities. Luca was stunned for a moment, then realized. The description of the tracking glasses did mention network connectivity. But for Baymax to connect just by tapping, without any interface or consent from the device, and even inspect its internal data. That was a bit too ridiculous. Public network. Any data. Under protocol, I am only permitted to download medical and care-related data and store it in the relevant partition. It will not affect other modules in my programming. Okay. I underestimated these black tech capabilities. Having such a function and using it just to learn nursing knowledge. This thing is a master hacker. Putting his exploration of Baymax aside for now, Luca refocused on the tracking glasses. After a thought, he didn't hesitate. He took off his gold wire glasses and put on the tracking glasses. Not bad. Even though they're non-prescription, my original vision wasn't that bad, so it doesn't affect my sight. But how the hell do I use this? And where are the promised tracker and bug? While thinking, Luca pressed the button on the left temple. The next moment, a faint light flickered on the left lens, and it lit up. Simultaneously, a very faint click came from the left temple. What's this? Luca reached for the small protrusion that had appeared on the temple. With a gentle pull, he removed a button-sized device about the size of a fingernail. Looking at the button device in his palm, and then at the semi-transparent, radar-like display filling his left lens with a flashing red dot in the center. So, this is the tracker. A slightly delayed echo reached Luca's ears through the bone conduction headphone in the temple. Okay. Tracker, plus eavesdropping function. Amused, he slotted the tracker back in. To figure out the other functions, Luca pressed the button on the right temple. This time, no tracker popped out, but the screen that had lit up on the left lens switched to the right. Didn't it say tons of functions? Where's the zoom? Thermal imaging. Just as Luca thought this, the display on the right lens switched rapidly. First, it turned into a square frame, magnifying the view in front of him. Then, it immediately switched to a red and green thermal image, revealing the distribution of heat sources inside Baymax. Voice control. No. I didn't say anything. After several tests, Luca was shocked to discover that these so-called criminal tracking glasses were controlled entirely by thought, as long as he held down the button on the temple. Whether he wanted to eject the tracker, switch to tracking mode, zoom in or out on a specific spot, lock onto and analyze a target, activate thermal imaging, or connect to the internet. Everything happened instantly with just a thought. The speed of recognition and the precision of judgment were incomprehensible. The buttons on the left and right were actually just switches to toggle which screen to activate. Holy SHT! They packed a brainwave sensor into glasses this small. Chapter 31, A Little Invention. Luca originally thought that compared to Tony Stark's EDITH glasses, his criminal tracking glasses were significantly inferior in function, lacking an intelligent voice system and likely being cumbersome to operate. Who would have thought this thing was controlled by brainwaves? Professor Agasa truly holds the core technology of Conanverse. Wait, no, it's also possible that my cheat forcibly added black box abilities to replicate the original version's functionality. Taking off the glasses, Luca rubbed his throbbing temples. He had initially thought that apart from the advanced microintegration, the technology in these glasses was relatively ordinary, and he might be able to disassemble and replicate them. Now, he wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. After trying running, handstands, and shaking his head vigorously, none of which could shake the glasses off his face, Luca decided to just accept it. Whatever, as long as it works. However, this meant Luca now had two of Professor Agasa's Conan Tech gadgets in his possession, pushing the panel progress to 2/5. Maybe I should consciously try to collect 3 more items from the Conan world. Although he also had the Monkey Bomb and the Hextech Core, bringing his items from the Arcane world to 2/5 as well. The Hextech Core synthesis was still a mystery, and he had no clue what kind of core components other arcane items required. So, he had temporarily shelved that pursuit. But the Conan world items were different. Whether it was the solar-powered skateboard, detective badge, elastic suspenders, soccer belt, or the famous stun gun wristwatch. It was pretty obvious what kind of core components these items would correspond to. Moreover, the core components for these items were likely ordinary daily goods that weren't hard to find. He didn't even need to order in bulk, just strolling through a few malls or toy stores might allow him to screen and test items directly on a large scale. Luca really wanted to see what would happen once he reached May 5th. But that wasn't something he could finish right now. After experimenting with the various functions of the tracking glasses a bit more, Luca didn't take them off. He continued working with Baymax to unbox all the remaining packages. Unfortunately, perhaps his luck for the day had run out, as Luca didn't see any other glowing items. Looking at the messy living room, Luca hesitated. I'll let the cleaners deal with it tomorrow. Checking the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. Luca stretched and stood up from the floor, ready to move on to the next task. But before he could steady himself, Shamila's voice came from a distance. "Master, you haven't eaten, why?" Walking into the living room, Shamila stopped mid-sentence. She immediately noticed the chubby white Baymax standing next to Luca and froze on the spot. Baymax, hearing Shamila's footsteps, turned around. A pale green light shot from its eyes as it began scanning her. "Hello, I am Baymax. Scan indicates multiple internal injuries in your body. Recommendation." Watching Baymax start rambling again beside him, Luca facepalmed speechlessly. However, he chose not to interrupt its analysis immediately. During a pause in Baymax's explanation of Shamila's condition, he briefly explained. "This is a medical care robot I just made. Auntie Shamila, you should listen to its judgment and advice. It'll be good for your health." Shamila was completely stunned, mechanically processing the information Luca gave her. Scanning the mess on the living room floor, she couldn't understand how this pile of junk could be combined to create such a highly finished, intelligent robot. Even for someone like me who knows nothing about technology, this is just. Although watching Shamila's dumbfounded expression was amusing, Luca didn't explain further. He just pointed at Baymax, signaling her to listen carefully. Then, stepping over the mess on the floor, he walked up to Shamila and took the dinner she had brought him. Luca sat on the carpet, eating his dinner while watching Baymax explain to the now-recovered Shamila how to condition her body, a faint smile on his face. Only after Baymax finished its long-winded speech did Luca interject at the right moment. "Baymax, from now on, without my permission, do not scan other people's physical conditions at will. Also, connecting to networks and hacking into other electronic devices also requires my consent." Understood. This instruction has been added to the data protocol. Looking at the white chubby robot that could respond so fluently to Luca and moved so naturally, Shamila, finally finding a chance to speak, asked in amazement. "Master, did you really just make this?" "Yeah, just a little invention." Having wolfed down the food on his plate, Luca set the tableware aside gently and gave this answer without blushing or skipping a beat. It wasn't that Luca insisted on showing off in front of those close to him. It was just too troublesome to explain, so he decided to gloss over it. Shamila first curiously and carefully poked Baymax's round belly, but then her eyes dimmed. "I assume Master Luca worked so hard to create this robot because he wants to treat Madame Gina, right?" Thinking of this, Shamila didn't ask aloud. She was present when the doctor explained Gina's condition, so she knew the general situation. Shamila didn't believe this robot could help cure Gina. Although the young master is a genius, electrical engineering and medicine are clearly different fields. Sigh, as long as the young master is happy. However, just as Shamila was thinking this, Luca spoke again. "Auntie Shamila, accompany me to the hospital tomorrow. I need Baymax to scan Mother's symptoms." Hearing this, Shamila looked at Luca in surprise, a hint of expectation hidden in her eyes. "Master, do you mean?" "Yes, Mother's illness might be curable, but we need to confirm the symptoms first." Chapter 32, An Upgrade. Although, according to Baymax's previous statement, as long as the medication was produced, it should be able to cure Gina's illness 100%. However, considering the time and tedious steps involved, Luca decided not to explain it to Shamila in detail again. He just needed her to understand that his mother Gina's condition wasn't hopeless. Anyway, after Baymax performed the scan, there would be plenty of time to explain the necessary preparations for the treatment to her slowly. Only after seeing the somewhat emotional Shamila calm down slightly did Luca ask again. "Auntie Shamila, you didn't come here just to bring me food, right? How long until the materials I mentioned earlier arrive? Oh, and how's the contact with that tactical squad going?" Actually, the former was what Luca really cared about. Although the bodyguard matter was also important, having just synthesized two highly effective items, Baymax and tracking glasses, Luca's enthusiasm for new items was at an all-time high. Moreover, even though the name, Sweet Surrender, was a bit nonsensical, it was indeed a mechanical arm with therapeutic effects. Plus, the constant glowing was annoying, so Luca wanted to synthesize it as soon as possible. However, Shamila's answer to Luca's question dampened his expectations slightly. "Master, the grappling hook guns and transmission rods you wanted are already stocked by the company, so they should be delivered to the house by tomorrow. And, the vibrators of different models are also easy to handle. The only trouble is the few therapeutic devices you mentioned. Since some of them are relatively rare on the market, the delivery time might be slower." Actually, what Shamila didn't say was that the company's weapons department had grumbled reluctantly about the grappling hook guns and transmission rods Luca requested. After all, to put it bluntly, Luca had no actual power within Orantius Industries. At best, he was just a 14-year-old boy who happened to be the heir to the company owner. Asking the weapons department to provide materials once or twice was fine, they would treat it as playing house with a child to please the future boss. But if it happened all the time, they would inevitably have some complaints. Plus, Shamila's identity as the boss's trusted driver honestly wasn't enough to intimidate the somewhat arrogant, scientific talents in the weapons department. However, they only dared to complain a little and express their dissatisfaction implicitly. Ultimately, it was for work. Even grad students had to babysit for their advisors sometimes. They didn't want to cause trouble by ignoring Luca's small requests. So Shamila chose not to tell Luca and cause him unnecessary worry. Back to the present. Hearing Shamila's report, Luca thought for a moment and decided not to rush her. He simply said, "Let's leave it at that for now. Just let me know when any of the therapeutic devices arrive." Okay. Seeing Luca accept the situation casually, Shamila secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to answer the second question. "As for the tactical squad mentioned earlier, I've already contacted Shield Mountain. Oh, that's the squad leader. They've been on standby these past few days and have already started their journey back after our call. As for the timing, they'll arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. If they're early, they should be here by tomorrow night. Master, you know that the area around Manhattan has been chaotic recently, and even Connecticut is somewhat troublesome." Luca shook his head casually. "Understood. No need to explain, Auntie Shamila." "But master, you said you wanted to check on the madam's condition tomorrow," Shamila said with slight hesitation. "It's fine. I have you with me, Auntie Shamila. Then please rest early, master. I won't disturb you. I'll have the cleaners tidy up this mess tomorrow." Saying this, Shamila prepared to walk toward her room. But she paused, thought for a moment, and added, "Master, you just ate. You can do some light activity before sleeping." Watching Shamila leave, Luca couldn't help but smile. Even Shamila, who has always been a bit rough around the edges, is starting to care about my health. However, Luca didn't actually plan to sleep immediately. At least, before sleeping, he had other things to do. "Baymax, bring your case and follow me." Saying this, Luca strode toward the stairs leading to the villa's basement. More importantly, Luca intended to add some combat protocols to Baymax, just like Hiro Hamada did in the original Big Hero 6. However, the prerequisite for all this was confirming whether he actually had the ability to do so. After the computer booted up, Luca turned to look at Baymax. He was about to call the robot over, but when he looked up, he almost blacked out. "Why are you still holding that case? Put the case down first. Put it aside. Plug it into charge. The Healthcare Companion portable storage case currently has sufficient battery. Continued charging is not recommended. Good lord, this case has such a fancy name. Then don't charge it. Put down the case and come here." Too tired to argue with this goofy robot, Luca sighed helplessly and pointed to the corner, issuing a new command. This time, the obedient Baymax dutifully placed the case in the corner, pulled out the power cord, looked at it, draped it beside the case, and then walked over to Luca. But before Luca could speak, Baymax's gentle, monotonous voice rang out again. "Scan indicates you should rest immediately and enter sleep mode. Long-term sleep deprivation leads to decreased metabolism, immune system damage." Didn't I say not to initiate scans without my permission? The previous command was, without my permission, do not scan other people's physical conditions at will. According to protocol, Luca is not classified as other people. Would you like to add yourself to this directive? Thanks a lot for not treating me as an outsider. Gratitude received. Would you like to add yourself to this directive? Baymax persisted with the question. Motherf. A curse almost slipped out, but Luca held it back. After thinking about it, he decided not to argue with the robot. Considering that real-time scanning helped monitor his health, he decided to let it slide. No need, scan whenever you want. But remember, if others are present, do not speak freely about my physical condition. Afraid Baymax might misinterpret his meaning again, Luca quickly added. Unless I need someone to rescue me. In emergencies, you should speak up. New protocol added. Alright, although a bit goofy, it seems okay. Finally dealing with the interruption, Luca tapped the chip slot on Baymax's chest. The cylindrical slot popped out immediately. Luca reached out and removed the emerald green chip containing Baymax's core data, twirling it in his hand. Mom, we should have spare chips of this model at home. Insert chip into computer. Upload database. Open operation module. The first thing was naturally to check the production process recorded in the database Baymax mentioned earlier. However, unlike what Luca expected, the database didn't contain a full set of blueprints. Instead, it was a video log of Tadashi Hamada documenting the entire process of creating Baymax, from initial design to completion. While these videos were useful, compared to direct blueprints, many steps and processes required Luca to research and deduce on his own. Moreover, some things that people in that world could just order online might require me to reinvent from scratch as new black tech here. Looks like it will take a lot of time to truly replicate Baymax. Putting aside this time-consuming task for now, Luca browsed through the other contents of the chip. This time, he breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was much better than he had feared. Perhaps because this version of Baymax was still in the development phase, although Luca couldn't understand much of the core code, Tadashi Hamada had designed the modules very cleanly and clearly, leaving plenty of room for modification. Even without adjusting the core code, upgrades and changes could still be made. For example, the combat module Luca wanted to load. The original program even had a motion capture plugin prepared. He just needed to load the movements he wanted Baymax to learn into the designated module, and Baymax could master them all through motion capture simulation. And Luca didn't need to worry about the core healthcare protocols preventing Baymax from fighting, like Hiro Hamada did in the original plot. Because of the Zeroth law, as long as Luca gave the order, Baymax would obey without hesitation. Better to use a separate chip just in case. Don't want to mess up the original and have nowhere to cry about it later. After a brief thought, Luca grabbed a new chip and copied the motion system into it. Then, he dumped all sorts of common practical combat techniques, firearms usage, special forces tactical movements, and other data into this new chip. By the time he finished this step, Luca was already feeling drowsy. With the emotional roller coaster of the day and the continuous focus on work, mental fatigue was inevitable. However, considering the current situation, Luca decided to push through and finish the remaining work in one go. Next was scanning Baymax's body shape and designing external armor based on the data. The tricky part here was that Luca had to do the modeling himself. Even with the algorithm assistance written by his father, Herman, on the computer, it was still a significant project. Need to add some edges and extra weight to the gauntlets. The carbon fiber printed at home isn't bulletproof enough, the body armor needs to be more rounded to deflect impacts. The stomach area, forget it, let's keep the inflatable interior. At least it adds cushioning. I can always deflate it before putting on or taking off the armor. It looks a bit uneven. Is it ugly? Whatever, it's just a shell. Baymax doesn't have aesthetics. Muttering to keep himself awake, he focused on his work. After busying himself for most of the night, until all the modeling data was imported into the 3D printer, Luca finally relaxed a little. This home 3D printer is way worse than the industrial machines at the company. Both print speed and finished product strength are lacking. But it'll have to do for now. I'll take Baymax to the company for a proper upgrade when I get the chance. Having finished everything, looking at the slowly uploading combat videos and the 3D printer chugging away, Luca estimated that getting both done would take until tomorrow, this afternoon. Yawning widely, Luca reinstalled Baymax's original green chip and called out sleepily. Let's go, Baymax. Upstairs to sleep. Chapter 34, Agent Baymax. Early in the morning, soft sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom. Sleeping soundly, Luca mumbled softly and turned over, wanting to feel more of the morning sun. However, the warmth on his face seemed to diminish slightly. Still groggy, Luca sensed something and instinctively opened his eyes. Immediately, in his blurry vision, a white steamed bun that almost filled his entire field of view was squatting by the bed, staring at him motionlessly. Holy SHT! A chilling sensation shot from his toes to his scalp. Luca felt like he used sheer willpower to hold back a scream. Even though he didn't scream, any trace of sleepiness had vanished. His eyes widened like bronze bells, staring fixedly at Baymax in front of him. What are you doing? Detected that you emitted screams of pain during sleep. I was waiting for you to wake up to provide effective treatment and care. Screams? Did I have a nightmare again? Why don't I remember anything? Fully awake now, Luca pushed himself up with his left hand to sit against the headboard, then fumbled for the prosthetic arm he had taken off to charge before sleeping. Wait, didn't I modify your startup voice command? Oh, right, the modified chip is still uploading data downstairs. Understanding the situation, Luca rubbed his face roughly. While attaching the prosthetic made by Stark, he asked casually. So, how do you plan to treat a nightmare? Scan result, your hormone levels have stabilized. Fine. Next time, remember not to squat by my bed while I'm sleeping. You almost scared me to death. Even though you are cute, Baymax. Received. New instruction recorded. Seeing Baymax like this, Luca reached out and playfully kneaded its marshmallow-like belly in revenge before getting out of bed. Shoes on, wash up, stumble downstairs. In the dining room downstairs, Shamila was just eating breakfast. Master, you're up. Just as she was about to greet Luca, Shamila noticed Baymax following closely behind him, shuffling down the stairs with small steps. Although she had seen Baymax and knew this robot might help treat the madam, adapting to its presence so quickly wasn't easy. Morning, Auntie Shamila. Luca yawned as he approached the dining table, grabbed a still warm sandwich from a plate, and stuffed it into his mouth. Master, I'll have someone. It's fine, this is enough. I need to go down to the basement lab first. Once I'm done there, we can head out. Okay, Master. The commercial armored vehicle I ordered from the company last night should arrive shortly. Take your time, we're in no rush. Luca nodded perfunctorily, gulped down a large mouthful of milk, grabbed another sandwich, and ran excitedly toward the basement. In the corner, the 3D printer was still chugging away. Several finished parts had been ejected by the machine and were piled haphazardly on a soft mat nearby. However, seeing the support structures and connecting plates still attached to the printed armor pieces, Luca decided without hesitation to wait until all components were printed before sanding and adjusting them together. Turning to the computer, the motion data analysis he started uploading last night was finally complete. Hee, starting today, you are Agent Baymax. Excitedly, Luca wrote the word agent on a brand new black chip with a childish flourish, then couldn't wait to insert it into Baymax's chip slot. As the data loaded, Baymax, who had been standing still, tilted its head at Luca. Its tone carried a confusion that shouldn't belong to a robot. These combat and tactical movements do not seem conducive to making me a better healthcare companion robot. Hearing Baymax's puzzled voice, Luca smiled and patted its big belly, teasing. But this allows you to protect me better, understand? The best medical care is to prevent all possible dangers before the patient gets hurt. Hearing this, Baymax blinked its large black eyes several times, then answered thoughtfully. Understood. I am Agent Baymax. Luca couldn't help but smile. He looked at Baymax, then at himself. Fat man and little boy. Sounds like a powerful combo. Although he wanted to test the upgraded Baymax's power right now, looking around at the ridiculously expensive experimental equipment in the lab, Luca decided against starting a brawl here. Beckoning Baymax, he trotted up to the courtyard above, ready to start the test. At this moment, Shamila, having finished clearing the table, followed the sound to the courtyard, curious to see what new thing Luca had come up with after being busy for so long. Baymax, your turn to perform. Seeing Baymax confused, Luca slapped his forehead and elaborated. Try the newly loaded combat module. Start with military boxing. Receiving the clear command, Baymax immediately slapped its hands to its sides and stood at attention. Immediately following were lunge punches, throat strikes, snap kicks, horse stance strikes. A series of movements executed with vigorous power, completely shedding its previous goofy demeanor. Amidst the whistling punches, grass and soil in the courtyard flew everywhere. Shamila was about to speak, but Luca issued a new command first. Baymax. That tree. Luca pointed casually. Baymax didn't hesitate. Pushing off the ground with both feet, it launched itself like a round snowball, whoosh. Next instant, Baymax threw a fierce punch. Boom. A loud explosion. The tree in the yard, roughly thick enough for a person to hug, exploded. Thick wood fibers shattered and scattered, and the entire tree slowly tipped backward toward the swimming pool. But before the broken upper half could crash into the water, Baymax had already rushed over to catch it. Then, shuffling with its small steps, it slowly placed the tree crown on the open ground nearby. Seeing this, Luca's smile widened, and he gave Baymax a generous thumbs up. Awesome. At this moment, Shamila, who had initially wanted to spar with Baymax, was completely stunned. However, After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but blurt out. "Master, that redwood tree cost about $20,000. Chapter 35, News from the Hospital. 20,000. That's nearly as much as scrapping a piece of equipment in the lab." Luca, who had been excited about Baymax's combat power, twitched his mouth upon hearing this. Being rich didn't mean he could be wasteful. But the experiment had already proven enough. Even without the carbon fiber external armor, Baymax's combat capabilities weren't significantly affected, aside from some slight movement deformation due to its inflatable body. After all, Baymax's own mechanical power was immense, and the carbon fiber composite skeleton provided decent defense. Plus, considering balance and the need to carry heavy loads during nursing work, the strength and output of its hands and feet were way beyond standard. The current Baymax was already an excellent combat robot with a very deceptive appearance. However, there are still many exposed circuits and critical equipment on the skeleton. Relying on external armor for protection is safer. I wonder if all the armor components will be printed by the time I get back tonight. It's a pity that although I imported motion modules for firearms, Baymax's hands are too big. I'll need to customize special firearms for it later. In fact, Luca was already considering whether to develop a batch of purely combat-oriented bodyguard robots based on Baymax's prototype. After all, while Baymax was certainly more mature in healthcare work, the medical equipment field was deep and treacherous. His company had no prior connections in this area, and rashly entering it could lead to backlash. All of this will have to wait until I fully control the company. Just as Luca was thinking this, the company's bulletproof car pulled up outside the villa courtyard. "Master, when shall we depart?" "We leave now." New York, Brooklyn. Wellhaven Hospital. Although this hospital didn't have the long history of New York Presbyterian or overall excellence across all medical fields. In terms of neurology and neurosurgery, it was absolutely a leader in the entire United States. Otherwise, Luca wouldn't have specifically transferred his mother here. In the VIP ward, Shamila was discussing Gina's condition over the past 2 days with her attending physician. Luca, meanwhile, stood quietly by the side, gazing at his mother. Although Gina was in her 40s, her delicate features made her look more than 10 years younger than her actual age. Especially now, in a coma, she had lost the imposing aura of a business tycoon she usually carried, replaced by a sense of tranquility and fragility. If one didn't know her true background, it would be hard to imagine that she was once a powerful female warrior who dominated the chaotic battlefields of Sokovia. Let alone believe that she had taken out 3 Chitauri soldiers consecutively before falling into a coma. To go this far for a cuckoo like me. I bet you'd regret it if you knew the truth. While Luca stared at Gina in a daze, Shamila's voice suddenly rose, drawing his attention. "So, drive west, you mean there's a possibility for the madam to recover now?" Shamila stared excitedly at the doctor, wanting to grab his arm to ask more but fearing it would be too abrupt, so she just clenched her fists in the air. Drive west. Gina's attending physician saw Shamila's reaction and glanced subtly at Luca, who was also looking over. He then explained somewhat awkwardly. It's just a possibility. Since several families with severe cases of the same condition have chosen to give up treatment, the hospital has communicated with the families and plans to form an expert panel to conduct experimental treatments on these patients. If the treatment is ultimately successful, perhaps Mrs. Oranches can also receive effective treatment. Luca's mouth twitched upon hearing this. This so-called expert panel experimental treatment sounded nice, but the key word was experimental. Conducting such procedures was even more complicated and tedious than signing organ donation forms. It was basically human experimentation. Normally, no hospital would take such a huge risk to do something like this. Does Drive West know what the success rate of this experimental treatment is? Shamila asked this. Although Luca had said last night that there might be a cure for Gina, obviously, the hospital held more authority in her mind. However, Drive West became even more awkward when answering her question. The expert panel is just starting to be organized, so no one can be sure about the specific success rate. But this panel will invite Dr. Strange and several other big names in neurology, so the expertise is guaranteed. Hearing this, Luca frowned immediately. When his mother was first diagnosed, he had asked someone to invite Stephen Strange, but he was flatly rejected without even meeting the man. Why would he decide to wade into this muddy water now? Calling it muddy water was an understatement. Judging by Drive West's meaning, this so-called expert panel didn't even have a treatment plan, let alone be formally established. Under these circumstances, the probability of finding an effective treatment in a short time was extremely low. Combined with the dubious label of experimental treatment, who had the clout to move that incredibly arrogant man? Before becoming Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange wasn't exactly a philanthropist. To maintain his surgical success rate and reputation in the medical field, he usually wouldn't touch surgeries he wasn't confident in. Of course, with Strange's skill level, if he thought a surgery had no chance of success, it was basically a death sentence. So, may I ask, who proposed initiating this expert panel? Luca stared unblinkingly at Drive West, waiting for his answer. Facing the boy's questioning gaze, Drive West's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly composed himself. I don't know. But even if I did, I couldn't reveal it to you. Luca stared at him for a moment longer, then nodded calmly. Thank you, Drive West, for informing us of this news. Now, I'd like to spend some time alone with my mother. Saying this, Luca signaled Shamila to show the guest out. He turned his back on the doctor and brought out the medical case containing Baymax. Chapter 36, The Mysterious Sponsor, Union Allied Construction. I must have been out of my mind last night to change the activation command to this. Lincoln's big head. As Luca spoke, the red storage case in front of him unfolded rapidly. Baymax inflated, stood up, and shuffled over to Luca with small steps. I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. Yeah, I know you are. Help me scan her physical condition. Luca pointed to Gina lying on the hospital bed. The next moment, the green light in Baymax's eyes quickly scanned Gina's entire body, followed by a diagnosis. Target's vital signs are within stable range. Partial nerve signal transmission blockage detected. Synaptic junctions are encased in cocoon-like proteins. Recommendation. Baymax repeated last night's judgment, and Luca asked while listening. According to what you said before, can targeted medication treat this? Diagnosis indicates the target's condition is still in the early stages. With continuous administration of targeted medication for over 12 weeks, the probability of successful treatment is 87.6%, Baymax replied. Hearing this, Shamila's face lit up with joy. Just now, the doctor had brought good news, and now the robot made by the young master also gave a high probability of successful treatment. It seems the madam really has a chance to wake up. However, compared to Shamila's optimism, Luca frowned slightly. 12 weeks. That's 3 months. Counting the time for drug development, it'll probably take at least 6 months or even a year before she wakes up. Baymax, will the condition worsen during this period? Luca pressed further. Database indicates that synaptic encapsulation syndrome leads to slow thickening of the cocoon proteins over time. As long as daily care and neuromuscular stimulation exercises are maintained, vital signs will not be affected. However, the thickening protein layer will increase the difficulty for the targeted medication to break it down, delaying the patient's recovery time. I have a feeling that expert panel is unreliable. Looks like I need to find a partner biopharmaceutical lab as soon as possible. Under Shamila's slightly worried gaze, Luca looked up at her again, his expression serious. Auntie Shamila, help me contact the lawyer and the family fund. I need to calculate how much assets I can currently mobilize. Yes, although it was his family's money, Luca couldn't just use it whenever he wanted. Commissioning a lab to develop drugs for him, even with the formula data, would likely cost a significant amount. Given Luca's age, mobilizing large assets or selling stocks under his parents' names required necessary procedures. Fortunately, since the expense was for treating his mother Gina, the legal procedures would be much simpler with this justification. After discussing the assets, Luca added. Also, Auntie Shamila, please ask around to find out who sponsored and proposed the establishment of the expert panel at the hospital. From Luca's perspective, his family's connections hadn't been able to get Strange to diagnose his mother before. Now, someone had not only brought in Strange but also organized a hospital expert panel and initiated this experimental treatment. Whoever did this must have significant influence. Perhaps it was some big shot who also had a family member with a similar condition. If that was the case, the drug formula in his hand might have other avenues for rapid development. Shamila nodded, noting down these tasks one by one. Maybe I can bring mother home for care in a while, Luca thought. This condition was similar to a vegetative state, it wouldn't suddenly worsen, nor would rest alone cure it. Keeping Gina in the hospital was mainly because the medical staff there were more professional, and there was a sliver of hope for treatment. Now that there was a treatment direction, and Baymax itself was the best professional medical companion, bringing Gina home for care would be much more convenient. But all of this would have to wait until Luca sorted out the messy situation he was currently in. After lingering in the ward for more than 2 hours, Luca and Shamila got up to leave. According to Shamila, the tactical squad members would arrive around evening today. Naturally, Luca didn't plan to meet them at the hospital. Moreover, the 3D printing running at home should be almost finished. Originally, Luca wanted to take this opportunity to visit a nearby mall and look for potential core components. However, under Shamila's strong discouragement, he temporarily abandoned the idea. After all, he still had Sweet Surrender on hand waiting to be synthesized, so there was no rush for new components. On the way back, Shamila's phone suddenly rang while she was driving. After a short call, she continued driving steadily while reporting to Luca in a serious tone. "Master, there are results regarding the investigation on Dragan you asked me to hire someone for." Hearing this, Luca, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sat up straight and waited quietly for Shamila to continue. "Although we haven't found Dragan's current whereabouts yet, his movements over the past 2 years are traceable." 2 years ago. Listening to Shamila's unhurried narration, Luca got the gist of it. 2 years ago, after Dragan was kicked out of the company by Gina. Relying on the large severance sum Gina gave him out of charity, he didn't choose to stay in New York. Instead, he took the money and went everywhere to live it up. During this period, he invested in some small companies, hoping to turn his fortune around and prove his sister wrong. But consecutive investment failures thoroughly extinguished Dragan's unrealistic ambitions. About a year ago, relying on his previous investment experience and remaining large amounts of cash, Dragan became a famous high roller in Las Vegas. But his funds were ultimately finite. After a period of debauchery, all of Dragan's cash was drained by the bottomless pit of Las Vegas. He could only rely on his previous good reputation to continue scamming and borrowing. However, a while ago, it was said that when he was about to be hunted down and buried alive, he suddenly paid off the debts owed to the most powerful factions, then disappeared from Las Vegas. It seemed likely that the faction arranging the gunman to protect Dragan had paid off his debts, or perhaps transferred the debt to themselves. As for why the investigation was so clear, it was naturally because many individual debts he owed still hadn't been repaid. Even now, there were still many clueless people in Las Vegas cursing him while searching for his whereabouts. So, we still can't confirm who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yes. However, Master, the private investigator found out one more thing. Of the 3 vehicles that attacked us that day, both large trucks came from a shell company called Union Allied Construction. Chapter 37, Intruders. Union Allied Construction. A shell company. Luca repeated the keywords Shamila had mentioned. Yes. This company, Union Allied Construction, recently partnered with the city government to handle post-disaster reconstruction in Hell's Kitchen. However, according to the private investigator's findings, this company was established less than a year ago. It has absolutely no prior experience in real estate. So he suspects someone is just using this shell company's name to obtain construction permits through bribery. Sitting in the back seat, Luca frowned and remained silent. If the name, Union Allied Construction, only sounded vaguely familiar, adding Hell's Kitchen to the mix made it hard not to think of a certain notorious villain rumored to be 90% muscle. The kingpin of New York's underground, Wilson Fisk. Well, actually, the current kingpin might not be that infamous yet. Setting aside his status in the underworld, at least among the public-facing social philanthropists, a benevolent giant named Wilson Fisk hadn't emerged yet. According to the MCU timeline, Kingpin shouldn't have started his transition to legitimacy, and his criminal empire hadn't reached its peak. Whether he successfully went legitimate using the real estate business following the Battle of New York was unknown to Luca. But why would Kingpin suddenly target me? As soon as the thought surfaced, Luca shook his head helplessly. His current situation was undoubtedly a child walking through a busy market holding gold. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. A huge company and various assets, yet his father was dead, his mother in a coma, he hadn't formally inherited the estate, and he had no resources at his disposal. Anyone with a hint of greed might take action, let alone a ruthless villain like Kingpin. The fact that his own company's board hadn't moved against him yet was something he should thank the 2 minor shareholders who died in the Battle of New York for. They slowed down the others' progress. I shouldn't lock onto a target right away. Based on this limited information, it might not be Kingpin behind the scenes. I need to find my cheap uncle first before deciding. After all, based on current information, everything was just Luca's speculation. If he targeted the wrong person and provoked a troublesome figure like Kingpin for no reason, the loss would outweigh the gain. Even if he used his ultimate move and called Tony Stark to save the day, without concrete evidence, Tony Stark wouldn't fly his Iron Man suit over to kill Kingpin or protect Luca 24/7. Ultimately, he could only rely on himself. Auntie Shamila, this private investigator seems quite capable to gather so much information in such a short time. Tell him to find out where Dragan is as soon as possible. We can pay extra. Understood. The rest of the journey was silent. Soon, Luca and Shamila returned home. After a simple dinner, Luca rushed into the basement laboratory. The 3D printed armor for Baymax was finished. Luca carefully inspected it, sanded down the rough spots, and then contentedly called Baymax over to equip and test the armor pieces one by one. Looks pretty good. Maybe I'll spray paint it gold and red later so you can pose as Iron Man. Baymax, now clad in armor, stood there blankly, blinking its camera eyes, looking completely unthreatening. This does not appear helpful for healthcare nursing work. Remember what I said? The best medical care is to prevent all possible dangers before the patient gets injured. Exactly. Now your ability to prevent danger is even stronger. Luca patted Baymax's new, sturdy armor. It's a pity the materials for the arm haven't arrived yet. Otherwise, I could synthesize it too. Once the tactical squad Shamila mentioned arrives tomorrow, I can go looking for new core components. Now, whether finding the mastermind or searching for Dragan, Luca couldn't intervene personally and had to rely on his subordinates. It seemed all he could do was expand his collection of items while passively waiting. If I had the tracking glasses when I saw Dragan at the funeral, I wouldn't have to worry so much now. Just as Luca was thinking this, a rapid knock came from the basement stair door. Master Luca. Are you in there? Hearing Shamila's anxious voice, Luca was puzzled but pressed the button next to the computer desk to open the lab door. Come in. Shamila pushed the door open immediately. Luca noticed she already had a pistol in hand. Master, there seem to be intruders outside the villa. Just moments ago, Shamila was on the third floor of the villa, talking to the Oranchus family fund manager to schedule a meeting about withdrawing funds for drug development. However, through the open third-floor window, she noticed two suspicious vans speeding toward the villa. The location of the Oranchus family's seaside villa in Connecticut was relatively remote, chosen specifically for vacations. Most of the time, it was left empty and maintained by a professional property management company, as were most of the surrounding villas. As far as Shamila knew, none of the few neighbors nearby had been in residence recently. The appearance of two vans with a clear destination immediately caught her attention. When Shamila saw the vans stop in a clearing some distance away and over a dozen people pour out. Even though it was night and too far to see if they were armed, Shamila made her judgment instantly. They were coming for Master Luca. They stopped further away only to avoid alerting anyone inside with the sound of the engines. Faced with this situation, Shamila naturally grabbed her gun and rushed downstairs to find Luca first. But hearing about the intruders, Luca wasn't nervous. Instead, he reached out and tapped the desk rapidly a few times. The previously blank wall beside them slid open sideways, revealing a weapon rack filled with guns of various models. Luca shrugged slightly and gestured. Try not to use the ones on the right, we don't have carry permits for those. Chapter 38, Destroy Mode, activated. The wall of weapons wasn't prepared by Luca, of course. In fact, all of these were part of Herman's private collection. However, since Connecticut was home to many wealthy people and had stricter gun control and usage laws, these guns were truly just collectibles. Aside from occasional maintenance and handling, Herman rarely actually used them. Master, it's best if you stay here. I'll go deal with them. Saying this, Shamila walked straight to the weapon rack, grabbed a gun, and prepared to go out and face the enemies. But before she could take a step, Luca reached out and stopped her. Wait a minute. While stopping Shamila, Luca quickly typed on the keyboard with his left hand. Soon, he pulled up the surveillance feeds of the entire villa and dragged them onto several other monitors. As expected, the surveillance footage confirmed Shamila's observation. The cameras covering the corresponding angles outside the villa clearly captured masked figures in black, holding weapons, sneaking toward the building. Luca looked at the screen, then at Baymax, who had just finished equipping its armor beside him. Without hesitation, he pressed the temple of his tracking glasses, ejecting the tracker. He stood up and inserted it into the pre-designed slot in Baymax's helmet. Simultaneously, he took out a Bluetooth earpiece and handed it to Shamila. Under Shamila's puzzled gaze, Luca patted Baymax's armored arm and smiled. This time, let Baymax lead the charge. Although she had seen Baymax use boxing before, Shamila still didn't believe this robot had much actual combat capability. But this wasn't the time to argue. Seeing the confidence in Luca's eyes, she decisively kept quiet and chose to obey the young master's orders. Baymax, connect to tracking glasses. Tracking glasses connected. Baymax, still a bit dazed and unaware of the situation, faithfully executed Luca's command. While ordering Baymax to connect, Luca pressed the button on the left side of his glasses again. With a thought, the thermal imaging view with red-green gradients appeared on the left lens. Luca quickly looked up, scanning the area above. In thermal imaging, all enemies entering the zone were clearly visible. TSK. Just this penetrating thermal imaging alone is enough for weapons companies to research for a lifetime. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, Luca immediately ordered Baymax beside him. Baymax, activate destroy mode. As soon as he said this, the previously goofy Baymax's aura changed instantly. Its black camera eyes emitted an eerie red glow, and its voice became ice cold. Received. Seeing Baymax radiating a chilling killing intent, even Shamila paused for a moment. Luca continued to give orders. Baymax, go up and neutralize all enemies. Yes. The best medical care is to neutralize all enemies. As Baymax walked up the stairs step by step, Luca turned to Shamila. Auntie Shamila, follow Baymax carefully and listen to my commands. After saying that, Luca sat back down in front of the surveillance screens. Seeing that Luca had no intention of risking himself, Shamila felt relieved. She hefted the submachine gun in her hand, clicked off the safety, and silently followed Baymax. Watching Shamila head upstairs, Luca adjusted the microphone in front of him, grinned, and spoke unhurriedly. There are 16 enemies surrounding the villa in total. No heavy weapons. 4 groups of 4, infiltrating from the north, south, east, and west. Auntie Shamila, don't show yourself yet. Let Baymax give them a little surprise. Upstairs. The intruders surrounding the villa had no idea what was about to happen. Over a dozen people were carefully advancing toward the villa under the cover of darkness. However, just as the 4 intruders from the west stepped into the courtyard, the villa, which had been brightly lit with lights on in most rooms, suddenly went completely dark. Only the dim streetlights from the road outside barely illuminated the courtyard. Before they could react, a massive black shadow lunged out from the house. Then, bang. A loud impact. The lead gunman was struck as if by lightning, his body flying backward with a thud. Aya! What the hell is that? Fire! Open fire! Rat-tat-tat-tat! Muzzle flashes danced rapidly from 2 carbines, illuminating the surroundings with intermittent bursts of light. Yes, only 2 people fired. Because at the same moment the first man was sent flying, Baymax, having closed the distance, raised a leg and kicked the second intruder away as well. The remaining 2, upon seeing Baymax clearly, were terrified out of their wits, frantically swinging their guns toward it. A dense rain of bullets struck indiscriminately around Baymax. In fact, these bullets could damage Baymax's makeshift armor. But in their panic, the gunman's accuracy was abysmal. Moreover, Baymax in destroy mode wasn't going to stand still and let them shoot. Command, neutralize enemies. Its voice was a chilling mechanical tone. Baymax shot out its large hands, instantly grabbing both submachine guns firing at it. Ah. Shrill screams erupted from both intruders simultaneously. Their weapons, along with their forearms, were crushed in Baymax's vice-like grip. Crunch crunch. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed. Intense pain made them stop firing immediately. Ignoring the 2 men who had nearly fainted from the pain, Baymax lifted both arms and casually tossed them aside. These 2 intruders joined their companions, unconscious in the corner of the courtyard. It all happened in a flash. In reality, from the lights going out to Baymax neutralizing the last man, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. However, the gunshots and screams clearly alerted the enemies infiltrating from the other 3 directions. Knowing their presence was exposed, they stopped hiding. Shouting loudly, they raised their guns and began strafing the villa. Additionally, the 4 men at the main entrance rushed toward Baymax's location while firing. At this moment, In the basement downstairs, Luca cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. My house. Chapter 39, Eliminating the Intruders. Damn it. My house. Luca had anticipated that his house would suffer some damage once people came knocking for a fight. But he never expected these bastards to start spraying the villa with bullets before even seeing his face. Fortunately, Shamila had listened to his advice and didn't rush out immediately. Otherwise, she would likely have been pinned down by this barrage of gunfire. Of course, even if there was no immediate danger, Luca wasn't about to let this slide. These bastards cost me money, so they'll pay with their lives. Baymax. Throw the tree. The intruder squad to the south. Following Luca's command, Baymax's eyes flashed red again. Received. Throwing tree. The redwood tree Baymax had punched apart earlier still had its upper half lying in the yard, uncleaned. Baymax quickly bent down, wrapped its arms around the massive trunk, and exerted force with its fingers. All 8 fingers of its gauntlets sank into the wood with a crunch. Then, Baymax's camera eyes scanned the south main entrance of the villa, where 4 men were firing while closing in. Beep beep beep. Alarm sounds rang in the system. In an instant, all 4 members of the squad were precisely locked on. The next moment, Baymax, feet sunk into the ground, exerted sudden force. The massive redwood trunk was hurled high into the air. Boom. A deafening crash as the heavy object hit the ground. The ground around the villa seemed to tremble with the impact. Even Luca in the basement felt dust being shaken loose from the ceiling. The massive vibration momentarily silenced the battlefield. However, monitoring the situation outside via surveillance, Luca noticed that the tree trunk thrown by Baymax had missed the 4 intruders to the south by a hair's breadth. Miscalculated the force? Luca wondered slightly. But in reality, it didn't matter much. Because the trunk landed so close, the shockwave knocked all 4 intruders to the ground, and 3 of them even dropped their guns. Baymax, those 4 haven't lost combat capability. Go neutralize them. Received. Receiving the order, Baymax leaped over the fallen tree and landed in front of the 4 men. Then came thud 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 thud, 4 consecutive punches. The 4 intruders, who hadn't even regained their footing, were instantly knocked out cold. By now, half the enemies were down. Watching the intruders on the north side reloading in unison on the monitor, Luca shook his head in disdain. No awareness of alternating fire. These guys are way too amateur. They started off decent enough, splitting up to infiltrate, but as soon as Baymax made a move, they started firing blindly. The unlucky ones to the west were taken out instantly amidst their screams. But the guys to the north hadn't even seen anyone yet, and they had already emptied a full magazine. If my guess is right and these are Kingpin's men, I can only say these gangsters are hopeless. Internal monologues aside, as soon as he noticed these idiots reloading together, Luca immediately gave the order to Shamila, who had been waiting impatiently. North rear door. 4 idiots are reloading. 2 behind the gargoyle statues, 2 approaching the villa. Before Luca could even finish the first few words, the eager Shamila had already burst out from the basement stairs like a cheetah. Before even leaving the house, she had already aimed her submachine gun. Through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Short bursts. The 2 intruders in front were instantly hit and fell to the ground. The 2 behind, still cocking their guns, tried to shrink back behind the statues for cover. But Shamila covered several meters in just a few strides. Then she leaned back, extended her legs, and slid across the ground, speeding right between the 2 statues at the rear door. Pistol in her left hand, submachine gun in her right. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out. The last 2 men on the north side were shot multiple times in the forehead and heart, dying instantly. After dealing with these 2 enemies, Shamila rolled and stood up quickly. At some point, the villa's lights had come back on. Holstering her pistol, Shamila pressed her earpiece and asked rapidly. What about the 4 to the east? Baymax is already dealing with them, Luca said through the earpiece. Hearing this, Shamila immediately moved, reaching the east garden in moments. And just as Luca said. As soon as she arrived, she saw Baymax wave its hand, sending an intruder flying high into the air. The unlucky guy happened to land in a large tree on the left side of the garden, left hanging there struggling and wailing. Then Baymax pushed lightly, and the last enemy flew out of the villa fence, screaming in terror. Whether because the push was too gentle or the guy was just lucky. After crashing through a few fence posts and landing, he stumbled back to his feet and ran for his life into the distance without looking back. Seeing this, Shamila quickly raised her submachine gun, ready to finish off this fish that slipped through the net. But before she could aim and fire, an arm reached out from the side and gently pushed her gun barrel down. "Auntie Shamila, I let him go on purpose. I had Baymax plant a tracker on him." Yes, with that gentle push just now, the tracker Luca had placed inside Baymax's helmet before the battle started had been silently attached to the men. Luca took the submachine gun from Shamila, fired a few shots into the air to make the men run faster, and then handed the gun back to Shamila. "Master, what do we do now?" Shamila asked softly. Perhaps because Luca had been commanding the whole time, or maybe because they had dispatched over a dozen intruders so easily. Unknowingly, Shamila had started to look to Luca as the leader in combat matters, awaiting his instructions. Watching the survivor disappear into the night, Luca raised his gun and shot the intruder hanging in the tree dead with a single shot, then said quietly, "Get the car. We're following him." Chapter 40, I Am a Robot. "Master, do you really want to track that person yourself? What if?" Shamila genuinely didn't want Luca to take any more risks. Even though these intruders were easily dealt with today, the fact that the enemy dared to send gunmen so blatantly to attack the villa meant they were serious. If they tracked the enemy all the way back to their lair. If anything happens to the young master, how will I explain it to the madam? In this situation, Shamila believed the best solution was to call the police and seek protection. As for retaliation after finding the mastermind, she and the assassination squad could handle it. However, Luca shook his head again upon hearing this. He tapped the tracking glasses lightly, noticing the tracker moving away faster. The surviving intruder had likely reached their vehicle and fled. He then spoke. "Auntie Shamila, we're just following from a distance. Whether we act in the end is still undecided. Time is tight. Go get the car." Seeing this, although Shamila still looked reluctant, she obeyed and turned toward the underground garage. But she secretly decided. Once they tracked down the location, she would ensure Master Luca didn't take any rash risks. While Shamila went to get the car, Luca prepared to finish off the remaining unconscious intruders one by one. But after some consideration, although the castle doctrine meant Luca could legally kill all of them without issue, he decided to keep two of the more pleasing to the eye ones alive. Firstly, if he didn't get any intel from tracking the escapee, he could come back and interrogate them. Secondly, if the police got involved later, it would be easier to get solid testimony. Given the effect of the Dominator's non-lethal electromagnetic stun rounds, the two lucky survivors wouldn't be waking up tonight. There was plenty of time to interrogate them after Luca returned. Of course, if they could catch the mastermind by tracking the target now, that would be even better. However, while dealing with the intruders, Luca was surprised to discover something. Tonight, apart from the one he intentionally let go and the four Shamila killed, all the other intruders were merely unconscious. Most of them only had minor scrapes aside from being knocked out by impact. The unluckiest one only had a minor fracture in his calf. And the common thread among them was that they were all taken down by Baymax. Turning to look at Baymax, whose eyes still glowed red, Luca sighed inwardly and ordered. "Baymax, deactivate destroy mode." Received. "Hello, Luca." Whether due to body posture or simply the absence of the red glow, Baymax's aura suddenly changed. Even those eyes, which should have been just two black cameras, seemed much clearer. "I violated my healthcare protocols. I harmed humans." Baymax's voice remained flat. But for a moment, Luca inexplicably heard a trace of grievance. "Baymax, you did it to protect me." Luca was slightly stunned after speaking. He hadn't expected to say such a thing. Especially to a robot. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Finally, Baymax, the robot with unreadable emotions, spoke first. "The best medical care is to prevent all possible dangers before the patient gets injured." As it spoke, Baymax extended a large hand and gave Luca a thumbs up. However, this gesture made Luca even more silent. In fact, Luca had realized at the moment he found all the enemies neutralized by Baymax were merely unconscious. Even in destroy mode, Baymax had been holding back as much as possible to avoid harming humans. Of course, this was also related to Luca's vague commands like neutralize enemies, attack, and throw tree. Baymax hadn't violated his orders. Luca knew very well that if he had ordered kill enemies, Baymax would have executed it without hesitation due to the Zeroth law. But is that really necessary? To make this goofy marshmallow with an emotion module take human lives personally? Forget it. This is fine. Baymax, just protect my life and health from now on. Let others handle the killing. Luca hadn't expected that he, a bastard who wouldn't hesitate to kill when necessary, would want to protect a robot's innocence. Shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile, Luca reached out and gently patted the scratched armor on Baymax. Baymax, still puzzled, tilted its head slightly, blinking its eyes as it watched Luca pat the back of its hand. Is Luca concerned about me? I am a robot, I do not require psychological counseling. Hearing this, Luca smiled again. But compared to his self-deprecating smile earlier, this one was much more natural. TSK, this guy says he's a robot, but his emotions are richer than many humans. While Luca was mentally teasing Baymax, Shamila drove the car out of the garage. Considering the potential danger, she chose the bulletproof Cadillac the company had sent earlier. However, this posed a problem, squeezing Baymax's bulk into the car. Deflating and returning to the case would be fine. But if a sudden battle broke out, and an unarmored Baymax got damaged, Luca would have nowhere to cry. Considering they would be tracking the target through potentially crowded areas. After a brief hesitation, Luca dismantled a few larger armor pieces from Baymax and stuffed them into the trunk. Baymax, squeeze. Deflate a little. Almost there. Okay. Shamila, watching the huge white fatty filling the entire back seat from the driver's mirror, twitched her mouth imperceptibly but remained silent. Hope no one checks the car on the way. Luca got back in the car and patted Baymax in the back seat. Then Shamila stepped on the gas, driving toward Manhattan. Chapter 41, I'll confess everything. Sparks and lightning all the way. Well, actually not. Luca and his team followed steadily, keeping the target vehicle just out of sight. However, Luca was slightly surprised that the fleeing vehicle wasn't heading towards Hell's Kitchen as he had expected, but towards a desolate coastal area near the Upper West Side. Could I have guessed wrong? Is it not Kingpin supporting Dragon from behind the scenes? Or maybe tonight's attack was from a different group than the previous ones. Knowing how popular he was right now, Luca didn't doubt that multiple groups of enemies might be targeting him simultaneously. But just as Luca began to reflect on his preconceived notions, from the bug that had previously only transmitted heavy breathing and engine noise, a voice suddenly emerged. It sounded like the person was making a phone call to report tonight's events to someone. Boss, it's me. Don't yell at me, boss. All my brothers are dead. That bastard Dragon lied to us. That kid has a tin monster in his house. The sound of hands slamming on the steering wheel was followed by the screech of tires skidding on the road. FCK. Almost ran into a patrol car. Boss, you gotta believe me. I didn't take anything tonight, I swear. It was like a movie. That monster blew Steve's head off with one punch. His brains splashed all over me. Listening to this guy bullshitting through the bug, Luca looked up at the rearview mirror, where the white dumpling was playing with its fingers, and rolled his eyes dramatically. But at least one thing was confirmed. Tonight's incident is definitely related to Dragon. Another thing he hadn't quite expected was that the guy he let go turned out to be the leader of tonight's attackers. Looks like I might actually catch something big, Luca thought. His thoughts, however, didn't travel through the bug. The phone conversation on the other end continued. Whatever was said on the other end of the line, the fleeing guy finally spoke again after a series of assents. Boss, I'm sure no one is following me. I took the plates off, but... Yes, I know, but boss, this isn't about money anymore. The kid didn't die today. If the big boss finds out what we did... Okay, I'll go burn the car right now. The call ended, but cursing continued to stream from the bug. It seemed talking to his boss had relaxed the escapee significantly, as he was no longer tensely silent. Not long after, the fleeing van arrived near an abandoned parking lot. Moments later, flames and thick smoke rose into the sky. In Luca's monitoring view, the tracker signal began moving again in a different direction. On a warehouse pier on the northwest side of Manhattan. After narrowly escaping death, Tony carefully parked his precious car before getting out, cursing under his breath. Despite its dilapidated appearance, this car had helped Tony vanish successfully after several mishaps, allowing him to lay low until the heat died down and make a comeback. So, in Tony's mind, This seventh-hand clunker given to him by his late brother was his one and only lucky ride. After kissing the windshield, Tony sneakily trotted toward the pitch-black warehouse on the pier in the distance. Knock knock knock. It's me. A moment later, the warehouse door was pushed open from the inside. The person who opened the door looked around before pulling Tony inside. Boss is waiting for you in the small room. Feeling guilty, Tony instinctively straightened the collar of his tattered jacket before carefully walking towards the only lit partitioned room in the warehouse. Boss. I'm back. Extremely nervous, Tony spoke softly outside the door, his voice trembling. An impatient voice came from inside. Enter. Pushing open the iron door, the bearded burly man inside saw his right-hand man standing sneakily at the doorway. What are you doing? Get your ass in here. However, the bearded man had just cursed when. The next moment, he saw Tony's head jerk forward. Then, as if hit by some unknown technique, Tony collapsed stiffly to the ground without a sound, his fate unknown. FCK. A veteran of the underworld, the bearded man instinctively reached for the pistol on the coffee table beside him. But before his hand could touch the gun, with a faint puff, the pistol was sent flying by a shot, spinning through the air and landing far away on the ground. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal hitting concrete echoed. Immediately after, a muscular woman holding a silenced pistol walked in, aiming straight at him. Which gang are you from? Let's talk, don't be rash. But just as he finished speaking, he noticed someone behind the muscular woman. A handsome boy with hands in his pockets, glasses reflecting light to hide his eyes, strolled in calmly as if window shopping. Seeing the boy step unconcernedly over Tony's corpse and enter the room, the bearded man felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, recognizing the boy's identity from his highly distinctive face also filled him with fear. It's you. How did you follow him here? No. Tony, that idiot. Just when the bearded man thought this was it, a large hand clad in strange armor suddenly reached out and grabbed the door frame. Next moment. Creak crunch. The metal door frame let out an ear-piercing screech of distortion, then cracked and crumbled along with the surrounding wall. Following that, a goofy-looking armored freak shuffled carefully into the room with small steps. The bulky armored figure even politely held onto the shattered door frame to prevent it from collapsing completely. Your door. I am very sorry. Hello, I am Baymax. Tin Monster. In just one encounter, the bearded man immediately understood why his right-hand man had been scared witless. But that's fking carbon fiber armor. It's a robot. What the hell kind of tin monster is that? The burly man cursed wildly in his mind, but dared not show any change in expression. Instead, he obediently raised his hands high above his head, eyes filled with a desperate desire to live. What do you want to know? I'll confess everything. Chapter 42, My Dear Uncle. Watching the burly man surrender so decisively, even Luca and Shamila looked at each other, a bit stunned. In fact, when they followed the escapee to this remote pier, they were worried about a fierce battle ahead. Before parking, Shamila was even considering how to persuade the young master to stop. Who knew that when Luca turned on his tracking glasses and used thermal imaging to scout the enemy situation inside the warehouse, he found only a measly 4 people guarding the huge space. After a brief discussion, the two decided to go all in and storm the place directly. As a result, the 4 unlucky guards posted at different spots were silently taken out by Shamila without making a sound. The bearded burly man in front of them, suspected to be the leader, was the last threatening enemy Luca had observed via thermal imaging. However, facing this guy who looked very cooperative and ready to spill everything, Luca ignored him. Instead, he walked straight past the burly man, who sat there with hands raised high, daring not to move, and approached the wooden door behind him. He gently pushed the wooden door open. In the room behind the door, a man with his hands and feet firmly bound was lying on the ground, inching towards the door like a worm. Seeing this, Luca squatted down slightly, looking at the man whose mouth was taped shut. The lenses of his semi-rimless glasses, perhaps due to the reflection of the light, were suddenly covered by a layer of bright white sheen, completely hiding his eyes. My dear uncle, is this the partner you found? Yes, the guy tied up like a prisoner in front of him was none other than Luca's cheap uncle, Dragan. It was precisely because he had observed Dragan through thermal imaging that Luca ignored the bearded man in the outer room and walked straight in. Oh, my mistake. You can't speak like this. Saying this, Luca's smile didn't fade. He reached out to Dragon's face and ripped off the tape covering his mouth. Rip. A crisp sound. Followed by Dragon's cries of pain. Looking at the few strands of beard stuck to the tape, Luca shook his hand in disgust and tossed it aside. Luca. Luca. Believe me, I didn't do those things. It was all Kingpin. Kingpin forced me. I'm your uncle, how could I send people to assassinate you? As soon as Dragon could speak, he endured the burning pain on his face and began to beg and explain, crying loudly. His face was covered in tears and snot, his expression twisted. However, seeing this, Luca showed no sympathy. Instead, he took a step back with even more disgust. Even though his right hand was a mechanical prosthetic made by Stark, Luca didn't want it contaminated by anything filthy. But Dragon's words made the playful look in Luca's eyes behind the glasses turn serious. Previously, knowing there were only a few gangsters in this warehouse, that Dragon himself was tied up here, and that the location wasn't in Hell's Kitchen. Luca had thought his earlier guess was just bias from knowing the Marvel series, and that Kingpin might not be involved after all. He thought that once he dealt with this group, he could sleep easy. Who would have thought Dragon would expose the mastermind as soon as he opened his mouth? Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Luca cursed inwardly, but kept his expression impassive. However, seeing Luca's emotionless face, Dragon became even more terrified and continued begging. Luca, for your mother Gina's sake, spare me this time. It's all Kingpin's fault. He sought me out and told me to fight you for the company. And the people who tried to kill you were sent by Barton. If you want revenge, go find him. But just as he finished speaking, before Luca could react, the bearded burly man outside, who had been quietly waiting for judgment, suddenly cursed loudly. Bullshit. Dragon, you bastard. You were the one who came to me proposing this job. And didn't you skim Kingpin too? What the FCK are you pretending to be innocent for? You sewer rat. Vermin. Son of a BTCH. Hearing the continuous cursing from outside, Luca stopped keeping a straight face. A look of interest returned to his face as he stared into Dragon's eyes. Oh ho, I assume he's the Barton you mentioned. My dear uncle, it seems you haven't been honest with me. Facing Luca's composed demeanor, Dragon panicked. He wanted to argue, but Luca stepped on his head to shut him up. Ignoring Dragon on the ground, who was racking his brains for a new lie, Luca stood up and ordered Baymax outside. Baymax, take that bearded guy to the open space in the warehouse outside. Restrain him. Don't let him run, and don't let him speak. Hearing this, Baymax, who had been staring blankly at a spiderweb on the ceiling, immediately stood at attention. Baymax understands. Then Baymax shuffled over to the burly man named Barton, covered his bearded mouth with one large hand, and gripped his shoulder tightly with the other. Hello. I am taking you outside now. Please do not struggle violently to avoid injury. After speaking, Baymax ignored Barton's struggles and dragged him out of the room, standing still in the open space of the warehouse. Baymax's grip was like an iron clamp. No matter how much Barton struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Eventually, he went limp like a dead fish on shore, half his body paralyzed, standing motionless. Seeing Baymax controlling the guy named Barton, Shamila thought for a moment, holstered her gun, and entered the room. Master, leave the dirty work to me. After speaking, Shamila gave Dragon on the ground a look of disgust, then walked behind Luca and stood silently like a stone statue guard. All right, now that the irrelevant personnel are gone, it's time for you, uncle, to answer my questions. However, if your answers differ from Barton's, I imagine someone will inevitably be punished for it. Chapter 43, The Truth. Clang. Luca casually tossed the iron bar aside and looked at Dragon, who was lying at his feet like a dead dog. He remained calm and silent. He took the clean handkerchief Shamila handed him, wiped his mechanical prosthetic a few times, and fell into deep thought. Initially, Dragon had racked his brains trying to exonerate himself. Unfortunately for him, the man named Barton was much more sensible. Knowing he was done for, Barton spilled everything he knew readily, just asking for a quick death. And Dragon, not being a tough guy to begin with, confessed everything once Shamila used a few small tricks. Luca, who already had a rough idea, quickly pieced together the remaining information. According to Dragon, 2 minor shareholders in Orantis Industries had been cooperating with Kingpin. After the Battle of New York, these 2 unlucky shareholders coincidentally died. This drew Kingpin's attention to Orantis Industries, or rather, to Luca, the child holding a pot of gold. Perhaps Kingpin wanted to use Orantis Industries as a springboard to secure contracts for cleaning up alien debris in post-disaster Manhattan. Or maybe he simply coveted the company's assets. In any case, after some investigation, Kingpin proactively approached Dragan, who was struggling to survive in Las Vegas. He intended to use Dragan's identity as an Orantis to swallow the entire company. Initially, Kingpin likely had two plans. Plan A, the gentle approach. Have Dragan deceive the naive Luca into voluntarily handing over control of the company. Plan B, the efficient approach. Kill Luca directly and make Dragan his puppet. However, even though Dragan had no cards to play, he had his own little schemes. Clearly, even as a puppet, he preferred to control Orantis Industries directly. So, he deliberately botched the reunion with Luca. Dragan vehemently denied involvement in the subsequent car accident. Luca also believed it was likely Kingpin's doing, as it happened too quickly. Maybe something unexpected happened that made Kingpin urgent. Normally, that kind of car accident was a kill shot, timed perfectly right after Luca left the cemetery. With a few connections and no evidence, Kingpin could easily intervene in Orantis Industries afterward. However, Luca survived unscathed, and Kingpin seemingly learned about Pepper Potts' appearance at the funeral. The realization that the famous Tony Stark might have some inexplicable connection with Luca likely deterred Kingpin. Not wanting to provoke Iron Man, Kingpin decisively abandoned overt assassination attempts that were too conspicuous. He prepared to seize Orantis Industries through legal means, allowing him to distance himself regardless of the outcome. And Dragan naturally became his pawn. But tonight's raid. Looking at the pathetic Dragan, Luca shook his head speechlessly. These people were indeed Kingpin's subordinates, but Kingpin hadn't ordered them to assassinate Luca. Their true identity was actually bodyguards assigned to watch over Dragan. However, using his glib tongue honed from swindling in Las Vegas, Dragan successfully persuaded them to eliminate Luca for him. He promised them a large sum of money afterward to flee, convincing them to send everyone out to attack Luca's villa in the middle of the night. So, where did this large sum of money come from? As he spoke, Luca stepped on 3 fingers of Dragan's right hand and ground his heel, eliciting another loud scream. Aya, it's gone. There's no money. I lied to them. I gave them all the money I had on me. Aya, spare me. No money. These people would need to run after betraying Kingpin. If you can't pay up, aren't you afraid they'd kill you before fleeing? Luca asked curiously, pausing his foot slightly. They wouldn't dare. Killing you helps Kingpin too, so he won't hunt them down. But killing me would ruin Kingpin's entire plan, and he definitely wouldn't let them off. Besides, as long as I'm alive and control the company, I can definitely pay them back later. Really? Dragan's mind had completely collapsed. He desperately explained everything, hoping to suffer less. Seeing him like this, Luca rolled his eyes behind his glasses. Seems he has a little brain, but really just a little. For a moment, Luca didn't know whether to admire his courage and confidence or mock his ignorance and arrogance. Dragan's logic was simple: if he was the sole heir to Orantis Industries, Kingpin would keep him alive to prevent the assets from falling into government hands. Then, even as a puppet, he could ostensibly enjoy the wealth and fame. But logically, persuading his guards to betray Kingpin for non-existent money while being held captive was somewhat impressive. But didn't he consider whether Kingpin would just kill him afterward once the deed was done? Or did he think that after cooperating with Kingpin, he could rest easy forever? Having gathered almost all the intel, Luca didn't bother dwelling on these details. He asked the final question directly. Who holds the share transfer contracts of the 2 dead shareholders? Hearing this, the trembling Dragan suddenly tensed up, his face filled with unconcealable despair. Seeing that look, Luca nodded calmly. Understood. Dragan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The next moment, Luca raised the Dominator in his hand. Bang. A gunshot. Dragan's body on the ground twisted violently, then his upper torso exploded into a pile of gore. Looking at the few blood specks on his suit jacket, Luca clicked his tongue in disgust. Definitely shouldn't use lethal mode at such close range. Disgusting as FCK. Seeing this, Shamila said somewhat sympathetically. Master, let me do it next time. No need to dirty your hands. Luca waved his hand indifferently, took off his blood-stained suit jacket, and casually threw it over Dragan's gruesome corpse. Master Luca was kind-hearted and couldn't bear such bloody scenes. Master, shall we start staging the kidnapping scene? Shamila asked. Yes, according to Luca's previous plan, he intended to fake a scenario where he was attacked at home and kidnapped here by criminals. Then, he and his loyal bodyguard Shamila would use their wits to turn the tables and escape. Afterward, they would either call the police or summon Tony Stark. This way, everything he did today would be legally justified, and he wouldn't leave a bad first impression on the superhero Iron Man. However, after learning the truth, Luca hesitated. Besides solving the trouble and getting revenge on Kingpin, Luca now had other ideas. Well, to put it bluntly, he coveted the shares in Kingpin's hands. And, he didn't want to pay for them. Chapter 44, Turn a Squad. That's right, Luca coveted the shares of Orantis Industries currently held by Kingpin. After all, it was technically family property. If he didn't grab it now, once Tony Stark sent Kingpin to prison, these shares would most likely be returned to the families of the two deceased shareholders. However, the methods Luca needed to use to obtain these shares were destined to be less than honorable, making it inappropriate to involve Tony Stark. But dealing with Kingpin myself, the difficulty seems a bit excessive. Even though Kingpin was currently just an underworld boss hunkered down in Hell's Kitchen, the power he wielded was far beyond that of ordinary gangs. Setting aside his countless subordinates, Kingpin's own terrifying strength, which surpassed ordinary humans, was probably not something Luca could handle right now. Do I really have to ask Tony Stark for help? If I do that, not only will I lose the shares, but him going to prison will definitely create a pile of trouble for me later. Just as Luca was secretly conflicted, Shamila suddenly picked up her phone. After reading a text message, she immediately reported to Luca beside her. Master Luca, Shield Mountain sent a message. Their squad has arrived in New York. Hearing this, Luca was delighted and asked immediately. When can they get here? I've sent them our location. They should arrive in 30 minutes, Shamila replied quickly. All right, I'll wait for them here. Also, eliminate the other people in this warehouse. Shamila didn't hesitate. She turned and walked out the door. After a few barely audible silenced gunshots, the warehouse fell silent again. 25 minutes later. An ordinary-looking TV station mobile news van slowly drove into the warehouse pier. After the vehicle stopped, the driver in the front seat quickly got out. However, when he opened the rear door of the van, it wasn't reporters carrying cameras who stepped out, but 4 fully armed elite Special Forces soldiers. Simultaneously, Shamila and Luca walked out of the warehouse with Baymax. Master, let me introduce you. Shamila gestured to the leading man, a capable-looking individual with a crew cut and determined eyes. This is Marco Rakic, captain of the Turn A squad, nicknamed Shield Mountain. He is the most comprehensive special ops soldier I have ever seen. Since serving in Sokovia, he has experienced no fewer than 100 battles, big and small. Master Luca. The man nicknamed Shield Mountain bowed respectfully to Luca, his eyes revealing no emotion. This is Green Bull, the squad's assaulter. A burly man with dyed green hair patted the rifle in his hand and grinned at Luca, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. This is Longbow, the squad's sniper. A silent man carrying a sniper rifle on his back, with a distinct scar under his left eye, nodded slightly to Luca. This is Thresh, the squad's gunner. A bald middle-aged man with a broken medal hanging around his neck instinctively raised his hand to shake Luca's, but halfway through, he awkwardly retracted it and simply nodded stiffly. And finally, this is Wrench, the squad's technical support. He excels in information warfare, electronic equipment modification, weapon repair, and communication setup. The last of the 5, who was also the driver and the only blonde young man not fully armed, didn't greet Luca like the others after hearing Shamila's introduction. Instead, he looked excitedly at Baymax behind Luca and couldn't wait to ask. Master Luca, is this the company's latest product? A combat robot. Is it controlled by AI or manual control? Standing so steadily, is it a new posture balance system? What's the power source? A string of questions flew from his mouth like a machine gun, making the already awkward atmosphere of the first meeting even more awkward. Shield Mountain couldn't hold his expression anymore. He scolded Wrench, who was practically leaning into Baymax wanting to touch it, in a stern tone. Wrench. Get back. Don't be rude in front of Master Luca. At this shout, the lively Wrench froze in his tracks, as if immobilized. His posture, neither advancing nor retreating, with his arms still outstretched, looked even weirder than before. However, witnessing this scene, Luca, who had remained silent, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shamila had assured him that he could trust the squad absolutely, they had never met before. Given his current age, Luca still harbored a sliver of worry. Especially since the squad captain, Shield Mountain, had remained expressionless since meeting, seemingly adopting a strictly business attitude, making it hard for Luca to gauge his thoughts. But when Shield Mountain actively intervened to stop the young technician Wrench's outburst, it made Luca realize that at least the captain didn't harbor any obvious dissatisfaction towards him. As for their deeper attitudes, that could only be judged accurately after more interaction. So, Luca put on a friendly smile and waved his hand magnanimously. "It's fine, go ahead and take a look. This is an intelligent robot I made myself. You can call it Baymax." Since they were his subordinates and Baymax contained the full production process, Luca didn't blink an eye while boasting. Hearing Luca's words, Baymax cooperated by raising its right hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Agent Baymax, your personal healthcare companion." Wrench, who had excitedly leaned in close to Baymax, was suddenly full of question marks. "Agent? Healthcare? Master Luca, is there a coding error in your program?" "Wrench!" Shield Mountain shouted sharply, interrupting Wrench. Then he turned to Luca and bowed again. "Apologies, Master Luca. Wrench is young, his personality is a bit too lively." It was truly disrespectful. Shield Mountain had intended to say, "Wrench is still young," but after seeing Luca's youthful yet composed demeanor, and then looking at Wrench, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Luca simply waved his hand again. "It's nothing. Wrench can get to know Baymax properly when there's time later. But for now, I assume Shamila has already briefed you on the upcoming mission." At the mention of mission, the somewhat relaxed atmosphere changed instantly. "We understand the general mission. Please give us further instructions, Master." Shield Mountain stood firm, his expression returning to its previous determination. Even Wrench, who was smiling just a moment ago, stood up straight immediately, looking at Luca seriously and waiting for orders. Watching the scene, Luca revealed a satisfied smile. Seems like a pretty good squad indeed. Chapter 45, Taking the Fight to Their Doorstep. Wilson Grant Fisk, better known as the Kingpin. The biggest gang leader in New York, the ruler of Hell's Kitchen's underworld. Although he hadn't yet stepped into the light as a philanthropic real estate tycoon with the glamorous Fisk Tower famous throughout New York. With his current status and influence, he naturally wouldn't live like ordinary thugs, moving from place to place or hiding in the shadows. In fact, his daily whereabouts were an open secret in Hell's Kitchen. In the northern part of Hell's Kitchen, near the Hudson River at 311 West 50th Street, Manhattan, a luxurious building converted from a medium-sized warehouse served as Kingpin's residence and the true command center of his criminal empire. However, even though more than half of the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen knew this was Kingpin's lair, no one had ever thought of launching a sneak attack or retaliating against him here. Simply because those who had such thoughts had long since died at the hands of Kingpin and his men. Yet tonight, an ordinary-looking mobile news van silently drove near this building. As the news van slowly came to a stop, an unassuming flexible camera probe extended inch by inch from an opening in the vehicle's roof. Damn, this is just a gang leader's lair. A warehouse converted so luxuriously, complete with barbed wire and watchtowers. Talk about mismatched styles. Inside the news van, Green Bull, sporting green hair, cursed quietly while watching the camera feed on a tablet. Having previously engaged in either commercial assassinations or overseas mercenary missions, they hadn't expected New York gangs to have developed to this extent. "Shut up. Check your equipment." Shield Mountain, the captain of Turn A Squad, glared sternly at the chatty Green Bull, then asked Wrench in the driver's seat. "Wrench, can you launch the drone now? We need to confirm enemy intel inside the building." "Can do, boss. But there are very few windows on the target, so I'm worried the intel might differ significantly from reality." In the driver's seat, Wrench, who had just turned on the electronic fogging mode for the windshield and pulled out a laptop from under his seat, replied hesitantly. "It doesn't matter. Confirm the external situation first. As for the inside." Just as Shield Mountain was about to continue, another voice suddenly interjected, interrupting him. "I'll handle the enemy intel inside the building." It was Luca sitting in the passenger seat. Before Wrench could ask how Luca planned to get enemy intel, Luca gently pinched the temple of his tracking glasses. With a thought, the glasses instantly connected to Wrench's laptop. The next moment, a crystal-clear infrared thermal image appeared on the computer screen. Since Wrench's laptop screen was linked to everyone's tablets, the image was simultaneously shared with the entire squad. Such clear thermal imaging. How many walls did this penetrate? Is this new tech from the company? Wait. Master Luca, how did you connect directly to my computer system? Wrench, initially annoyed by Luca's interruption, now wore a face full of disbelief and fired off questions like a machine gun. In the back of the van, Shamila's face beamed with pride. As if to say, you guys are so easily surprised. The young master has plenty more tricks up his sleeve. Shield Mountain, ignoring Shamila's reaction, reminded his teammate again. Wrench, shut up. Mission first. However, this time even he was shocked. Shamila wasn't exaggerating when she called him the most comprehensive special ops soldier she had ever seen. Shield Mountain also had considerable expertise in electronic information technology and equipment. Because of this, he knew exactly how absurd this technology was, scanning through dozens of walls while keeping the thermal images of all walls and what was behind them clearly visible. Even the most advanced military, multimodal battlefield awareness systems could only probe behind walls up to 20 centimeters thick, and that wasn't just thermal imaging but a combination of infrared and millimeter wave radar. In fact, most thermal imagers were really just for observing enemies during night operations. Like the monocular hanging on his helmet right now. So, Oranchus Industries' technology has reached this level. But this thought only flashed through Shield Mountain's mind. In his creed, mission priority trumped everything else. He immediately asked about the others' readiness. Longbow, are you in position? In position. Longbow's cold and brief reply came through the headset. At this moment, under a billboard on the roof of an abandoned building 300 meters away from Kingpin's lair, Longbow secured his M24 SWS sniper rifle with a set of Nikon camera tripods, unfolded a portable chair, sat down, and quietly watched the scene through his scope. Actually, 300 meters was far from Longbow's maximum range. However, for urban squad operations requiring proximity to teammates and the use of a specially suppressed barrel, he chose this location. It's hunting time. One shot, one kill. No one can hide. Let's have some fun. While silently reciting various lines in his head, Longbow's face remained impassive. In the headset, Shield Mountain's voice continued. Green Bull. Don't worry, Captain. Green Bull patted his HK-416A5 assault rifle, grinning to reveal 2 rows of large teeth. Shield Mountain glared at him and warned. Don't bring too many explosives. We won't need them for tonight's operation. After that, he turned to Thresh, who was nervously biting his nails, and shook his head helplessly. Thresh, you make too much noise. Move only after we're exposed. And with this, Shield Mountain paused slightly, then looked at the tall robot beside him, encased in armor and curled up as much as possible to avoid bumping into anyone. Hello, I am Agent Baymax. Right. Agent Baymax here. You move with him behind us first. Finally, Shield Mountain racked the bolt of his M4A1 carbine, looked at Shamila who wielded the same weapon, and said softly. Wolf Spider, we two take point. Coordinate with Longbow to take out the guards on the watchtower first. Hearing Shield Mountain use her codename, Shamila revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Understood, Captain. Read more in Pat *****. Cave Leather. Chapter 46, The Weak Deserve Only Death. After addressing Shamila, Shield Mountain finally looked at Luca in the passenger seat and said with slight hesitation. Master Luca. I still advise against you moving with us. I believe assisting Wrench with technical support here would also be a great help to us. If this were a normal squad operation, Shield Mountain would never waste so many words on his team members, let alone use a consultative tone. However, given Luca's status and the fact that he hadn't quite figured out the young master's temperament yet, Shield Mountain naturally spoke more cautiously. But Luca had different ideas about his suggestion. Although Kingpin was nominally just a decently successful gang leader, he was still a famous Marvel villain. Luca didn't want any losses to the only force he currently had complete control over. To put it arrogantly, Luca choosing to join the risky operation was also a way to provide a safety net for the entire squad. Of course, out of respect for Shield Mountain as the captain and to build trust, Luca didn't completely reject his command. Don't worry, I'll stick with Thresh and Baymax. I believe the two of them can protect me well. Saying this, Luca turned to look at the bald burly man still biting his nails. Thresh immediately hid his hand awkwardly and sat up straight. All right, since you insist, Master. Shield Mountain patted the back of Wrench's seat in front of him, returning to his serious mission mode. Wrench, start preparing surveillance coverage. Wrench's fingers flew across the keyboard in the front seat, replying quickly without stopping. Security system intrusion in progress. Surveillance coverage complete in 30 seconds. Shield Mountain immediately turned around and scanned everyone. Everyone, final equipment check. Ensure communication channels are clear. Operation start. With a single command, Thresh quickly pushed open the van door. Shield Mountain, Shamila, and Green Bull put on their tactical goggles and rushed out of the vehicle one by one. Thresh also shouldered his M249 SAW squad automatic weapon and followed quickly. Only Baymax, clad in carbon fiber armor, was left behind. It shuffled out of the van slowly, then trotted to catch up with the four. I'm going too. Be careful alone. Luca greeted Wrench. Then he put on his bulletproof vest, opened the side door, got out, and followed Baymax at the rear of the squad. Wrench, busy hacking the system, didn't reply until he hit the enter key for the last time. He then reported over the comms. System intrusion successful. Surveillance coverage complete. Simultaneously, the screens in the surveillance room of the luxurious building flickered slightly, then returned to normal. After this, Wrench pulled a hidden lever in the corner of his seat. Suddenly, the driver's seat rotated 180 degrees to face the rear cabin. Holding his laptop, Wrench reached for a switch on the roof. Four staggered screens unfolded rapidly, and a square table rose from the previously flat floor. Wrench scanned the 4 screens now connected to his computer. Surveillance feed acquired. Target not found. The 3rd floor is a blind spot. Suspect. Wrench paused slightly, realizing something. He looked at the thermal imaging feed still displayed on the screen and continued. Thermal imaging shows 5 people in the room on the 3rd floor, 3 armed. Based on body size, confirmed mission target is in the East Room. Honestly, although Wrench was the youngest member of the squad, he had been on many missions. But this experience was truly unique. Isn't this basically wall hacks? For a moment, even as a logistics support personnel, he felt an unprecedented thrill. Leaving aside Wrench's internal excitement. On the other side, Shield Mountain, having rapidly approached the target location, raised his hand to signal a halt. He whispered. Wolf Spider, Green Bull, advance with me. The others, hold position here in silence. Then he tapped his earpiece lightly. Longbow, confirm target. Guard post at 2 o'clock. Longbow, copy. Longbow's voice in the headset was cold as ice. Shield Mountain looked down at his tactical watch, silently calculating the time. 4 patrol groups. 20-second guard blind spot. Wait for my command. After speaking, Shield Mountain signaled Shamila and Green Bull to follow, silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Longbow. Whoosh. A sniper bullet cut through the air, crossing the 300-meter distance in a blink. The gang guard on the watchtower, who had been lazily leaning and smoking, suddenly had a blood flower bloom on his forehead and collapsed. Simultaneously, Shield Mountain and the other 2 rushed to the perimeter fence. The moment a 2-man patrol appeared, they raised their guns and fired. After several faint, typewriter-like shots, the 2 patrolling gangsters were hit multiple times and silenced before they even realized what was happening. Shield Mountain ignored the slight noise of the falling bodies and immediately pulled out a probe, placing it against the wire fence. Not electrified. Green Bull, cut an opening with me. Wolf Spider, watch our backs. Yes, X2. Shamila immediately focused, scanning the surroundings with her gun raised. Green Bull pulled a pair of wire cutters from his tactical bag and tossed another pair to Shield Mountain. But before cutting, Shield Mountain thought of Baymax waiting behind them and added helplessly. Cut the opening a bit bigger this time. At the same time, he didn't forget to order Longbow on the abandoned building in the distance. Longbow, watch the patrol gaps. Eliminate all enemies on the other 3 watchtowers. Longbow, copy. Under the rooftop billboard of the abandoned building in the distance. Sitting on his small folding stool, Longbow received the order and quickly moved his scope away from the trio dismantling the wire fence. Humph, the weak deserve only death. Reciting his lines internally, Longbow aimed the muzzle resting on the Nikon tripod at the guard on another watchtower in the distance. Seeing the enemy locked in his crosshairs yawning and scratching an itch, Longbow's expression remained unchanged, but his disdain grew stronger. Humph, to die in confusion and ignorance, how lucky you are, human. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. Blood burst from the temple of the man in the scope, and he slumped over. Southwest Tower, eliminated. His voice remained calm and cold. Chapter 47, die, all of you. Northwest, kill. Northeast, kill. Consecutive kill reports rang out over the comms channel. In moments, all the watchtower guards had been picked off by Longbow. Good job. Continue covering our advance. Shield Mountain, having already cut through the wire fence, offered only perfunctory praise. After all, they were teammates who had been on countless missions together. Shield Mountain wasn't surprised at all by Longbow's speed in eliminating targets. Wolf Spider, Green Bull, will take out the external patrols first. Wrench, report status. Watch for enemy movement inside the building. Saying this, Shield Mountain stepped through the fence first, lowering his muzzle slightly and quickly hugging the outer wall of the building. 10 o'clock direction, 2 enemies, Wrench reported quickly in the headset. Shield Mountain and the other 2 raised their guns simultaneously. 30 meters ahead, around the corner, 3 enemies. Crisp gunshots rang out sporadically. By the time the 2 gangsters at the main gate guard post were sniped by Longbow with Shamila's coordination, only 7 or 8 minutes had passed. External enemies all neutralized. Thresh, bring the master and follow us. R. Received. Thresh glanced awkwardly at Luca, who was intently staring at the building in the distance, and called out softly. Master Luca, the captain wants us to follow. Luca nodded slightly upon hearing this, then led Baymax to follow. However, Luca was extremely satisfied with this squad now. Although Shamila's strong recommendation had given him an idea of their capabilities. Seeing them complete tactical objectives so cleanly and efficiently made Luca even more impressed. Maybe I should consider getting some stronger black tech gear for Turn a squad later, Luca thought to himself. Of course, that was for later. Right now, let alone synthesizing black tech gear, Luca didn't even have a clue about replicating existing black tech items. Meanwhile, Shield Mountain and the others, having eliminated all external enemies and reloaded, didn't wait for Luca and his group to catch up. Instead, they continued communicating with Wrench. Wrench, give me an entry point into the building. There's a small window on the southeast side with no guards or patrols. You can try entering from there, there shouldn't be much. Wait. Someone's coming. In the news van far away, Wrench, who was confirming the entry route for Shield Mountain, suddenly caught a glimpse of a black sedan slowly driving toward the main entrance of the building on a surveillance feed. Black Mercedes S600, armored model. Entering main gate in 10 seconds. Shield Mountain, who had already left the guard post, tensed up immediately. Since the objective was total elimination, they hadn't bothered hiding the bodies. The black Mercedes would spot the problem as soon as it reached the guard post. Moreover, Shield Mountain knew this Mercedes model. It was armored to VR7 security standards, even 3 or 5 grenades exploding simultaneously wouldn't threaten it. Shield Mountain made a split-second decision and ordered everyone. Green Bull, plant explosives at the main warehouse door. Longbow, watch that car. If anyone opens a door, kill the target immediately. Everyone, prepare for assault. At this point, Shield Mountain didn't care if the newcomer was Kingpin's associate or subordinate, or if he might hurt an innocent. Anyone driving an armored sedan to visit someone like Kingpin in the dead of night would just have to consider themselves unlucky if Longbow sniped them. By the time his order was given, the black Mercedes was already approaching the outer main gate. However, perhaps realizing something was wrong, the black Mercedes slammed on the brakes and stopped advancing. As everyone watched tensely, Wrench and Luca's voices rang out simultaneously in the headset. Movement inside the building. We're exposed. 6 people are rushing towards the main warehouse door. Hearing this, Shield Mountain realized the people in the car had noticed something wrong outside and alerted those inside. Without gambling on whether the people inside the VR7 armored car would get out voluntarily, he slapped Green Bull beside him and ordered immediately. Green Bull. Detonate the explosives. Receiving the order, Green Bull grinned ferociously and pressed the button in his hand. Then. Boom. A deafening explosion. A massive orange fireball filled everyone's vision. The luxurious main door of the warehouse building was blown to smithereens instantly. The flying debris tore through the 6 enemies trying to rush out from inside. Just as everyone's ears were ringing from the blast, Wrench shouted again in the headset. "That car is moving. He's going to ram into the building." Shield Mountain, still smelling gunpowder smoke, understood the intent immediately. He wants to force his way in and extract the target. Although unclear why this car appeared so coincidentally, the intention to rescue Kingpin was obvious. Shield Mountain roared immediately. "Charge! Stop him!" Saying this, Shield Mountain raised his carbine, broke cover, and sprinted toward the black Mercedes. Although his gun couldn't penetrate the car's armor, he could ensure the enemy couldn't enter or leave the vehicle. However, just as he charged forward with his gun raised, a black shadow suddenly lunged out from a distance, blocking the Mercedes' path directly. Next instant. Bang. A muffled sound of violent impact. The shadow blocking the Mercedes wasn't sent flying. Instead, its arms locked onto the front of the car, and its feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the hard concrete. Although the shadow was being pushed back, it forcibly halted the Mercedes' momentum. The screech of tires grinding against the ground continued, white smoke and the smell of burnt rubber filled the air, but the vehicle couldn't advance an inch. "Holy SHT! That's Agent Baymax!" Green Bull exclaimed beside him. Even Shield Mountain was momentarily stunned. But the next moment, a dense rain of bullets, accompanied by maniacal laughter, sprayed onto the immobilized Mercedes. In the distance, the bald burly man wielding the M249 saw machine gun held the trigger down firmly, advancing steadily toward the Mercedes step by step. "Ha ha ha ha, die. Die. Ha 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 ha, die, all of you." Thresh laughed maniacally, the muzzle flash never ceasing. Despite wielding a heavy light machine gun weighing over 10 kilograms with a 200-round ammo box, plus the immense recoil from continuous fire, in Thresh's hands, it was as steady as a rock. Brass casings danced rapidly before his eyes like a waterfall. Dense bullet holes appeared evenly across the side of the black Mercedes, not a single one hitting Baymax, who was stopping the vehicle. And at this moment, Luca, following beside Thresh, also raised his Dominator. His lips parted slightly. Activate, Destroy Decomposer Mode. Chapter 48, Holding Out for Reinforcements. Activate, Destroy Decomposer Mode. As Luca's voice fell, the Dominator, pistol in his hand unfolded rapidly. Cyan particles converged, and the massive energy sphere shrank rapidly amidst a humming sound. But before he could fire this high-energy particle sphere, from inside the building, a large number of armed gang members rushed out with ferocious expressions. Shield Mountain's gaze shifted immediately. He raised his muzzle and shouted loudly. "Cover fire." Rat-tat-tat-tat. Intense gunfire erupted all around, golden shell casings raining down on the ground. However, Kingpin's men were ultimately just violent gang members. How could they compare to seasoned veterans like Shield Mountain's squad? The situation became one-sided instantly. Screams rang out one after another. 4 or 5 gangsters fell backward before they could even raise their guns. But Luca noticed immediately that many gang members inside were aiming at Baymax, who was pushing the car. Looking at the fully charged energy sphere in his hand, Luca roared immediately. "Baymax. Come back." "Okay." As Baymax dodged away, countless bullets from the gang members hit the Mercedes windshield, creating spiderweb cracks. However, the Mercedes broke free and sped into the building with the pedal to the metal. But at this moment, the Dominator, in Luca's hand, fired a green beam. Vroom. The cyan-blue high-energy particle beam slammed into the ground just behind the car. Because Luca was worried about hitting Baymax and the Mercedes accelerated extremely fast, his shot missed the car body. However, even so, at the point where the particle beam hit the ground, cyan and white light exploded instantly, turning into a massive, crackling energy sphere in the blink of an eye. The Mercedes, having advanced less than half a meter, had nearly a third of its body engulfed by this giant sphere of light. In just that split second, the armored body with VR7 level protection was melted and decomposed instantly, a chunk of it disappearing. The rear half of the car, along with most of the rear wheels, looked as if bitten off by an invisible giant mouth, leaving only a row of neat, glowing red cuts. However, perhaps because the decomposition was too rapid, the car didn't explode. Relying on its previous momentum, it crashed headlong into the building without stopping. After knocking several gang members flying, it smashed through a distant wall with a boom and went silent. Seeing this, Luca nodded in satisfaction and retracted the Dominator. Well, the reason Luca could holster his gun so calmly was, aside from Baymax rushing in front of him to shield him from any stray bullets, it was also because, although the firefight had just started, the enemies rushing out from the building were basically all neutralized by Shield Mountain's team. Especially the bald burly man, Thresh, standing beside Luca. After giving up on shooting the bulletproof Mercedes, he turned his gun and started firing indiscriminately at the warehouse building. The rapid tongues of fire were like the scythe of death, turning everything in their path into honeycombs. And while firing wildly, this guy kept laughing maniacally. Die. Die. Scum. Ha 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 ha, taste Grandpa's hot big gun. Yet, even in this seemingly frenzied state, the machine gun in Thresh's hands remained incredibly precise and steady. He even switched to burst fire between sweeping shots and reloaded rapidly during gaps in the attack to sustain fire longer. Only after another 200-round ammo box was empty and the click of an empty chamber sounded did Thresh seem to regain his sanity. His expression froze, and looking at the reddening barrel, he scratched his bald head awkwardly. Ah, Master Luca, actually I'm not usually like this. Luca, hiding behind Baymax, twitched his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. In fact, what Luca didn't know was, the Thresh in front of him really wasn't in his normal state. Today, because it was urban combat against gangsters, he was only using an M249 light machine gun. Normally, in overseas battlefields, Thresh, as the squad's gunner, would use an XM556 microgun with an electrically driven tactical backpack ammo box, basically a handheld Gatling gun for fire suppression. Under those conditions, Thresh, well, his laughter was louder, his expression more manic. Indeed, quite different from today. Back to the topic. With all enemies in front of them down, the roar of gunfire finally ceased. The ground was littered with spent casings. The heavy smell of gunpowder filled Luca's nose and mouth, gunshots still ringing faintly in his ears. Before him lay the bullet-riddled bodies of gang members. However, among these dead bodies, Luca's true target for the day was clearly missing. Longbow, wrench. Did anyone escape from the building just now? Shield Mountain quickly asked the other two teammates over the comms. Negative, came Longbow's calm voice first. Wrench was a beat slower, panting slightly before answering. I've been watching the screens. Didn't see anyone either. However, noticing Wrench's anomaly, Shield Mountain immediately asked back. Wrench, report your situation. A car, likely Kingpin's men, passed by my location just now. I took care of it. But I think you need to speed up, the target will likely have more reinforcements arriving. Wrench replied quickly. Shield Mountain didn't dwell on Wrench taking out a carload of gangsters, but as Wrench analyzed, Kingpin was the overlord of Hell's Kitchen, and they were attacking his lair. More of his men could arrive to support him at any time. If they didn't want to be surrounded, they had to speed up now. Without hesitation, Shield Mountain looked at Luca. But even without a reminder, Luca had already pressed the temple of his tracking glasses, again, activating thermal imaging. 1, 2, 3, 4. Scanning quickly, Kingpin was indeed still in the room on the third floor without surveillance, protected by his last few men. Judging by the thickness of the walls, it was likely specially reinforced. Planning to hold out for reinforcements? No. Watch out for grenades. Chapter 49, Volley Shot. While Luca was wondering why these people were hiding upstairs instead of coming out, he suddenly noticed through his lens that two people on the third floor were winding their arms back like baseball pitchers. Although the thermal imaging didn't show what they were holding clearly, Luca immediately deduced that they were throwing grenades, one aimed at his position and the other at Shield Mountain's group. In this critical moment, Luca shouted decisively, signaling everyone to take evasive action. However, he didn't dodge. Instead, he took half a step back and roared. Baymax, hand. Luca then took 2 strides forward, rushed to Baymax, leaped up, and stepped onto Baymax's outstretched palm. He gathered strength in his legs. Electric arcs flickered on his red and white sneakers as he launched himself upwards, soaring 6 or 7 meters into the air. At that exact moment, the 2 grenades smashed through the windows, flying left and right. The trajectory of one grenade brought it right in front of the airborne Luca. Mid-air, Luca didn't hesitate. Putting power into his waist and legs simultaneously, he looked like a soaring eagle. He executed a volley shot. Bang. The moment his instep connected with the grenade, the projectile spun violently, accelerated, and changed direction. It shot back towards the window it came from at high speed. Then, right before Luca's eyes, the grenade slammed into the ceiling of the third-floor room. With a clank, it ricocheted off the ceiling at a sharp angle, bouncing deep into the room. Ah! Grenade. Look out. Get down. Several panicked screams erupted from inside. But it was too late. The next moment, the rolling grenade hit the floor. Then, boom. 2 overlapping explosions. The grenades inside and outside the building detonated simultaneously. The shockwave from the explosion upstairs shattered all the third-floor windows, followed by screams of pain from inside. As for the grenade that exploded on the ground below, thanks to Luca's warning, Shield Mountain and the others had taken cover and were unharmed. Even Luca, who was falling from the sky, only felt a wave of heat brush past him due to the distance. In his thermal vision, seeing the thermal shockwave caused by his kick, Luca's adrenaline spiked. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Damn, that felt good. Just then, a pair of large hands steadily caught the falling Luca. Baymax's black round eyes showed immense confusion. Such behavior can easily lead to ankle sprains or strains. Although it appears to have effectively increased your neurotransmitter activity, I do not recommend doing this in the future. Caught by Baymax, with his back aching from the hard gauntlets, Luca reined in his excited gaze and thought with annoyance. Damn, got too excited again. Every time this happens. I'm not some war maniac. Silently warning himself to be more cautious next time, Luca flipped out of Baymax's embrace and landed on the ground. At this time, the members of Turna's squad, who had witnessed the whole scene, rushed out from cover. Shamila ran the fastest. How could she care about mission objectives right now? Before even reaching Luca, she shouted anxiously. Master. That was too dangerous. How could you do that? Aya. Frantic with worry, Shamila rushed to Luca's side. She wanted to scold him angrily but couldn't bring herself to do it, so her frustration vented into meaningless screaming. This made Luca even more embarrassed. He could only comfort her quietly. Sorry, won't happen again. As he spoke, Luca avoided eye contact. In fact, both in his past and present life, Luca hated degenerate gamblers the most. But reflecting on it, every time he faced a crisis or needed to make a major decision, calling it enterprising and adventurous sounded nice, but wasn't it really just gambling? Seeing the scene, the other 3 squad members reacted differently. Shield Mountain's eyes showed surprise, but his face remained impassive. Thresh seemed to want to say something but mumbled a few words and looked away. Only Green Bull at the back grinned with his big mouth and secretly gave Luca a thumbs up. However, this gesture only made Luca feel more awkward. Finally, Shield Mountain, the captain, broke the strange atmosphere and asked. Master Luca, is the target on the 3rd floor still alive after that grenade? Hearing Shield Mountain's question, Luca immediately put on a serious face and pressed his tracking glasses. But this time, switching to thermal imaging revealed only a wash of red light. Even when Luca shifted his gaze to the 3rd floor, he saw only red and orange light mixed with a few white spots. Luca knew this was overexposure caused by the massive amount of infrared radiation in the air. Under these conditions, let alone confirming kills, turning on thermal mode would actually hinder his vision. It was just. It's supposed to be black tech wall hacks. Why follow scientific principles here of all places? Now Luca regretted his impulsive action even more. He turned off thermal mode and shook his head helplessly at Shield Mountain. Can't see inside anymore. Shield Mountain wasn't too surprised by the answer and nodded calmly. He knew the limitations of thermal imaging. He asked only because Luca's tech had been so impressive earlier, holding on to a faint hope. Looks like we have to storm in to check the results. Wrench, longbow. Watch the perimeter for enemy reinforcements. Copy, X2. In fact, this was what they had been doing all along. Shield Mountain just gave a reminder before continuing. Wolf Spider, Green Bull. Follow me upstairs to confirm the target. Then he turned to Thresh. How much ammo left? Last box. The bald burly man mumbled softly. 200 rounds. Thresh, return to the vehicle to resupply. Cover Wrench, and open fire immediately if enemy reinforcements arrive. Understood, Captain. Thresh didn't waste words. Hugging his light machine gun, he trotted back toward the news van. Finally, Shield Mountain looked at Luca. But before he could speak, Luca said quickly, "I'm coming with you." Baymax takes point. Shield Mountain didn't refuse. He nodded and strode into the building. Chapter 50, I want that suit you're wearing. Inside the warehouse building. Due to the previous intense firefight and the vehicle crash, the first floor was basically just a mess of corpses and broken furniture. The second floor was slightly better, but still somewhat disordered from the earlier chaos. In the 5-person squad, Baymax shuffled at the front, providing cover. The other 4 held their guns and advanced cautiously but quickly. Perhaps the building really had no defenses left, as there was no ambush on the entire second floor. Only when they reached the stairs to the third floor did 2 more enemies pop up. But before these 2 could attack, they were instantly shot dead by Shield Mountain and Shamila, who had the fastest reactions. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. One enemy fell unconscious instantly, while the other dropped a grenade he had already pulled the pin on. 1 second later, the grenade exploded with a boom. With such a loud commotion, these 2 probably didn't rest peacefully. It wasn't until they reached the third floor that they realized the entire third level of the warehouse building, aside from the wide corridor leading up and a few small rooms like security offices, actually consisted of a single bright hall occupying 80% of the floor's area. The floor was paved with polished marble, with 2 huge white pillars standing on either side. Various exquisite and expensive-looking furniture were arranged in small groups. If not for the severely burned corpses on the ground and some damage caused by the earlier explosion, it looked more like an art-filled exhibition gallery than the lair of an underworld emperor. And at this moment, Luca's target, Kingpin, was sitting calmly behind a huge stone desk at the far end of the room, showing no sign of panic despite having lost all his men and being cornered. When he saw Luca and his group appear, this extraordinarily burly man even tidied his collar in a dignified manner and spoke first, his voice deep and cultured. "Luca von O." Bang. Before Kingpin could finish 2 words, Luca, who had been smiling all the way up the stairs, raised his gun and fired first. The electromagnetic stun round from the Dominator's non-lethal mode was as fast as lightning. A flash of green electric arc. The bullet flew right in front of Kingpin's face. However, Luca's dishonorable sneak attack didn't hit Kingpin, who was still speaking. Instead, it exploded with a bang less than 3 meters from him. It was precisely because this bullet aimed at Kingpin's forehead was intercepted that the group realized a whole pane of nearly transparent bulletproof glass stood in front of Kingpin, who was sitting behind the marble desk. Although the shot was blocked by the bulletproof glass and missed, Kingpin's previously calm face turned ugly. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary brat to be so decisive. If he hadn't prepared defenses beforehand. However, Kingpin's sudden ferocity didn't affect Luca's group. Shield Mountain even asked Luca without hesitation, "Master, the electromagnetic gun's attack doesn't seem to test the strength of that bulletproof glass. Should we try live ammunition?" As he spoke, Shield Mountain and the other 2 raised their muzzles. It seemed that with one command from Luca, they would unleash a volley to test for Kingpin whether his construction team had taken kickbacks during renovation. Enough. Kingpin, still sitting motionless, let out a suppressed growl and slammed his fist onto the marble desk in front of him. With a bang, spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the mirror-smooth marble surface. This terrifying physical strength made Shield Mountain and the others frown slightly. But immediately after, having seemingly vented his anger, Kingpin's expression returned to calm. He tidied his wrinkled cuffs in a civilized manner, then continued. "Luca Orantius, I presume you came here now because of that idiot Dragon taking matters into his own hands. Since you've already eliminated him, there's no conflict of interest between us." Saying this, before Luca could speak, Kingpin pulled out 2 documents from under the desk and tossed them onto the table. He then continued. "My men will arrive in 20 minutes. By then, you few won't be able to escape. But I'm giving you a chance to choose again now. Here is 10% of Orantius Industries shares. I've already handled all the paperwork. Just sign, and they are yours. Consider this my greeting gift. We will have more opportunities for cooperation later. The alien debris in Midtown is a big cake, you can't possibly eat it all by yourself." After saying this, Kingpin fell silent, looking composedly at Luca, as if he held the advantage. In the distance, Luca looked at the documents on Kingpin's desk, showed a friendly smile, and nodded readily. "Sure sounds good to me, Master." Shamila looked at Luca anxiously, but he raised a hand to interrupt her. However, I have one condition, Luca continued with a smile. Kingpin frowned slightly, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction, but still asked following Luca's words. What condition? Seeing this, Luca raised his hand and pointed directly at Kingpin's body, speaking naturally. I want that suit you're wearing. I want it right now. As soon as these words came out, not only Kingpin, but even the other three beside Luca were stunned for a moment. However, Kingpin was still the first to react. Enough. With a roar, Kingpin stood up with a boom. Over 2 meters tall, combined with his solid build, he looked like a mountain of flesh. Coupled with his ferocious expression, an intense sense of oppression washed over them. In Kingpin's view, Luca saying he wanted his suit right now was purely to humiliate him and trick him into walking out of his protection. Did he think Kingpin was some irrational idiot? Well, actually, while Luca asking for the suit did have a bit of intention to lure Kingpin out to his death. More importantly, he really wanted that suit. In fact, the moment Luca came upstairs and saw Kingpin, he had noticed the pure white suit on this guy was emitting a faint white glow. Unfortunately, Kingpin clearly didn't intend to satisfy Luca's small request. Seeing this, Luca lowered his head slightly and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Dazzling white light reflected off both lenses. Then he raised the Dominator in his hand and smiled a "then there's no other way" smile.